Oh, hi. How's it going? What's up, nerds? How's everybody doing tonight? Oh my goodness, Crazy Moose coming in with the 5. We didn't even get started yet. You're out of control, Crazy Moose. Somebody stop this man. How's the forehead looking? Good? I hope so. I hope it's looking real good. Anyway, you guys excited? I'm pretty excited. You know, I think it's going to be a pretty good show. You can't talk? No need to talk, baby. I'll fill your brain with words. Oh, yes, I will. You think I won't? I might. I got at least 4 words that I know. You know? Oh, man, Ashevitz. How's everybody doing tonight? Let's adjust the volume. Hey, what's up, nerds? All right, calm down. This lighting's too hectic. You know? Who's here? Who's here? Everybody say hi. JK, Saltiest, Dr. Void, Master Roxas, Captain Crunch, Dragoness, looking in with Victor, Crazy Moose, you friggin' animal. You're sorta here. Welcome, Name. Welcome, Michael. Welcome, Molly Mock. Welcome, Canoe with the Meat. Welcome, Zeke, Joe, Bildo, Ice Phoenix, Adam, Parzifal. You guys have great names. Pauline, Zentavius. Go away, Google. Ed Boy, Saltiest Donut, Matt Thorne. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Oh. Yee. It's good to see you, lovely people. You know? How was everybody's weekend? Are you guys okay with us doing it on Monday this week? We're on a Monday. Who would have thought? Sometimes you just gotta be busy on a Sunday night. You know what I mean? Oh, what is this? We're dining out. Let's see that. Ooh. Ooh. Eee. Ah. Okay, we can rock with this for a little bit, I think. Weird days? Yeah. Always weird days. You don't work Monday and Tuesday? Nice. How did my doctor's visit go? Why do you think I had a doctor's visit? Did I mention that? I just died a little trying to explain why my bard player couldn't screw the main antagonist, so that was fun. I mean, I don't know what to say. That's a weird situation to be in. I may have mentioned the dentist. Because he's not into it? Chaos? Hello. Hello, Olivia. How are you? I was gone all weekend, friends. I was gone far away. In a far-off land! In an unknown region of the world. A strange, lonely wood. No, I was camping with some old friends, and I didn't get back till late on Sunday, and I was tired! And I did have an early appointment this morning. But it was a fun weekend. Do you know what the coolest part was? So, a bunch of my friends have children. Children. Gross. But kids are pretty cool. And, well, I brought my monster manual with me to the, to this camping trip, as I am sometimes wont to do. And there was a good section in one afternoon where it sort of turned into me and like 4 kids sitting around reading the monster manual. And it was really fun. And the funny thing is, the monster manual is not really like a kid's book a lot of the time, you know? The monster manual is one of these books where some of this stuff's really goofy, but then every now and then it's like a guy like ripping his chest open. So I was trying to play the game of let's peek at the next page to see how appropriate the next page is. It kind of worked. But it was fun. It was also really fun to try to explain the monsters in ways that they wouldn't be scary, because the kids were young. They were like 4 and 5. So I was every time we brought a monster up, I was like, okay, I know a lot of cool things about this monster. What are the cool things about this monster that aren't going to scare this kid? Or aren't going to make, actually, or more like aren't going to make their parents annoyed with me. But it was a fun game. It was a fun game. One of the fun moments, we were looking at the Banshee, and I was saying, yeah, it can sing, and it's really powerful when it sings. And somebody's like, what happens when it sings? It's like, well, it makes you fall asleep. That's all. Just makes you fall asleep. But we all know what happens when the Banshee comes a-calling, don't we? Looks like Patrick's here with us today. Is that true? Patrick, are you in the chat?
Hello.
Hey, I gotta adjust the volume. Give me 1 second.
Howdy. No worries.
Talk for a second, Pat.
Hello. Hello, chat.
Can you be a
Hello,
little louder? Can you turn your gain up?
Yeah, I can turn my gain up. I'm using my good mic because I finally have like an office and I don't have to be in the well anymore.
All right, they can't hear you at all yet, but
that's fine.
I can. I can hear you.
Hold on.
I'm the only one that needs to hear you, Patty. Oh, Patrick.
How's this? Is this better?
Yeah, it's better.
Great. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful.
I also just got to lower the music volume, I think.
That'll happen.
Hey, guys.
Howdy,
can you guys hear Patrick? You can hear him? Okay, good. Good.
Got some Bob the Builder energy going on in the chat here. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Oh, man, Bob the Builder. Good pull. All right, let's pull up the wheel for the week, shall we? Boom! Behold, the wheel in all its glory. Everything that we've ever wanted it to be.
That's a thick wheel this evening. That's a
THICC thick, I believe. I also finally linked my D&D Beyond account to this browser, so we can actually look up references for things when we want to, which is nice.
Amazing. That's fun. We love a reference.
So for folks that are new, let's talk for a second. We got to talk for 1 second before we start, because it's it's been a little while. Not everybody here has been on the show before, so let me lay it down for you. Hello and welcome. This is my stream. And basically, in the lengthiest of nutshells, no, lengthiest of nutshells would be the wrong amount of nutshells. In a brief nutshell, 1 second. I'm going to play emotional music in the background while I talk. In the briefest of nutshells, what we're here to do is we're here to grow. A bunch of you have sent me homebrew that you have written. You have taken the time out of your lives, the times out of your schedules, the times out of, well, what you could be doing for yourself, and decided to do something that could be fun for others. Because when you make homebrew, you are doing more than indulging in a narcissistic attempt to be a writer. You are making a toy. You're making a tool for fun, an object to be used by others so that they might better play their imagination games. And my goodness, oh, what a wonderful and noble pursuit that is. So, while we will be doing many a critique tonight, and some of those critiques are gonna involve me being like, that's busted, or you gotta work on that. Know this, friendo. Know that by the very merit of your presence in this stream tonight, by the hand through which you wrote this brew, you have already proven yourself to be far beyond that of any ordinary Dungeons and or Dragons-er. You have a great value inside you, and you put forth a wonderful thing. So do not repent if I judge you. Do not repent if I say to you, you need to work a little bit more on this thing. Know that you are already climbing the staircase. And it is only by climbing that we may reach a higher veranda, etc. Basically, suffice to say, you shouldn't be going into this expecting me to be like, I give you value. You give yourself value. Okay?
Hell yeah.
Also, if you don't think something is working and you as chat want to breathe in on the feedback, here's a little tip. Here's a little insight for you. There's a big difference and there's both a very big and a very small difference between good feedback and bad feedback. And I will tell it to you right now. Think about this, because you are going to be someone that gives and gets feedback at certain points, and the better you are giving it, the better people will be at giving it back and also receiving it. You should never look at a piece and say, that's dumb. That does not help the writer in any way. But what you can do is you can look at a piece and you can be like, I don't think that works. Here's why. I don't understand this part. Can you make it should be more clear. You need to give direction when you give feedback. And I will do my best to be a leader by exemplar. I will not always tread the path of the noblest noble, but I will do my best. But anyway, keep that in mind, okay? Okay, there's my speech. It went longer than expected, but you know, that's how we do. Let's get back to the bar.
On with the show.
All right. So,
a good speech.
It was okay. Boom. We have a wheel for tonight. Where are we starting? Let's see. Should we start with the old man? I think we'll start with the old man tonight. We never start with the old man. The wandering love. The searcher, the archivist, you know?
In my head, this is exactly what that one briefly glimpsed NPC from Blight looks like.
Say that again?
In my head, this is that one NPC from Blight.
Oh yeah, the old guy. Yes.
The old guy.
Yes, yeah. the puttering ancient arcanist.
You're not supposed to be down here.
yeah. Also, where will the link with the timestamps be put in the Discord? I'm gonna be honest with you. I do not. Cloaked. Thank you for joining, being a very cool, pretty cool member. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Very kind of you for the support. I don't timestamp these shows. They are timestamped by the kindness out of the hearts of strangers. But they usually post the timestamps in the Review on Stream channel. And then sometimes people post them as timestamps in the YouTube videos also as comments. So in the last couple ones, you can see them all in the comments as well. All right, enough lollygagging. Oh, Olivia, you're out of here? See ya, Olivia. Have a good one. Let's spin the wheel. Oh. You're flying. I'm about to be on a train. Quincy!
Oh boy, we're starting with Quincy, huh?
I wonder if it's Quincy Adams.
Probably, yeah. The founding father? I feel like that's probably what he'd be up to these days.
Oh, you're going to have a lot of thoughts before I even read this, Patrick.
Oh, boy.
You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm just going to read the intro first. 7-phase boss I made as a final send-off for an epic party, epic level party with heroes level 20 plus epic boons. Meant to be chased down across multiple sessions and shipped away across many encounters.
Oh, that's interesting.
I immediately have some thoughts.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a dive into this bad boy. I'm gonna say something right now before we read it, though. Before we even dive in, I'm gonna give an assumption feedback. You ready for this?
Right. Yeah, hell yeah.
If the intention is for this fight to last over several encounters, over several sessions, that I think in theory probably will also have different vibes and flows, why would you make that a stat block? Why would you not just build that out like an adventure, each with its own section and segment? I feel like you would have much more reasonable pacing there. You know, like if the goal is for the bad guy to survive to a certain point, what if he doesn't? And also, we're going to look at the stat block, but it's actually not as much of a stat block as I imagined it would be for what was described, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
It's not a crazy long stat block. Huh. Okay, I'm very curious now, because I was expecting like a 20-page stat block when I saw a 7-stage monster.
Yeah, I wonder what they mean by stages then, right? Like, how is that delineated here?
I'm not sure. Let's
just read it. Yeah,
let's just read it, and we'll figure it out. It's a medium undead creature named Morganus, the Wanderer of Galaxies. That's a fun name. I do like wandering. Cool. I like galaxies. It's got a fly speed of 75. You probably should give it a walk speed too. Yeah. It has 20 AC. It has 667 hit points. Why not just give it 666 at that point, you know?
Yeah, right.
Let's see. What's its weakest? Its strongest stats are con and wisdom and intelligence, and its weakest one is strength at 18, which I feel like is a reasonably weak strength actually for a 20 level plus epic. You're fighting the gods. I feel like that's actually not.
Yeah,
I don't think it needs a low stat, like lower than that.
No, God, no.
Is it proficient in every saving throw? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is. I probably would not make it proficient in every saving throw. Yeah. I feel like that is a little unnuanced. It's sort of like in the same way that if the monster is good at everything equally, there's nowhere to play. So I feel like it would be okay, especially if it has like a 10. It has a plus 10 already in con or intelligence. I don't think it necessarily needs to be proficient in one. Like it would still have a plus 10 to that save. That would still be very reasonable. But I would pull proficiency out of a couple things there.
Is that proficiency bonus correct?
They have it at plus 9. I have no idea for CR30 monsters. This is CR28, and I think CR30 monsters have a plus 10, so plus 9 is probably accurate.
So I got to double check my sources here, but I think this is from the DMG. It looks like CR9s get CR30s get a prof bonus of 9, CR28s get a prof bonus of 8.
Oh,
Let me
so
see
they
if I
should
can
get
find the link.
Okay, so this I trust you. I need no link. So they should have it. Yeah. So fix your math. All right, let's look at it. It's.
I thought it should have been higher, but here we are.
It has limited magic immunity. This is exactly the same that the Rakshasa gets. It's immune to magic below level 6. It can do a bunch of magic. What intelligence is it? Spell save. At will, it can counterspell Circle of Death, Cone of Cold. And then once every 6 months, 6 months, it can, if it's reduced to 0, it immediately gains all their hit points back and recharges their legendary armor and a bunch of stuff. So basically, yes?
Yeah. My first thought, just real quick side thought, counterspell at will is not fun.
True.
Anything
it's 6 times per month, not once every 6 months. Excuse me.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. So I guess that is how you would write that. Yeah.
So yeah. I just misread that. And then it has legendary mage armor, which is 6 times a day. The first 6 times it loses hit points every day. It does not lose hit points. And then it has legendary fervor. When a creature succeeds on a saving throw that it imposes, they can choose to have the victim fail the save by 1 point instead. So it's basically the opposite of a legendary resistance. It's a legendary not resistance, which actually is pretty cool. So I think that depending on what
legendary
spells
fervor. That's cool.
Yeah, I think depending on what spells it has, what things it has, it can do that with. I guess it's not that much. Like, it's just, I guess we'll see what other saving throws it can do.
Yeah.
But I think it's pretty cool.
A couple of thoughts from the chat right now. The 7 phases are 6 times per month plus the first time it just resets. So I wouldn't really say that that's 7 phases so much as you are giving it an opportunity to fully regen 6 times a month.
Yeah, I don't. Is that going to be fun?
I honestly
you're fighting the same exact monster stat block 7 times.
I mean,
I guess if it doesn't use all of its features, like if you very specifically make it so it's like, this version of it will only do this thing, and this version of it will only do this thing.
I mean, we're going to keep reading and maybe that'll show up, but I genuinely don't think that's the case because it isn't organized in that way, right? Like we don't see immediate tags of like phase 1, right?
No, I see. Yeah, if there are, they're hidden in a way that it doesn't make sense. So yeah, let's keep reading. But I'm going to say that probably is going to be feedback that I feel strongly about regardless of what the features are. Yeah. I don't think you should make players fight the same monster 7 times as the final boss. If you want to make them fight it 7 times, make it change over those 7 times. You know, do
absolutely.
Like, this is not my final form. You know. Oh, chat, by the way, guess what you can do? Did you know that you can clip YouTube videos now to make clips? You totally should.
Fun.
There's a little dot next to the video at the bottom where you would save or like, not like, whatever. When you do the things, one of them is clip. So if I do something silly or that you think is cool, clip it. And if you do, you win a prize. The admiration of the universe. Okay, let's see what these actions are. It has twist spine. People did point out that it also doesn't have any legendary resistances, which is kind of.
I don't hate that.
No, you can just end a monster if it doesn't have legendary.
Listen, I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm saying it's an interesting. I'm saying that like the things that I have had critique about so far have been counterspell at will. I was going to say with legendary mage armor 6 times a day, just being able to nullify hit points. It feels like you're just making them not play the game in a way that legendary resistances to me feel like you're making them not play the game. And you could think about baiting them out in that way, especially the limited use of legendary mage armor. But I'm a big fan of things that make more stuff happen, not less. So I think legendary fervor for legendary resistance trade-off is maybe not a balanced one, but it's an interesting.
Yeah, the thing is, I kind of agree with what Philip is saying, is that there are certain spells and abilities that make legendary resistance kind of a necessary evil.
I think that's probably fair, but I applaud the effort.
Yeah. All right, let's keep reading. Twist Spine. Morganus reaches for a creature within 5 feet and plunges his left arm into their body, phasing through their exterior and wrenching at their skeleton from within. This attack hits unerringly and deals necrotic damage equal to half the victim's current hit points, plus, I would say half their current hit points, plus 10d10 psychic damage. 2 things. 1, if you're ever doing something like this, where you're putting monster stat numbers, 10d10, you got to put it in parentheses and put the average next to it. So the average of 10d10 is 55, for example. An unerring
that's
attack.
55 plus current hit points.
It's 55 plus their half their current hit points is how much damage.
What size is this creature?
Medium.
Oh, okay. That's less egregious then.
It's only one action. This creature gets one action if they use that feature.
Oh. And everything else is on a pretty aggressive recharge. So they may only have that
It's
one
gonna
action.
be so. I feel like it's gonna be 2/1 note.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's an intense note, don't get me wrong, but like...
And it's not that fast for... It's Fly 75 is not that fast if its only attack is a touch attack.
Yeah.
You know?
There's some teleportation that we're about to get here.
But all that's on recharge. You could kite this thing really easily.
Yeah. Especially with the legendary
Cone of Cold and
resistances.
Circle of Death. Oh, that's true. It does always have those two. It's a good point. Good point. Okay, let's look at the other features. Sightsee, recharge 6. Morganus teleports himself and any amount of hostile creatures, willing or otherwise, to a random layer of his creation. Once they use this ability to go to one layer, they cannot use it to go to the same layer again until one month has passed. So I guess this is their way to like pull you to different levels that you're fighting it in, which is I think interesting, but I almost feel like you don't need a mechanic for that if it's going to be so narrative a thing. Unless there's like a combat reason, like a combat strategy reason for this to be in the stat block. This feels like it could just be a narrative thing.
Right, especially because like you can't save against it. There is no limit to how many creatures. It is on a recharge 6, but like this is such a big thing that are you really going to be doing it multiple times in single round, you know, kind of,
or even if they are like why can't they just keep doing it? What's the reason why, you know what I mean? It doesn't like
right. If you're going to do it twice in a minute, why can't you just do it every turn, right? Like what is the point of limiting the recharge?
Like are you going to let this boss end without going to all of these layers because it rolled a 3 instead of a 6? I don't know. Think about it.
Yeah.
All right, and then it has Death Ray. It releases a powerful beam of negative energy. Does 300. This is basically the exact same as the Stink Cow. What's that monster called?
Yeah, God, I don't remember, but yeah.
There's a monster that has a Death Ray that has this feature where it deals a bunch of damage, and then it automatically does like a bunch of... Catablepus. So this is basically the Catablepus Death Ray, but like tuned up to 11. I love the Catablepus Death Ray, so I think giving it to a monster is totally fine. I do want to point out that this is also a single target effect, so like, you know, not the strongest.
Oh, this is, I mean, compared to always hits half your hit points plus 10 psychic damage, 12d12 necrotic damage on a con save is nothing.
Yeah.
At 300 feet's pretty good.
I just mean in general, this thing still feels like it has a pretty weak action economy. Like
I mean, it's got one of these per turn, man. Like, yeah.
Yeah, like it's choosing one thing to do per turn. And then it has Bamboozle. It can teleport to a random location within its eye line. That's fun. And teleports one hostile creature, willing or otherwise, to his previous location. They must make a DC con saving throw or take 8d8 psychic damage. Another thing that I want to point out is that there's a bunch of features that this thing have that don't require attack rolls or saving throws. And while I think that can be interesting in some circumstances, if you make too many features do that, you're kind of negating the point of a lot of character features in a way that might feel annoying for the final fight. Like, I feel like in the final fight, the players should be getting to show off all of the power of themselves. So, like, if, for example, you have a Paladin who's, like, figured out how to get his AC up to 27 or something crazy like that,
right.
Do you really want his final fight to be against a monster where its attack negates what their AC is? I don't know. It feels like you're pulling power away from the players in a way that might not be fun.
I just had a really interesting thought connect for me here. Mm-hmm. This feels like a Souls boss. This thing has such limited movement and such limited reach and such such aggressive limits in its action economy that I would imagine that you are by and large supposed to memorize the attack pattern.
I see that. I also think that actually speaks to the action economy thing even more. Like, if you look at a game like Elden Ring is a difficult game, but as soon as you summon a bunch of wolves, even if they're really shitty wolves, and you have 6 creatures fighting one monster, it gets super easy.
And I think this is kind of in that same universe. As soon as you sort of know what you're up against and you flood the action economy against it, I don't know if that's supposed to be what it feels like, but that's what it would feel like.
I think all of these features are fine. Everything so far feels more like a legendary action or like a layer action, though, than action economy that the monster would have. Like, I like all the special moves. I think they're really cool, but I think it needs more things they can do more actively. And I think that I just don't think I want to do this fight 7 times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't see them. That is something that I think is my resounding point of feedback here, which is like, why? Why am I fighting this thing 7 times? What is narratively interesting about that? What is mechanically interesting about that?
It also has its legendary action basically allows it to end any negative effect affecting it, and it becomes immune to that effect for 3 rounds. So that's how it gets around
kind of
legendary resistance.
Yeah.
It's just better legendary resistance.
And different, which you get potentially
it's
a
its
little
only
bit of
legendary action, so it can't use them for anything else anyway. So
well, yes, but it does only have 3 per round.
Yeah, but it can just do that. It can just do that every round on the turn before its turn.
No, I mean 100%. And so you're not going to really necessarily pop it out of the action economy, but you still get I think it interacts in a different way than legendary resistance.
I guess in theory you could hit it with like a hold person or something, and then have a couple turns of players getting to take advantage of that before the end of okay. So I see that. Okay. Overall, I think it's not like a badly designed monster. I just don't think it's going to work well as a 7 times fight. And I think that with this action economy, it's going to be a little bit bamboozled. And I think that some of the powers that it has are less fun. They're like the legendary mage armor, things like that. Mythical unyielding. Both of those features are very good. Like a bad guy would want to have those features. It would be really cool. But I actually don't know how fun they would be for the players.
And that's, I think, the thing that you've got to remember is that you're designing this to be an experience for the players at your table, not necessarily a thing that benefits the fictional character represented by the stat block.
Yeah.
Right.
Pauline says limited magic immunity plus innate counterspell plus legendary defiance seems like a very uninteractive combination. And I agree.
That's exactly what it is. The whole thing sort of reads as this thing isn't doing a lot. And it's not letting you do a lot. It's sort of shutting down interaction by and large.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting idea, but I feel like it needs a little bit more if you want it to be fun over multiple encounters. And I think that if you are going to have it last 7 encounters, then you can give each encounter 1 or 2 really big weaknesses. So it's like the players have to change their strategy in every fight. And maybe each fight lends to the different strengths of different characters. So it's like they get to sort of have big moments in different ways, you know? Like one of the things that we have to think about in D&D, and this is something that you and I agree on, Pat, not everyone in the world does.
Shoot your monks.
What'd you say?
Shoot your monks.
Yeah, and it's also like, what's the point? Like the point of the final boss is to have a final hurrah epic moment for the players. It's not really to kill the players. Like you want the players to really earn that victory, but you also want it to have big anime moments, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't just want to put your players up against something insurmountable and then watch them fail. Because, as difficult as the real world can seem sometimes, you are actually in control here. And if you want more information on that, go watch Cinder's most recent video, Become God. You actually have the levers of power here, right? Where you get to decide whether or not they can inevitably or eventually win. And you want to make it so that they possibly can. A big wall for them to throw themselves at is generally not as fun in practice as it is in theory.
Yeah. It's a neat idea, though. And that is all I have to say about that. Thank you very much for sharing.
Well done. Somebody just asked about Shoot Your Monks. Shoot Your Monks is an ancient fucking DM's adage that is basically take advantage of the monk's deflect missiles ability. Not all games are sort of rife with ranged combat. 5e usually has a little bit more than many of the earlier editions, but it's not everywhere. And if you play a monk and your DM never shoots you, you never get to use one of your class features. And so Shoot Your Monks is sort of a shorthand for build your game around what your players are capable of doing and excited to do. They built those characters for a reason. It is as much your job as the DM as someone who's responsible for a lot of the fun at the table to design to what they do.
Yeah, Shoot Your Monks is actually a very pro-monk sentence. believe it or not.
Weirdly enough, yeah.
Because it's like I want to use that to deflect missiles. If I never get to, it's sort of like if you have a big secret in your backstory. If you never have a reveal on that secret in your backstory, it's kind of like it didn't happen.
Yeah, 100%. That is why, in Unbalanced Encounters, whenever I forget to put ranged enemies in a fight, I'll have someone throw something at June in a downtime episode.
Yeah, you can't kill me. I'm invincible. I wanted. This is from what is this word?
Quasar.
This is from Quasar. I wanted to make a spell affiliated with the main antagonist in my story, the evil god Bojo Wigglesworth.
You don't need to explain that name.
It's a long story.
That's a fucking great name.
It's a better god name than I've ever heard before in my entire life. Anyway,
pretty good.
Hope you're having a good stream. Yeah, it's going pretty well. It's going pretty well.
Early days yet. We'll see if we can ruin it.
Yeah, we got time. Here it is in the chat if anyone wants to take a peek. Give her a gander. Bojo's Consume Life. It's a 3rd level spell. 1 action, range touch, instantaneous. Necromancy. You touch a creature and attempt to consume its life energy. The target takes 1d6 necrotic damage plus your spellcasting modifier. If this reduces the target to 0 hit points, it dies, and you gain the following. You regain hit points equal to half of the creature's hit die times its constitution modifier. You gain temporary hit points equal to the damage dealt. Your next attack deals additional damage equal to the target's strength modifier. If the target was killed and was also a spellcaster, this does not expend a spell slot.
Oh. Huh. So let's be very clear right up front. 90% of the time, this is a 3rd level 1d6 necrotic damage.
Yeah, 1d6 plus like 5.
So at most 2d6.
Yeah.
Which is not great for a 3rd level spell if we're just focused on that as the most common use case.
Yeah, it's a finisher spell. It is a finisher spell. I think, here's what I'll say. Here's my thought. I think that for a boss, I think that this kind of feature is fine. I think for a player, it could be fine. I disagree with a core element of the design, though. I don't like how you're doing the numbers here.
Yeah, this is real fiddly.
I don't want to have to gain hit points equal to half of a creature's hit die multiplied by its constitution modifier. That seems tedious. I feel like there's probably... Essentially, what the goal of this is, you regain a good chunk of hit points is another way to think about what the goal of this is. And maybe you regain more hit points if the creature has more life. But honestly, at this point, you could, if you want it to be a big thing, I would probably just pick a number. You know, just pick a number,
or base it off half the total, half their hit totals, half their hit points. Like that's
gonna be
about. That's going to be about like 120% this number anyway, depending on the class. And who cares? What's that extra 20% doing for you one way or the other?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody said, what if you hit a multi-class
then
character?
Your dungeon master is going to be annoyed.
I've played with a number of Bard Paladins, and I would hate to have to roll that.
If they're not going to be annoyed, do you know what they're going to do? They're going to ignore this math and just pick a number.
Pick a number, right? Yeah.
The other thing that I want to say is the temporary hit points feel redundant.
Yeah, because you're regaining actual hit points.
These are both kind of doing the same thing. I understand that temporary hit points are different, but I would find something else. Make it more interesting. The other thing is I feel like the extra damage you deal equal to the target strength modifier is also kind of like out of left field. I'm not sure why we're doing that. I feel like there's a lot of ways to represent how much more damage we do. Like, what if, I don't know. It just feels weird. I think the idea here is, if I were to try to encapsulate it, is you are consuming the physical vitality
of the creature that you've killed. And right away, temporary hit points equal to damage dealt is just a complete misstep in that approach. But sapping some of its con mod, sapping some of its strength mod into an attack, I think makes some sense. They're both a little fiddly, and I think you could find clearer ways to do the numbers, but I think it makes some sense. And as I was thinking about, like, is there a third thing that this could do that is mostly just flavor that helps to reinforce this? You could do something like, if the target is reduced to 0 hit points, it dies, and you gain the following. You gain some amount of hit points based on, their maximum hit points. You gain a bonus to your next attack based on their strength mod. And then you consume their soul, and they cannot be reincarnated until you become incapacitated or something like that, right? Like, you basically lock up their vitality within you.
That's a neat idea.
But something that's very flavorful, that really sells the visualization of what's happening so that someone understands the narrative intent of this spell, and not just the mechanics that are written on the page.
I think something like this could work. I feel like, I guess I'm of two minds about it, because I feel like if you're going to give it to a boss, then why not just make it do a lot of damage also, and make it like... better, because this is the kind of gamble that I think is reasonable to give a player. It's like, okay, I'm gonna see if this works, and if it does, it'll be awesome, and if it doesn't, it'll still do a little, but it won't be that much, and I'll have lost a 3rd level spell slot. But why are you making the monster play that gamble? Like, the point of the game is I don't think that gamble is fun from the player perspective for the monster to have. They should just be able to do something like this or not, Yeah.
Honestly, this could, more than it being a spell, this could be a reaction on a monster stat block. Whenever you reduce a target to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to do the following.
That could also work. I think as a player spell, it's an interesting idea. I just think that I disagree with the way you're accomplishing the math here.
I think that's the big thing.
And I'm wondering, like, the strength, I kind of want it to be like what if it's like, I feel like a better way to, I don't know, I just feel weird that it's a spell, that it's making your magic, that's making your attacks do damage based on their strength. I feel like it would make more sense if it was like, you gain a bonus to your strength or something like that. But I don't know, that's, maybe I'm overthinking it.
I think you might be overthinking it a little bit.
I also, somebody pointed out that they like the last part. I like the last part too. I like that if there were a spellcaster, it doesn't use a spell slot. I think that's pretty cool.
I would say there might be better language around is a spellcaster. You might want to think about, like, is capable of casting spells, or something that is just a little bit more robust, because, like, am I a spellcaster? Somebody said, am I a spellcaster if I'm a 3rd caster, like the Eldritch Knight? In that vein, am I a spellcaster if I can cast spells based on a feat, like Fey Touched? Am I a spellcaster if I can cast spells based on my race, like Earth Genasi?
Also, it shouldn't be an automatic hit. Right now, it's an automatic hit. That's a really good point. Who pointed that out?
Oh, that also helps to explain the really low damage.
Yeah, it shouldn't be an automatic hit. There's got to be an element of risk-reward here.
Yeah, I think a melee spell attack is absolutely fair, and if you want to bump the damage in response to that, that's probably also reasonable. Somebody else has said upcasting is free if you cast it on a spellcaster. Presumably, you'd have to have the spell slot available, and it's only up to 5th. But if you did, it wouldn't consume the 5th level spell slot.
I think you could upcast it beyond that. It's just showing you the progression. I don't think that means it's limited to 5th level.
Well, then yeah, I mean, as long as you have a 9th level spell slot, you could just cast this at 9th level for free.
Yeah, so, I probably... Well, it has to kill so long as it drops the spellcaster, assuming that does that.
Yeah, but if this is a boss, the DM's going to know whether or not that's going to happen.
Yeah, I guess right now it's sort of sitting between a player feature and a boss feature, and I think you got to pick a lane.
Yeah, there are some spells that work better as DM tools, but they're few and far between, and they have a tendency to be far more narrative than mechanical in this way. They tend to be things that, kind of vastly manipulate terrain, or things in that, kind of vein. They don't really... Most of the damage dealing ones are pretty player focused.
It's a neat idea, though.
Yeah.
Bojo Witherswood.
What a good fucking name, though. Jesus.
All right, thank you, Quasar. An interesting idea for a alternative vampiric touch type spell.
Yeah, I'm into it.
Ooh, Zach the Lit. Oh, Zach the Lit. Folks that are asking how to submit homebrew, you can't for tonight, unfortunately. Tonight it is all full. But in the future, I post every week. I post it in my Discord and in my community tab. You can find it in all those places. This is from Zach the Lit. West Rover reworks note. West Rover. I don't know what that is. Addressed the note on not having enough at 3rd level by adding a lasso feature. Gave stare down. I'm assuming it's some sort of cowboy. All right, let's just dive in.
We love a cowboy.
What the West Rover is. You guys, I appreciate that you assume I remember things, but I remember nothing.
The West Philadelphia Rover.
Born and raised on the playground is where it spent most of its adventuring time. West Rover. Pity the poor fool who crosses the Ranger of the West. Did I post it in chat? I'll post it again.
Yeah, you got it.
The West Rover is what passes for authority in the wild, lawless frontier with a deadly weapon on their hip and the skill and will to use it. They command a fear-driven respect in their peers that grants them unique influence over the fate of their fledgling communities. This is a cowboy ranger. A yeehaw!
I mean, I'm into this flavor text. Straight away, like,
you're gonna like.
good.
I think you're gonna like the spells.
Yeah.
The spells are Compelled Duel, Find Steed, Haste, Dominate Beast, and Hollow.
Remind me what Hallow does, because the rest of these are excellent.
I think Hollow makes, like, Holy Ground.
Yeah, let me double check real quick, because I think that's right, but that might be a little bit of a miss for me.
I think they said they mentioned it, and said they didn't know what to put in it.
I see. Yeah, I think Hallowed does a lot, and none of it seems particularly relevant.
Yeah, you might want to find another 5th level spell there.
I'm trying to think if I know of one just off the top of my head. I think Find Greater Steed is a 5th level spell, but you're already kind of hitting that note, so maybe not that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I like the rest of them though. The rest of them are fucking great.
Rawhide. Control Winds, maybe? I don't know. No.
Yeah, 5th level's kind of weird. I run into this a lot when I'm doing Rangers and Paladins for stuff, where it's like 5th level is really where spells get.
I mean, Hold Monster is not bad.
It's not. Holy Weapon is also, like, depending on the direction, you get some blinded, you get some radiant damage. You could kind of feel that out. There's probably not going to be anything that is absolutely perfect, but you can make an argument for a lot of stuff, including stuff like Hold Monster, Legend Lore. I feel like Hallowed is
maybe also.
Yeah, Steelwind Strike could be it. You could skin it as a gunslinging. I don't think Hallowed does it. I think Hallowed is big, complicated, very holy feeling. Conjure Volley is actually probably right.
Somebody said I think that's a 4th level, not 5th.
Conjure Volley might be real good.
Yeah, could work. All right, let's look at Big Iron, 3rd level. You gain proficiency with firearms and tinkerer's tools, and you gain a unique signature firearm. Your signature firearm has the following properties. Does 1d10 piercing damage at a range of... It's basically a heavy crossbow, the way that it's written.
With reload 6 and misfire 1.
Yes. If it's lost, you can return it to your hand as a bonus action by using a spell slot. And if it is destroyed, it returns broken and must be mended out of combat at the quarter cost of the firearm. You got to probably put a time limit on how long it takes to rebuild it. When you reach 7th level, your signature firearms attacks become magical. Okay. Let's see what else we get at 3rd level.
I will say that right away you are pigeonholing this subclass into games where the standard kind of optional firearm rules are being played. Not a problem, just worth being aware of.
Yeah, it's a good point. Although I do also think there's an element, because of the way it's written, there's an element of it being like a magical summoned gun, so it could exist in a gun-free world.
For sure, but I don't think the problem is verisimilitude here. I think the problem is, like, are you playing by the ammo reload misfire rule?
Got you.
Which I find to be awful. But some people like them, so it's a personal preference thing, and you're just committing to that rule set.
Yeah. Okay. Lasso. You gain a lasso. When held in one of your hands, your lasso
So
allows you to
straightforward.
grapple a large or smaller creature within 30 feet of you using a dexterity athletics check.
Oh, interesting. Dex athletics.
When a creature, I'm gonna say something here. I also think if you didn't want to do it that way, there also could be an argument for it being a sleight of hand or an acrobatics check, because there's an element of that to the lasso.
I would also say
I
that
like
you
it
could
being
just
an
give them
athletics check, though.
you could just give this thing. We'll keep reading, but my immediate impulse is like, if this, unless you're giving us a fair amount of additional third level feature, I don't see why it would be a problem to just like let you grapple someone for free with this thing with an escape DC based off of your dex. Grapple's not that powerful.
Prince Quincy, the guy who wrote the big scary boss that we said, said that their bad guys beat it in 3 encounters instead of their players beat it in 3 encounters instead of 7.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what this lasso does. When a creature grappled by your lasso attempts to escape the grapple, you use your dex athletics to oppose their escape check. If a creature escapes the grapple, they destroy the lasso.
Aw.
Okay. I don't know if all that is needed other than the escape breaks the lasso. But...
Keep reading, because there's a lot more.
Okay. If your lasso is lost, you can return it to your hand as a bonus action by expending a spell slot of any level. If your lasso is destroyed, you can recreate it over the course of a long rest using 50 feet of rope. You can't have more than 1 lasso at a time. Why not? They don't seem magical. If you attempt to create a second lasso, your first will become unusable from wear and tear. Starting at 7th level, you can use 100 feet of rope to recreate when recreating your lasso to allow it to grapple creatures huge or smaller within 60 feet. I don't think this improvement should be happening at 7th level.
I also don't think any of this is necessary, right? Like, I think you should, personally, the way that I would do this is, say you can construct a lasso out of 50 feet of rope over the course of a long rest. A lasso allows you to make a dexterity athletics check, contested against a strength athletics check to grapple at 50 feet or 30 feet or whatever it is. And that's it. I don't think
it
you
does
don't
seem
need
like
to
there's
govern.
a lot of extra language in here.
Like, you don't need to govern how many lassos I have. It's rope. I can do this normally, right? If my Barbarian came to me and said, I have 50 feet of rope on my back, I would like to lasso someone right now, I would say, okay, make me a sleight of hand check, right? Like something, I wouldn't, none of this is solving a problem that you're creating a lot of problems to solve in the way that this feature is written.
Yeah. I also, in hindsight, I don't know if I feel like it makes sense. I guess, wait, never mind. Never mind. Ignore what I was going to say. Boop.
Undo.
Yeah, undo. Does this mean that creatures have to use their strength to... I guess, I almost feel like it should be a dex check to not be lassoed and then a strength check to break the lasso. Oh, it is?
It is.
Oh, it is. I'm confused by
the...
I guess I was getting a little confused by how it's written.
It's just kind of overblown, right? I would say, I would say you can simplify a lot just by treating this as a mundane item.
Yeah. You can use dex. You can use dex athletics to contested by the target's strength or acrobatics to break free, and then they have to make a strength check after that to break free. Okay, let's look at the other 3rd level feature. During the first round of a combat encounter, as a reaction. Put a com after reaction. When a creature targets you or one of your allies with an attack, you can make 1 weapon attack against them with the firearm before they attack. If the attack hits, the target takes an extra 1d8 damage of the weapon's damage type. I think this is solid. I like this.
It needs action economy. Oh, it is. It has a reaction.
It's very similar to the Gloomstalker, where they basically, in the first round of combat, instead of getting like a little bit of extra damage every round, they get a little bit more of extra damage just 1 round, which I think is fine.
Is the D8 the right number for that? Does that line up to the Gloomstalker?
Yeah. You could even, honestly, I feel like you could even improve it at higher levels. You could even maybe put a little, although I don't want to tell you to do that because I think you're already improving too much at higher levels. But I could very easily see this
The lasso does not need to be improved at higher levels.
I could very easily see this D8 becoming 2D8 at level 11, and I think that would be very reasonable. I'm into the idea overall. I guess I don't feel like the lasso. Okay, so assuming you cut all of this out, I want there to be a little bit more. I feel like you can grapple a creature at 30 feet is cool. You get a gun that is essentially a heavy crossbow that is a little bit better in some ways and worse in other ways. In this quick draw, I feel like you could. I feel like you maybe, I don't know, maybe give us a little bit more with the lasso, where you could talk about being able to, I don't know, use it like a grappling hook or something, like, you know, give us a little bit more. I think might be good here, but I don't. You disagree?
I'm kind of not of the opinion that you should be putting a lot of feature around what is effectively a mundane item that everyone has access to, and like you're already gonna be proficient, possibly have expertise in things like athletics, acrobatics, and sleight of hand.
What if it was something like this? What if instead of lasso, it was like Wrangler, okay?
Yep.
And it was like you can take, over the course of a long rest, you can take 50 feet of hempen rope and make it into one of these three sort of mundane items. And it could be like a lasso, a climbing rope, and something else. But like basically like, you know, the types of tools that you would know how to have if you were used to like hiding out in like the Rocky Mountains.
I mean, I guess my argument is like, unless it's doing something very specifically mechanical, or it's magic, I can already do that. I don't need the permission of a third level feature.
That's a good point.
Right. So like, if you're going to do something like Wrangler, maybe actually make it a little beefier, where it's like, you know, as long as you have 50 feet of hempen rope on you, creatures that you have grappled using the rope have disadvantage on their escape checks.
Yeah, something
right.
like that
give us something that is something, as opposed to just trying to list out all of the ways that I could possibly use rope as a player.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. All right, let's look at the 7th level feature, Stare Down. You gain proficiency in intimidation. If you already have a proficiency in intimidation, you gain expertise. Guy, stop writing expertise. Guys, I fucking hate when I repeat myself, and I know that I gotta do it because a lot of y'all are new, but expertise is not something you put in a subclass. Expertise is a rogue feature and a bard feature. But if you were gonna give somebody another rogue or a bard feature, you would have to write out what it did. That is the exact same here. You can't actually write expertise. You can write that when you add your when you roll these checks, you add double your proficiency bonus, which is the same as expertise, but you got to write it out. You must write it out. Is expertise just like May? I think it is, in the way that I just see it as a very common mistake, and I feel like it makes me go out of reader brain and into critique brain very quickly.
So Zach the Lit just mentioned in chat that expertise is a ranger feature, and this is a great example of why to support what Cinder is saying. No, it's not. The double proficiency bonus comes from the optional ranger feature Canny. The word expertise doesn't appear.
So if you read the feature Canny, it actually will write it out for you.
They have a very similar thing. There's just not a single word to represent that, which is stupid and frustrating, and I don't know why they did it that way. But that's what they did.
But we must learn from them, even if they're dumb.
Well, we must imitate them one way or the other.
As an action, you can force a creature that can see you to make a wisdom saving throw. There's tool expertise is an artificer feature. Yeah, but when it writes out what the feature does it say you gain expertise in tools, or does it say what it does? That's my point. As an action, you can force a creature that can see you to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, or be incapable of attacking you for 1 minute.
Oh.
Okay, you have advantage on attack rolls against creatures affected by this ability. The creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, or each time it takes damage, ending the effect on itself as a success. The target automatically succeeds on the saving throw if it's triggered by damage dealt by you. You can use this action a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. In addition, when making a death saving throw, you can choose to expend a use of this feature to stare down death itself. Make a charisma intimidation check. The result counts as your death saving throw. I like the idea of this a lot. I really like the second part. The stare down death, I think, is really fun. And I feel like it's very sort of like whimsical in the way that the Old West cowboy might be. I'm wondering if the idea of staring down a creature so that they are incapable of attacking you, if that's the way to represent that. Does that... I mean, I think mechanically the feature is interesting. I think it also is fairly balanced, because it essentially just... It doesn't stop the creature... It's not like the creature is charmed by you. They can still do everything as normal. They just have to pick a target other than you. And as soon as you target them, they can target you right back. So I think balance-wise, I feel like it's fine, actually.
Yeah.
I just feel like I'm not sure if that is... It's just not what I... Let me phrase it. It's not what I expected when I was imagining and intimidating a creature's stare down. Is this plus compelled duel an issue or no? That's a good question.
That would just... I think compelled duel is just disadvantage to everyone else. So this would be... It can only attack creatures at disadvantage.
Yeah, that is... I think that is... I agree. Yeah, that could be an issue. That could definitely be an issue.
It's an action and a bonus action to set up, and it's a minute if this thing doesn't make it save and doesn't take any damage. Right? Like, if it's not taking any damage,
I mean, essentially,
what
what you can... Yeah, I guess. I feel like for a first-level spell, it essentially makes for a first-level spell in a round, you can guarantee that it's going to have disadvantage if it fails these things. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's 7th level, taking your entire turn to set up a situation of it has disadvantage on attacks and you have advantage on it, and it can only take disadvantage. Like, at 7th level, a bonus action and a spell slot as a ranger to give you probably a round or so of disadvantage on attacks is not outrageous.
Looking in with Victor asks, does canny plus a rogue dip mean you can gain proficiency ×4? No, it does not. They do not stack. And I think that is actually a part of why they're written the way that they're written, is because they are not intended to stack.
You can add your proficiency bonus twice, is the specific language.
Yeah, it doesn't...
So you can't add it 3 times, you can't add it 4 times.
It's sort of like how you have 2 different... If you're a barbarian and a monk, you don't add the 2 different unarmed defenses together, you pick one. So the canny proficiency bonus and expertise proficiency bonus do not stack, but you can get 4 different double proficiency skills. Yes,
you can get a shit ton.
You can become a skill monkey easy.
I have played a number of rogue bards that juggle that specifically.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty neat 7th level feature, though.
I like it. Honestly,
I dig it for the most part.
Thinking it through, and I know somebody was concerned about the compelled duel, but I actually think that's a really nice little bit of synergy. So if that was intentional, I think it's good. I think it works. If it wasn't, lucky break.
Yeah, I like it. It's very flavorful. It kind of reminds me of the Fey Wanderer. They get like a weird anti-charm feature.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at the Spirit of the West, 11th level. You know the Spirit Guardian's spell. Oh, you should make this italics when you say Spirit Guardians. It doesn't count against the number of ranger spells you know, and you can cast it without material components. You can also cast it once without a spell slot, and you regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. When you cast the spell, the spirits appear as legendary West Rovers who came before you, circling you in on their trusty steeds. Whenever you start casting a spell, you can modify it so that it doesn't require concentration. If you do, the spell's duration becomes 1 minute for the casting. Why are you putting this extra thing here? I feel like free casting a Spirit Guardians...
It's pretty good.
It's pretty much all you need. I think you could maybe make an argument for changing it in some way to make it a little stronger, but I don't think I would just completely drop this part. I'm not sure where this comes from.
I would say, because the one thing that's catching for me, because I agree with you, the one thing that's catching for me is that it doesn't feel crazy thematic. Like, I have seen a number of homebrew subclasses that give you spirit Guardians at around this level because it's just a good spell. I love the little thing about like legendary West Rovers on their steeds. I think that's cool. If you want to buff it a little more, maybe give it a casting range of touch instead of self. So you can cast this on someone else.
It's an interesting idea.
Just something to like push the vibe a little bit further, right? Because Spirit, like, you get Spirit Guardians and you're good at it is mechanically real good, but not maybe the most evocative.
Matt Thornton says, when do you ever need more than a minute of Spirit Guardians?
That's a good question.
Well, I'll tell you when I've needed it before. When the Dungeon Master myself being the Dungeon Master, did a bad job of planning an encounter and the fight lasted too long. Then they needed 10 minutes because I did a bad job of balancing the encounter.
That's also really impressive, making a combat encounter last more than like a minute.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Early days, friend. It was in early days. It was early days. It was early
we know how
days.
it goes.
Early days. Forehead.
We got 96 people watching right now, which
as
is
soon as you said that,
nice.
it dropped to 90. Stop giving them any love. They don't need it. They don't want it. If you shine a light on them, they scurry.
Yeah, I mean, true.
Yeah, they're like sensual cockroaches. I want them, though, so they're the opposite of cockroaches. Okay. All hail the forehead. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, 10 minutes can definitely last 2 encounters in a dungeon, for sure. Good cockroaches. Yeah, like that guy, what's that movie called? Joe's Apartment? I don't have any spiders anymore. I have one little guy, but he literally just sits in one spot. He doesn't do any interesting. I was about to say I don't have any right now, but I have one. But he doesn't do anything. I've never seen him move. I mean, it might be dead. I think it's a jumping spider, but I feel like they move a lot, so I don't know. Okay, let's look at High Noon. High Noon. Stand. I think you just call it High Noon, right?
Yeah.
Drop stand. When you use your quick draw feature, you can make ranged weapon attacks until you miss an attack roll or have to reload your weapon. Only the first attack that hits deals an extra D8 damage. If more than one attack targets the same creature, your attack rolls against that creature will receive a penalty that increases. I would say you make those attack rolls with a penalty of 2 that increases by an additional 2 after the first attack or whatever. Don't say will receive, just say are made with.
That's I like the vibe of this feature quite a bit, but
it's very similar to the Hunter Ranger's 15th level feature.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
The Hunter Ranger, people forget about the Hunter Ranger, but not me. We do. I remember everything that's ever existed in the whole of time and space. They have a feature called, actually, I think it's called Volley. It's their 11th level feature. Oh, that's the 11th level feature. Interesting. They can make a ranged attack against any number of creatures within 10 feet of them. Within 10 feet of a point they can see within their weapon's range. So it's a little bit better. The one thing that I'll say is I don't like it being on the same range of your gun. I don't like it being a range of 100 feet. I feel like you gotta close that distance a little bit somehow. You could make it like Volley, where you pick an area, or you could make it like a cone, or you could just make the range smaller, make it 30 feet for this feature because it's like you're spinning around shooting everyone.
You could also make it so that the next creature has to be within a certain number of feet of your original target. So you have 100 feet on the first shot, and then you can only move 10 feet to the next target, right? So you have to stay within a close range of the actual initial target.
Mm-hmm. I like it though. The other option that I would put if you were going to do a something different than High Noon, first of all, I don't think it needs to be tied to your quick draw. I would just make it a once a day thing. I would just make it a once a day feature. That way, I think you should be able to do it in the middle of combat if you want. I feel like, especially if you make it where there's a limited range on it so that you can position yourself to do that, because you don't really choose when you roll initiative. So you could very easily be in a not ideal position to use it. But that, again, is if you want to limit it in range. Overall, dude, I think this is pretty solid. I feel like there's a couple places for you to build it out. I think that the 11th level feature works, but I also think it's not necessarily answering all the calls. So I think you could play around here. I think this needs a little work. And I think that Pat and I both agree that the third, something just feels off. The lasso in idea is fun, but it doesn't feel like a feature. It feels like an item almost.
And an item with a new rule set around.
And Big Iron kind of feels like an item too. Maybe
right.
that's what the dissonance is that two of these features feel more like items than features.
Yes, which I don't mind the gun being a feature. Like, I don't mind one of those, especially something where other features are going to rely on it. But, like, I could just pick up rope, right? Like, if I'm going to play this class, I'm going to have a lasso, and I'm just going to ask my GM to, like, let me do things with it. And you're not really giving us anything here that's mechanically toothsome enough that I couldn't do it without it.
Dean says, "Hey Cinder, it's a long story, but how would you deal with a wizard with 26 intelligence? He was balanced before, but removed all his restraints through a lucky draw on the deck of many things." That is a hard question to answer, because if you are including the deck of many things in your game, then you're sort of saying, how do I balance a boat? How do I make a boat float, but I'm also letting my players shoot it with missiles the whole time? If you're putting the deck of many things in your game, then you shouldn't be trying to balance it, is the answer.
Let it go buck wild and then just give your players stuff to be able to
If one player now has 26 in intelligence and everyone else is really weak, that unfortunately is the kind of stuff that happens when you play with a deck of many things. And if your players are not interested in that and it's not fun for them, then you should just talk to them about it and be like, hey, this isn't fun, so we're going to change this. And if that player's like, oh man, I earned this, then be like, okay, I'm sorry, I fucked up, and just apologize to them for fucking up. I don't know what to tell you, man. You can't throw in items like a deck of many things and expect things to be balanced. It's not gonna happen.
Thank you very much, Zach the Lit. That was a very fun subclass.
Listen, Zach the Lit is a champion. He's
Clearly.
Here's what I'll say about Zach the Lit. Zach the Lit is not one of the oldest members of our little community, but he is a very active one. And I appreciate that very much. This is Molly Mock, your favorite character from Critical Role. Patrick, your favorite character from Critical Role.
Is it?
Yeah. This is the first homebrew I ever made, and I made this on mobile, so I'm sorry if the format is janky, and I hope the link works. Oh my god. I hate when people do that. That's a great way to make me be like, oh boy, what am I about to get myself into? All right, here it is, guys. Post it in chat. Post it twice.
Oh, there you go.
All right. I mean, format doesn't look janky. It looks fine. Why are you trying to set me up to be worried?
Oath of Chaos. All right.
Oath of Chaos, Paladin. No flavor text. Perfect.
I mean, beautiful. No notes.
The spells are Bane, Chaos Bolt, Crown of Madness, Pyrotechnics, Counterspell, Enemies Abound, Confusion, Compulsion, Animate Objects, and Mislead. Honestly, the spell list seems pretty good to me.
Pretty sold. Counterspell, take it or leave it, but the rest of them seem great.
Yeah, I think it's all...
I gotta jump in because Mollymog, I
gotta jump in because Tradosio just gifted 5 subs. Thank you, Tradosio.
5 subs.
A champion. A master. I appreciate the support very much. Sorry, Patrick, I interrupted you. I just show some love for the support.
So important that we show love for the support, because otherwise no one will give Cinder money, and then he'll end up in a Victorian orphanage.
I've already been there, and I don't need to go back. They made a whole movie about it. This guy wouldn't give me enough soup. This lady tried to indoctrinate me into the bureaucracy. They made a song. It was not good. Okay, continue though.
My first major D&D 5e campaign that I ran ended with one of my player characters dying, and in the finale coming back as an NPC that we had alluded to but never really seen, that ended up being a homebrewed Paladin subclass called Oath of Chaos that was wild magic oriented. So you have my heart on this one.
I think it's a thing that we yearn for. You know,
It is.
Paladins
It
are like
is.
the most straight-laced, uppity subclass. So whenever we're making brew, a lot of the time I think we're like, how can we corrupt this delicate angel? You know, how can
we've
we
got
build
some other
something
people.
that dances that dance? Yeah.
100%.
Just because I'm going to say something. Just because it's very common. Just because it's very common doesn't mean it's a bad idea at all. But it does present a new challenge, which is, and I think it's a good challenge to be honest with yourself about, which is that if you're making something that you know, or even if you don't know, a lot of people have made before. If you don't know, this is hard to do, but if you do know, it's much easier to be aware of because of knowledge, etc. But if you're making something that 30 people have made before you, the question you have to ask yourself is what makes mine unique enough to merit existing? Which is like a harsh question, but it's like a good one. Because if it's been done 30 times, then you want to make sure the way you're doing it isn't the same way that people have done it 30 times before you, you know? Okay, let's look at the but yeah, I think the spell list is pretty solid. I don't really have any thoughts. I think that animate objects, I get why it's there, but I think there might be some other chaosy stuff that you could put there, but I'm into it.
I think it's fun. It lends a little bit of Disney-ness to it.
That's true. It does. The like, things are alive. It's wild. It's magic. Okay. As an action, pushed to our favor, channel divinity. As an action, you target up to 3 allies, possibly including yourself. I don't know if that's the right way to say that, but I think that's also fine. They each get to roll on your beneficial table. I would, if you call this a beneficial table, oh, I see. You have wild magic tables and there's 2. Beneficial and chaos table.
I would reorganize this just to say push to favor has a table and chaotic punishment has a table. And if you reference them elsewhere, just reference them as your push to favor table or your chaotic punishment table. Like just put them in the channel divinities, because the channel divinities are just 3 people get to roll on this table. That's all they do.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because that's what this is. 3 people roll on this table. And then the chaotic punishment is 3 people make a spell save or they roll on the bad table. Let's look at the good side. Target gains resistance to acid, fire, cold, or acid for 1 minute. How is that picked?
Their choice, probably.
You got to write their choice or a D4 or whatever. The target regains... Yeah, D3. D something. Target regains HP equal to your largest smite damage die, minimum of 1d8 and a maximum of 5d8. First of all, your minimum smite die is 2d8. You silly goose! You silly goose! You can't make a 1d8 smite. How are you going to make a 1d8 smite? You going to use half a spell slot? Sorry.
Also, is the maximum of 5d8?
It just is your maximum spell slot.
Largest smite.
That's what they mean.
Dice.
Like if you have access to 2nd level spell slots, you can make a 3d8 smite or a 4d8 smite.
I think you should figure out how to reword this, because it's also not largest smite damage dice, because the die sizes aren't increasing. No. It's the count that's increasing. It's not largest. It's like most powerful. Like just I think it's probably it would probably be easier to say 1d8 times your highest spell slot level, or 1d8 times your highest spell slot level plus 1d8. Something like that.
1d8 times your highest spell slot level is a good idea, I think.
Yeah.
You could also do 1d8 times your proficiency bonus. The target gains 1 AC for 1 minute. The target's next attack does an extra 1d8 damage. Damage type is the same as the attack being made. Okay. Cool. I would probably just make that shit radiant damage, right? You're a paladin.
Yeah. I also will say, as great as all of these are, they do not feel very chaotic.
They don't feel very chaotic.
No, they're all pretty like it's random to an extent, but it's pretty
it's
pretty straight-laced.
It's random in that it is a random table, but the randomness feels like it leaves quite quickly after that.
Yep. So that's something to keep in mind.
How would you go about? Let me ask you this, Patrick.
Sure.
How would you make it feel more chaotic?
The way that I would probably do this from top to bottom a little differently is I would probably make a D10 or a D20 table, and push to our favor allows you to pick 3 people who all will benefit from the effect of your roll on the table. And for push to our favor, you roll twice and pick which one. Actually, for both of these, you would roll twice and pick which one you want. So you effectively have advantage on the roll. Push to our favor is allies and chaotic punishment is enemies. Actually, that would probably just be... I'm thinking about this live, and my design process is very messy. But I think that this could probably just be a single... if you really want to lean into wild magic, this could be a single channel divinity where you have an element of control, but it is not predictably good.
Yeah.
And you just pick 3 creatures. And that element of control allows you to kind of lean in the slightly better or slightly worse outcome.
Something that could work.
But I do think that we are about to get pretty much the opposite of the benefits
We
table.
are. This is the bad one is they get vulnerability to a damage type. Number 2, they get entangled as via the entangle spell. They forget its current objective for a minute or until they are attacked, or they become charmed for an hour or until they are attacked by you or an ally.
2 and 3 on this table are pretty good. I think those are definitely more vibey for wild magic.
I think the idea is interesting. I wish they felt weirder. That's the only thing. It's like, I feel like if we're doing wild magic, we're doing chaos. I don't even mind the splitting them up into 2 tables.
Yeah.
And doing like a good table and a bad table. But like, I would encourage looking at like the Wild Surge Barbarians table. Its table is all good stuff, but like, they are intentionally weird. And like, if you're going for wild magic,
you want
weird. Like, this table has things where it's like it's summoning flumps and they explode in random directions, or suddenly your weapon becomes throwable, or you shoot a beam of lightning and blinds people randomly. Like they are all really different feeling. These are all really different in practice, but what they do feels like fairly ordinary buffs. It's like a damage resistance, an AC boost, a damage boost, healing.
And I would say that Name in the chat just said wild magic is one of those things that needs some weirdness. I'd recommend some random neutral effects. That is exactly what's missing from here, which is why my brain immediately went to try to not have duplicate tables, try to figure out a way to manage one table, because then you could have a bigger table.
Yeah, I also like ideas like what Dragoness said. The target's weapon turns into a bouquet of flowers for 1d4 rounds. That's some good wild magic right there.
Definitely. I like that quite a lot.
But yes, I see what your point is that there needs to be an element of things that are situationally good or bad, but also just are happening.
Yes, yeah, right. And you just need room for that to breathe, right?
So
like
here's what you could do. You could have, this is what I would do. If we were going to combine these ideas, I would have a D12. I would have a 12 spot table. I would have 4 good things, 4 bad things, and 4 neutral things. And I would do what you suggested, Pat, where basically your channel divinity allows you to target up to 3 creatures, and you can choose whether or not they roll the table at advantage or disadvantage. And then you build the table so that the lower things are bad and the higher things are good. So you can give your allies advantage or in the enemy's disadvantage. I think that would be
that's actually good. If you're willing to commit to positional kind of benefit there, where the higher numbers are better for the outcome, you could just do advantage and disadvantage.
I gotta say, it's very confusing to me that there is an oblivious Naga, because all the Naga in my experience are like their like whole existence is built around like paying attention and like keeping secrets and being the guardian of when people are ready for knowledge. That's like what a Naga is about. Is like a Naga is a keeper of knowledge, and they are basically the decider of when people should get that knowledge. So being an oblivious one, that's got to be stressful.
Yeah, I mean, you're like the one, right? Bearing that.
Anyway,
torch.
what's up, Oblivious Naga? Nice to see you. It's going pretty well.
Howdy, howdy.
Let's look at 7th level. Aura of Chaos. You gain this aura at 7th level. I would just... I'm going to ignore... We're not going to address your layout because you wrote this on your phone and you didn't spend any time on the layout, so I'm not going to spend any time feedbacking the layout. You're going to figure it out, or if you put effort into the layout later, I'll put effort into feedbacking the layout. Aura of Chaos... you get an aura that it has a 5-foot radius that extends to 15 feet at 18th level, so it's a very small aura compared to normal ones.
Right.
When an ally is in your aura of chaos and they aren't currently affected by your beneficial wild magic table, they get to roll on it. When an enemy enters your aura, they roll in it. I think that is too strong of an aura, even for a limited range. And I would also argue now all of your features are tied to these tables, which do one of 4 things. And for a character built on chaos, that's a surprisingly lack of chaos.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
It's going to be real samey feeling a lot of the time.
Yeah. A way, so by 7th level, my take on the Oath of Chaos was way more specific to my game and not super relevant to this. So I don't have specific insights into how I have tackled this in the past. But one thing that you could do is, someone in the chat said there are no environmental effects on the wild magic tables as given. The Aura of Chaos could be a cool place to introduce those, where the area within 30 feet of you has its own current wild magic effect that maybe changes on a bonus action or changes when you get attacked, something like that.
Maybe, yeah, you could make the area around you could start to be like other environments. Maybe you roll and it becomes heavy winds. You roll and it's underwater. Stuff like that. But I don't think you should be relying on this table for all of your wild magic stuff, because this is a very limited wild magic table. This is basically a 4-option wild magic table, which is, I would argue, not wild. And then also just saying these features, I didn't criticize any of these features as being overpowered, because in my mind they were tied to Channel Divinity, which is fairly limited in use. As soon as you are giving these buffs or these debuffs to players more frequently than Channel Divinity, I would argue that you would need to tone a lot of them down. So I think you sort of got to choose, am I going to be doing way more mellow features that are happening more often, or allow them to stay kind of big and hectic but keep them tied to Channel Divinity?
And that's where I get the idea that you should probably write another table. And this one can be kind of a lot smaller because you can think about it as things that are just aura oriented. But you got to tune it to the aura.
Tune it up and tune it out. Okay.
I feel like you just turned into a radio DJ for like 10 seconds.
One of my favorite, I was referencing a Dave Chappelle skit that I liked from when I was a young man.
Okay.
Back before he was particularly, before he got old and crazy, when he was just like a young, ordinary comedian trying to cut his teeth. Okay, let's look at Controlled Chaos. You gain this feature at 15th level. Whenever there is a roll on your wild magic table, roll 2 times and pick whichever. Again, friendo, this table is already Controlled Chaos. I would completely drop this feature, come up with something new. Maybe if you build up your table a little bit more, you could tie it in something here where it's like, when you score a critical hit, you can expend use of your wild magic, or, some limited way to do it that isn't a Channel Divinity that's like circumstantial. That could work.
Maybe Divine Smite. You could tie it to your smite somehow.
I would make it tied to something that you don't have control over. I would make it tied because it's really strong. Like making a creature vulnerable to one of these basic damage types is like so powerful.
Yeah.
So I would put it out of the player's hands, or make it like a reaction based on a character missing an attack or something. I don't know.
Sure.
So I would just drop that for something new. Champion of Chaos. You can activate this ability as a bonus action. All your allies within 60 feet gain all the benefits of your benefits table, and all the enemies gain all of the negatives. That will be annoying to keep track of and too powerful. So I think, and also not at all chaotic. So I think I think for better or worse, you're back to the drawing board for 7th level, 15th level, and 20th level, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not a bad thing necessarily, because it means you have a lot of space to build. You have a lot of space to wiggle around and be like, okay, what else can I do? What new can I bring to the table? I have space to like fill out vibes and give this other things. What other things would you give it? If you want to go wild magic, I mean, look at the wild magic sorcerer. A lot of their features have nothing to do with the wild magic table. So you need some features that don't have to do with the wild magic table. The wild magic barbarian is the same way. They have two features that tie to the wild magic table. It's their 3rd level feature and their 14th level feature. Everything else is unique.
You definitely want it to be chaotic. You want it to be in that chaos space, even if it's not tied to the wild magic table. But your wild magic tables should be not your only feature.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Molly Mock. Molly Mock, I said Molly Mock was your favorite character because Molly Mock was a beloved character on Critical Role. Spoilers in 3. Spoilers for Critical Role Campaign 2 in 3, 2, 1. Molly Mock dies. They're one of the only characters that actually died ever in Critical Role. And the whole D&D Critical Role community like fell in love with them. And I, as a player who really liked that show and really liked Campaign 2, I did not ever fall in love with Molly Mock. I did not like that character that much. I never thought they were that interesting. I really liked Taliesin's next character. And I thought his next character was a lot more interesting. But people fucking loved Molly Mock, and Molly Mock was a blood hunter, and they were so obnoxiously like laissez-faire edgelord, where it's like I don't care about anything, but I'm also super dramatic, and I just didn't like them as a character. So I was projecting that onto you, in an opposite way.
All right.
They were also a blood hunter, and I don't like blood hunters.
Yeah, Blood Hunter is not a great class.
It's a perfect. You know what it is? It's a perfect example. I was actually thinking about it. I think the Blood Hunter is the perfect example of why it's good to think about if your homebrew is for your home game or for the world. Because I think the Blood Hunter works perfectly well.
Matthew Mercer, if you're listening.
No, but first of all, Matthew Mercer is a wonderful man.
Sure.
And he is the fire below why I got into all of this. I genuinely love him as a creator.
Matt Mercer's great.
If there are very few celebrities that if I met, I would be starstruck by. And I've met, not like hang out with, but like I've seen in public a couple really big celebrities before. And it was always like, hey, it's not that guy? But I've never been like, I would be fucking, my eyes would be popping out. I'd be doing the wolf thing where I'd be turning into an animal.
Look, there's Ganondorf.
Yeah, I love Matt. He's great. Okay. Boom. But the Blood Hunter feels like a class that he wrote for his home game. And it just happened to become an online one because his home game is also like the most viewed D&D game of all time.
Well, and also they like did a homebrew
thing with Vin Diesel.
Well, yes, but I was gonna say with wizards. So do
you know that after that game with Vin Diesel, there's an interview. I don't know if it's online anymore, but there's an interview where a couple of the actors are talking about how they learned so much from that game, and it's a lot of that game is why they don't really do random celebrity endorsement games anymore. Because it was the kind of thing where it was like a monstrous headache to run and not that fun.
Yeah, I've seen a handful of celebrity games.
It was like, let's show off for this celebrity and let them play, and we're all kind of here. And apparently it wasn't that fun.
It's just not fun. I don't understand. Like, I've never seen a celebrity actual play that's been any good.
I think that sometimes there's an element of what's not gimmick, but like there's an element of like kind of like I forgot the word. What's the word when something's like dumb but great?
Novelty.
Novelty. There's an element of thank you, Josh. Josh is the prize winner of my brain in this moment. There's an element of novelty to some of it. So like when Matt Mercer ran a one-player D&D game for Steve Carell, it was not D&D, but you didn't expect it to be D&D. And the novelty of that moment was amazing. And there were so many really funny parts, but they were novel funny, but everyone kind of knew it. It's like, it's not normal D&D. Like, it's literally like Matt made like a 5-room dungeon and shoved Steve Carell through it, and you were just watching Steve Carell sort of react to like nostalgia, where he's like, I haven't thought about spell slots in years. And it's like, that was cute and funny, and but like in general, yeah, they're
that is funny. That is funny.
This is from someone. This is from Ryan. This is my first attempt at a subclass homebrew, trying to balance off other monk subclasses. Y'all fucking love monks. If this thing gets reviewed, I would be very grateful. Thank you for your time. Well, I will be very grateful for you sharing it. Let's pray that you made it viewable. Oh, I'm going to pray. You guys can pray to whoever you want. I'm going to pray to Osmodius because he owes me a couple bucks. Yo, Osmodius, this better be viewable, or I'm coming for that soul early. Oh, it is. Okay, good.
Hooray.
Why is... I don't like...
Way of the Rolling River.
I gotta fix something on my screen. Way of the Rolling River is a good name, though.
Yeah, it is. We've had. I don't know if this is gonna be yeehaw, but we've had some yeehaw ass subclasses tonight, and I'm here for it.
We have. Okay, let's put this bad boy up in the chat. I got nothing wrong with monk players. I got nothing wrong with monk classes. It's just there are trends to the homebrew you guys send me, and monks are like super common. People love making monks. So I just criticize things that I have to see more of because I just assume that all of you are one collective consciousness, even though you're probably somewhat individualistic when you like boil down to just the stuff that doesn't matter. Okay. Pat, that was a secret insult. Did you notice? Monks of the Way of the Rolling River have trained to master the movements and power of the river. The relationship of these monks have with the river is one of true appreciation. Some monasteries not even having a head, but instead following the river as their guide. As expected, many differences occur from group to group with this tradition, each group following a different river, and each river is different. You mean each river is different, I believe?
Probably.
Some prefer... You're using a lot of commas when you should use periods. If you're not sure whether you should use a comma or a period, just put a period. It'll be better. Even if it's wrong, it'll be better wrong. Some prefer... You might disagree with me, Pat, but I feel like a misplaced period feels better than a misplaced comma.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some prefer a calm life, while others rush each day to match their respective rivers. First of all, I love you, but you can't say the river more than twice in this whole thing, and you say it quite a lot. So you need to quickly think of other language to say river. Chat agrees with me.
There's also some monasteries not even having a head, but instead following the river as their guide.
What does that mean? Like, what is? I can't visualize that.
The OP is playing with following being both a literal I'm walking alongside and metaphorical I am doing what they tell me to do, like that double meaning, and is not clear.
Yeah.
Right. Like you've got to finesse that a little bit more if you want to work that in, because that is a very poetic idea that is not tangible enough for people to kind of grab. Yes, it's presented currently.
I want to say a couple people have been saying some good things in the chat. Soulcatcher said, "Be water, my friend," and there's a great Bruce Lee quote about water, and you should just rip that and put it in here. What about okay, here's the problem with putting a semicolon in your piece. If you put a misplaced semicolon, you look dumb to smart people, and you look obnoxious to dumb people. If you put a semicolon in the right place, you look obnoxious to smart people and obnoxious to dumb people. So you're going to be looking obnoxious you're going to be looking obnoxious to smart people or dumb to smart people, and you're going to be looking obnoxious to dumb people either way. Either way, it's not a good look. Just trust me.
Yep. There's almost no reason for a semicolon.
Mark Twain is the only... Mark Twain, he wrote a whole essay on how much semicolons suck. It's a good essay. Go read it.
Cinder, do you know why semicolons exist?
Because people are fucking nerds.
No, it's actually the other way around. It's because they're lazy.
Oh.
Semicolons exist because we could not around I think it was the like probably 1400s or some bullshit, we could not agree on when we should use a colon versus when we should use a comma. And so people started using both simultaneously.
Oh, that's funny. There's some slang words like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, either way, let's see what this bad boy gets. Please. Okay. You have to say what level we get everything at. You don't say that here.
The rest of them do.
I know, but it still matters. Also, for the love of God, fucking full sentences, man. Here's the deal. I love you and I appreciate you sending me things. And I'm saying this to all of you. If you really want somebody to give you the time of day, you should take the time of day to format your piece and fix the little things that are not right. If you don't fix the little things that aren't right, the first thing that I'm thinking, the first thing that anyone's thinking is they didn't put the care in to fix those little things that aren't right. So it puts them off. It's like, what are you more interested in? Are you more interested in eating a meal that somebody like spent a really long time preparing, really thoughtfully, and like with a lot of intention? Or are you more interested in eating a meal where it's a little bit haphazardly put together and they forgot an ingredient? You know, it's a very similar mindset. You're always selling the idea, for better or worse. So think about that. Dynamic blows. When you take the attack action to do an unarmed strike on your turn, you can choose the damage type between bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. Each attack you take can be a different type. I think that is weird and neat. I like that feature a lot, actually.
Yeah,
I think it's cool.
Yeah, it's good. It's fine.
It's basically flavor.
Cool.
It will have mechanical moments, but very few. But it's fun flavor. I like it a lot.
It's cool. Yeah.
Flow to me. Additionally, but it's essentially the same as like you learn an extra language. It's like something like that.
Even less actually, but I like it.
Additionally, at third level, don't say may, say can. You can use a key point to cast the Shape Water cantrip, or 2 key points to cast the Create or Destroy Water. Cast those as if it was a first level spell. A 5th lever, you may upcast. At 5th level, you can upcast to a 2nd level, and at 10th level, as if it were a 3rd level. How are you upcasting it? Is it costing more key points? You need to explain what's happening. Or is it just cast at a higher level? Also, does Shape Water upcast? Does Create or Destroy Water upcast?
Yes, it does.
It does.
It's more gallons of water or more feet to your cube.
Oh, okay.
But Create and Destroy Water is a first level spell, so it's 2 key points to cast Create or Destroy Water as a first level spell. It is a first level spell.
I also feel like you should get Shape Water as a cantrip for free. It shouldn't cost key points.
Oh, 1,000,000,000%. There's no reason for you to have to spend key points as.
So what are we getting at 3rd level? This monk is not getting enough at 3rd level.
No.
It's getting a feature that's flavor. It's getting a feature that's flavor, and it's getting another feature that's flavor.
Because at the end of the day, Create or Destroy Water is sometimes useful, but that's so circumstantial. It's mostly just flavor.
So I still don't know how this monk is supposed to feel in combat. Like, by 3rd level, your monk needs to be doing 2 things really at 3rd level. You need to have a slice of the flavor of its vibe in the world. You don't need a big slice. You just need a slice. You know, this could be.
Flow to me is good for that.
What'd you say?
Flow to me is good for that, right? Like you get a little bit of spell casting that's all around water manipulation.
Yeah, I think flow to me is yes, I agree. I think the key point distribution's a little off, but I think it's fine.
Agree.
Dynamic blows is half a feature. But we're missing a core. Like, I don't know if this monk is how they're supposed to fight, how they're supposed to play. For example, the drunken monk, their flavory feature is that they get brewing supplies and they're good with them. Their mechanics feature is that when they use Flurry of Blows, they can move and disengage. Basically, immediately I'm like, oh, this guy is like dipping in and out of combat. I get that. If I look at the Way of Mercy monk, at 3rd level, you get a weird mask, and it's like, oh, that's fucking interesting and weird. All right, doesn't really do anything. That's cool. And then you can use key points to either hit things really hard or heal things a little bit. Immediately, you're like, oh, okay, I know what I am. I am the giver and taker. Got it. We need to feel the feeling of this thing by 3rd level. So I don't know what that thing is supposed to be yet. We're going to keep reading it, but that's my thought on 3rd level.
Someone in the chat said redirect damage from yourself to another nearby target, and I think that's a really cool be like water type approach to that.
Yeah, that could work. Most of the time at 3rd level, the features, I mean, the design of these are fine. Most of the 3rd level features they do require key points, or they tie into Step of the Wind, usually it's Flurry of Blows, but you could tie them to other monk features. But it's a good move to do that because it makes it so they're still somewhat resource based because they're using the key points, but you're not deciding between am I using Flurry of Blows or am I using the feature. You just can do both with the same key point.
Agreed.
At 6th level, we have River's Grace. Starting at 6th level, you gain proficiency in acrobatics or performance, and performance. If you already have these, either double your proficiency with that skill or take half proficiency of the skill of your choice. Huh. That's kind of interesting too. I feel like this is the kind of thing I like this actually. I feel like taking half proficiency in the skill of your choice feels interesting. It's a level of flexibility that I wasn't quite expecting, but I mean it does fit the vibe of like be like water, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's interesting. It's like basically a little bit of jack of all trades, but it's a jack of some trades.
Jack of one trade.
Yeah. Flowing Stance. Additionally, when reaching 6th level, you learn how to move like flowing water. When initiative is rolled, you may... Don't fucking say may. You can add your martial arts die to the total. Additionally, put a fucking period after the word total. Additionally, when used to actually put a whole paragraph stop there. This is just a new feature you're talking about. So if you're putting a new feature, put an indent and a new paragraph. Additionally, when you step of the wind, you can add a roll of your martial arts die to your armor class until the beginning of your next turn. You can use this in again, grammar. Put a period. You can use this an amount of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. Okay, so at 6th level, you get acrobatics and performance, and you can add your proficiency. You can add your martial arts die to initiative and proficiency bonus per long rest. You can add your martial arts die to your AC when you use Step of the Wind. I think that those should all of those need to be tied into one resource. I don't know if that's intended or not, but this initiative roll thing should be part of the same resource as the AC boost thing. I also probably would make that AC boost only last until the end of your current turn, not until the end of the start of your next turn, because it essentially would be that against opportunity attacks, which I feel like is fitting. I feels like it's very. I mean, you could getting a plus 8 or 10 to your AC feels like a lot.
Well, what is it at 6th level?
At 6th level, it's a D6.
So you're getting up to a 6 at 6th level. I don't know. I'm unconvinced that it's not okay as it is. Mm-hmm. And I say that in part because monks are very rarely getting any sort of armor whatsoever. They rarely get anything like shields or the shield spell. Mm-hmm. There's not really a way to sort of buff it. The shield spell is basically the shield spell. Yeah. Eventually much more powerful, but you're also consuming your ki and you're limited to proficiency bonus. Mm-hmm. I would maybe make it half prof, dial it in a little bit, but I like that you get it over opportunity attacks. I think it's fine.
Okay. I accept. It feels like it might be a lot on top of giving you essentially expertise in 2 skills.
Maybe. Yes.
Like
probably.
Like this is a pretty strong class feature.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if there was a way you could sort of figure out how to tie these a little bit more, one of these to 3rd level more maybe. Okay, let's look at 11th level.
Yep.
Starting at 11th level, when a creature misses you with an attack, you can force that creature to make a dex saving throw. If they fail, the creature will take 2 rolls of your martial arts die in cold damage, and they are forced 10 feet away from you. If they save, they take half the damage and are not pushed away. Crazy Moose with the 5 more gifted. Holy moly.
Crazy
dude,
Moose.
You're out of control.
We've talked
brother.
about
You're
this.
Out of control,
We've
brother,
talked about this.
He's out of control. He's got the power. I can't stop him. He's unstoppable. And if I can't stop him, I feel like everyone else is fucked.
Yeah, certainly. Completely.
Because I'm a pretty tough guy. Okay, so what is this actually doing? This is one of those situations where your lack of grammar and sentence structure is making me like this feature less, because I need to dissect it a little bit. Okay, a creature misses you with an attack. You can use your reaction to force that creature to make a dex saving throw against your key save.
Definitely
period.
Doesn't say that.
No, but I'm saying you need to make it include your. It needs to cost your reaction to do.
Yeah.
And period. If they fail, they take damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts. They take cold damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die, and they are pushed 10 feet away from you. Period. If they save, they take half damage and are not pushed away. This cannot be an infinite use feature. This needs to cost key points.
Yeah, I think 1, maybe 2.
I think 2, at least 2. It's 2 rolls of your martial arts die and knocking them back 10 feet.
That's true. That's true. And it is. I mean, the dex save throw I think helps. But yeah, I think 2 is probably right. I'd say 3 is pushing it. And 4 is
2.
too much.
I'd make it 2.
2.
I'd make it 2. I'd make it 2. You figure you'd give around $50 on occasion? Well, I appreciate that, man. It does make a big difference. It is not a small thing in my fledgling streamer career. You'd be surprised at how much of a difference it makes. So I do appreciate it very much.
Yeah, I mean 100%. Like we are all just trying to make this bread, and
I don't know how to bake.
Yeah, y'all help it wherever you can is extraordinary.
We're trying to make this bread, and I do not know how to bake. Okay, let's look at the other one. Aspect of the rolling rivers. Starting at 11th level, you have gained many attributes of the water. You gain a swimming speed equal to your walking speed. You are unaffected by extreme temperatures as defined by the Dungeon Master Guide. Also, starting at 11th level, cold damage is added to the damage types available for your unarmed strike.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I would definitely not reference the DMG here.
Yeah.
I would figure out how to copy paste the relevant bits.
This is also a place where you should use bullet points. At 11th level, you've gained many. You have changed to adapt as water does, and you gain the following features. Bullet point 1, you gain a swim speed equal to your walking speed. Bullet point 2, you are unaffected by extreme temperatures. Bullet point 3, when you use your dynamic blows feature, you can change the damage to cold damage as well.
Yeah.
This is, I think, a fine. This is basically a ribbon feature on top of flooding power, and I think it's a fine ribbon feature.
I think they're together. I think they're okay.
Yeah, I think it's. I think this is a fine 11th level feature overall.
Yeah.
I think they work together well. There's aspects of this that I feel like you could even get lower levels if you wanted to. Rivers. Like I feel like you should be a good. If you're a monk of the river, why you got to be 11th level before you got a swim speed?
That's a good point.
Raging rivers, raging revenge. Starting at 17th level, you have learned how to harness the power of a river raging in a storm. Don't say may, say can. You can use a bonus action to enter a state of unparalleled intensity. Why does everyone give monks Paladin capstone features? I feel like the last 4 monks I've looked at get the avatar state. I don't think you should give monks avatar states as their capstone feature. I'm not a fan of it.
That's what they want the anime thing though, right? Like everybody wants monks to be. This is just a waterbender.
But what I'm saying is a monk is fundamentally different than a paladin.
No, I agree.
And the reason why a paladin avatar state works is because it leans hard into the paladin. Like paladins are designed to be Nova classes. That's like their whole shtick.
Sure.
Not paladins. What the fuck are we talking about? Monks. Monks need to be more consistent. There's so many ways that they're inconsistent, but they need that consistency. That's something that is when the difference between a monk feeling good and a monk feeling not good is when they have things that they can be doing all the time, in the same way that a rogue has things they can be doing all the time.
Yeah. I think that is also a core 5e thing, kind of generally, is that casters are the ones that are supposed to be very swingy, and marshals are supposed to be very consistent.
Like at this level, I would make stuff that dramatically increases your flurry of blows, your step of the wind, that sort of stuff, way more than I would give you avatar state. I mean, we're going to read it, but in general, I disagree with the design choice. And this is not the only piece that has done this. I feel like the last 3 monks I've looked at did the avatar state as the 17th level
people
feature.
Really want that airbender vibe, right? Like that is why people do it. They really want to lean into like monks. And I think it speaks to a design frustration with monks more generally, which is like people want monks to be the wuxia heroes with the big showstoppers and the super anime class because they are so, frankly, oriental in design. And when it doesn't satisfy that whole fantasy, people try to backstop it in this way. And I feel like that, like, it's because they try to make them these wuxia things that they probably shouldn't be.
Fair. I guess, to be clear, I also don't literally mean the show Avatar. I guess I need to stop using that language. I just mean like a super mode. Like where it's I am in super mode for 10 rounds. I don't like that on monks, personally.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree with you, and I think it works. I think you're right about how it works within their role within the game. I'm just kind of espousing what I think is a frustration that people have with one of many frustrations that people have with monks in general.
No, that's a good point. Wait, let's see what it actually does.
Let's do it.
You can use a bonus action to enter a state of unparalleled intensity. You can make the dash action for free on your turn. That means the way that you write that is you just say that your movement speed is doubled. Don't say you don't need to. That's literally what dash action does. Just write that.
I mean,
during
actually, the way that's written,
your movement speed is doubled. Wait a second. You can take the dash action for free on your turn, an amount of times equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded up. Why not just... What? Is this not an avatar state? Okay, wait. Let's keep reading. I'm very confused now. You gain resistance to cold damage. While in this state, you can use your bonus action to disengage without using a key point. Finally, while in this state, once per day, you can release a monsoon from inside you. Anyone in range makes a dex saving throw against your key, dealing 4 rolls of your martial arts die in a 20-foot cone in front of you, or half as much on a failed save. Couple things here. So now I'm kind of confused. If this is a state you enter, how do you exit this state? How long are you in this state? Does it last a minute? Does it last 10 minutes? Once you've used it, can you use it again? Is it only once per day? All of those things need to be a part of this if you're doing the avatar state thing, and you just don't have any of them right now. I would rephrase it so you can take the dash action for free. You can do the disengage action without spending key points as a bonus action. Like, write those little things out, fine. And then I would also say that, like, you know, I would even say this once per day thing, I feel like you could just make that an action that you have available. So you're sort of choosing to do that instead of making a bunch of punches, and you could just do that every round if it only lasts a minute. I also would not make it be based on rolls of your martial arts die. You're level 17. Your martial arts die are as high as they're going to get. So the only reason to say they do anything based on your martial arts die is to give the option for it to improve with you. You don't need that option, so I would just list the dice that it does at this level. And I would also argue that dealing, 4d10 damage in a 20-foot cone is not interesting enough. There should be an element of movement or something also included there, like knocking people back or knocking them prone.
Yeah, I think in general this is a little bit of a confusion of ideas where you're kind of in a state and then you get some actions that you could take but a limited number of times, and finally while in this state once per day implies that you're in this state for like the whole day, right? And it's just, I somebody said this could be a permanent state. I think it's honestly written in that way. I think that might be the intention, that these are just things
I disagree with that insane movement speed boost. If it was on all the time, I would make it lower.
Well, it's not on all the time. You can take the dash action without consuming an action a number of times equal to half your proficiency bonus. So 3 times a day.
I guess so. But even the bonus action disengage without a key point, I feel like that's a lot to be on. I don't know. Maybe like maybe if that actually, you know what? Honestly, that could be a part of it if it was on all the time. I feel like bonus action disengage without a key point is not a bad 17th level feature, because it sort of does tie into the you're always wiggly. But at that point, I almost want it to be. I feel like at that point you could just be like, you're immune to opportunity attacks.
Yeah, right. Right. Just
like,
make
who cares?
it permanent.
It's level 17.
Yeah. I also think that this is an instance where clear technical writing is pretty important, because when you say things like you use a bonus action to enter a state, the expectation is that will end at some point. Right? Like you are using action economy to move into a new phase of play, and theoretically that'll end. As it's written, it doesn't end, and as it's balanced, it almost doesn't need to end. And so,
yeah,
right, like you've got to clear that up.
It's a neat idea, and I think some pieces of it work really well, but I feel like there are some big chunks that could require some focus and some attention to get them where I think you really want them to be.
Honestly, I think cleaning up your language will help to clean up the thinking a little bit. Right?
Even
Like,
just writing full sentences. And this is not by the way, there are many people in our community that have English as a second language.
Hell yeah.
Or have some element of like writing is challenging, and I want to say that I appreciate and I acknowledge that, but that doesn't mean I'm going to ignore the places where your writing can grow. If it is something that you struggle with, then that is okay, but that doesn't mean that I should sugarcoat things for you either. I feel like that is doing you as a writer, regardless of where your skills are, it's doing you a disservice to not point out something that I think is worth working towards improving upon, whatever way you go about attempting to improve upon that.
Or at least just understanding how people are going to likely react to it, because when you show someone your writing, they may or may not have all of your context. And while we should all try to have grace for the people who are going through whatever they're going through, you judge what's on the page, right?
Yeah. As someone who struggles, you pointing things out is something I look forward to. Yeah, there you go. I think that a lot of the people in our community that are from, especially folks that are from other countries that are interested in creative writing and maybe have experience with it, and have gone through the process of like, we are here to learn English, especially folks that like don't know English that well, they really prefer getting those more specific critiques. And the people that complain the most about being like, hey, what if English isn't their first language, are usually people whose English is their first language, and they're just like, this feels, they're not in the headspace of trying to learn a language. I don't know how true that is, but I feel that's an assumption I make sometimes.
I mean, anecdotally, that feels right. Like the people who say, hey, what if I didn't know English as a first language, are the people who didn't want to take the time to get their writing clear.
Anyway, we're going to spin again. Are you still here? It's 10 o'clock.
I'll do one more.
Okay. It's going to be late for you.
Yeah, well. Cinder, I just posted a thing to remind myself. But the next time I get to play in a bonus arc for Rally, I really want to play a Mercy Monk.
A Mercy Monk? Okay.
I feel like that would be a fun character to figure out how to make work in the world.
Yeah, I'm down. For folks that don't know, the podcast that I do, which is called Rally. Oh, look, here it is. Unbalanced Encounters. We do one-shots that other people run, and I've run a couple, Pat has run a couple, and the one that I ran most recently is episode 3 of it. The whole thing, the end of it, comes out next week, and you can listen to the whole 3-episode arc. It's a horror campaign. It's a horror story about folks in a museum and some eldritch 80s sci-fi stuff happening. The whole thing is going to be out on the Patreon. So if you are interested in going to the Unbalanced Encounters Patreon to check it out there, you can. And then I think episode 1 is going to go public at some point in the next week or two, but keep an eye out for it. All right. Rant over. Excelor. There are multiple subclasses to this homebrew, just wanting Blitzer reviewed, as that's the subclass I'm planning to play in a campaign. All right, in general, if you want me to do the kindness of reading your homebrew, I ask you to do the kindness of not necessarily sending me a whole compendium, but sending me just what it is, because now what I'm doing is I'm trying to figure out where the piece is in your piece, and I don't want to have to do that. So if I scroll, okay, Blitzer. Okay, here we go. This is the Blitzer. But please in the future, just send me the thing, and it's just the thing. I don't need a document with 30 pieces. Okay, the Blitzer is all about speed. Your goal as the Blitzer is to be swift around a battlefield, slicing up opponents with your movement. What subclass is this for? What class is this for? No. Look, they didn't use no table of contents. Those planning to dive in this subclass should prioritize Dex and Charisma. What class is this for? It gets a thing at 3rd, 7th, 11th, 17. What gets something at 3rd, 7, 11, and 17?
Monk.
No, Monk gets something at 6.
Oh. I don't know.
Is it for the custom class? Wait, let's do a little bit of hunting. I don't want to make that assumption yet. Okay, wait. It's I mean, I can't fucking buddy, how am I going to review a subclass for a class that I don't know what it does? And it's not is it the fighter? Fighter, I think fighters get more things. They get 3rd, they get 7, they get 10, not 11, so it's not fighter. It is the custom class. All right, so this is the I can't give you I don't know what to tell you. How am I going to give feedback on a subclass if I don't know what the class does? I can't really help you with that, buddy. It's like if I was to say, hey, I'm playing this new sport. I've invented this new sport. Don't worry about the rules. What do you think about this ball shape that I'm going to use? Which ball shape do you think will be best for the sport? It's sort of like a version. It's sort of like basketball, but also sort of like football, but also a little bit like rugby, but also it's going to be a little bit like table tennis. You know? It's very hard to give feedback in that regard. So I'm not sure what I should do. Should I? Okay, chat. Here's the question. I'm gonna ask. Chat's gonna be the decider here. Chat. Chat. I'll let you decide. You'll be the decider. Should I look at the first couple levels of the class, or should we skip it? So just the class. All right. So I'm just gonna look at. All right. I'm gonna review just the class then, and we're not doing the whole class. We're gonna do the way that I review classes. I look at the first 2 levels, and if I think it's usually I can find stuff that needs to happen. Everyone wants to skip. You see that? Fucking animals out there in the chat. Okay, so it gets it's a D8 hit points, armor class. It gets light armor, all weapons, navigator's tools, charisma, and constitution saving throw. It gets ranger quality skills. I'm gonna read the first. I'm not gonna read much of this thing. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Level 1, Keyblade. At first level, you've been chosen as the wielder of a Keyblade. You gain a unique weapon with a keychain. At 6th level, the weapon is considered magical. You're proficient with it. You can use strength or dex. You determine the form it takes. So essentially feels like okay. So it's just a weapon that can take different forms. And it can be thrown even if it's heavy. Can you make it a thrown weapon? So you can make it, so here's, okay, I can point out one thing right now. If this works the way that it says it works, then if I take 1 level of this class, I could be a rogue that sneak attacks with, I could sneak attack with a greatsword probably. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not, ignore that. This is making it so you can make any weapon and you can make it dex based can fuck with that a little bit. It can be stored in a pocket dimension. You can transform any magical item into the Keyblade. Okay, so it's basically a little bit of Hexblade, but minus a little bit of Hexblade. Also at first level, your heart has picked up one of the perks of a Keyblade wielder from the past maintained. You gain access to a fighting style from the following list. These just look like regular fighting styles.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know, man. I'm immediately like this just feels like it could be a fighter or a Hexblade. Magic points. I don't really know how to judge these because I can't really see. We don't have a table at the start. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to review this. I don't want to review a whole class. I don't want to review a whole class that isn't well formatted. That's just not the vibe. I feel like can that be okay?
Yeah, I mean, legitimately, like you
this,
have clear rules around classes one way or the other. I get that, like, hey, could you take a look at this subclass to try to end run around the class is not, like, it's not an insane thing to ask, but there is an element of, we have absolutely no idea what core features this is going to be bouncing off of. If you tell us that it gains an additional thing that it can spend magic points on, we have no frame of reference.
So basically, by 2nd level, it is a monk that can make their weapon anything, and can wear armor. So at 2nd level, it is a monk that this is what it is, because I looked at magic points, and magic points are basically just key point powers. It's basically if you combined a hexblade and a monk is what it is.
Which at that point, why not just? I mean, the Kensei monk kind of just is that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Here's what I would say. If you're building a class from scratch, I would not base your core features off of things that already exist. So right now it feels like you have some core features that take a lot of inspiration from the Hexblade Warlock, as well as from the Fighter, as well as from the Monk. And I feel like if your goal is to make a new class, for your home game, you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want, and it doesn't really matter. But if your goal is to try to genuinely make something new, then I think you need to have a genuinely new core concept. And that doesn't come from pulling and picking pieces from 3 or 4 things that already exist. And I would also argue that if you're doing this sort of design, even for your home game, what's going to happen if one player gets to be a class that cherry picks cool low-level features from 3 or 4 classes and puts them together, they are going to be stronger than other classes in a way that is going to be annoying for the other players. Because you're in a situation now where if anyone in your party wants to play a monk, they're not going to be as good as this character. And that's, I don't know, is that good? I don't know. Worth thinking about, though. But yeah, we're not going to look at it any more than that. Classes are a lot, and I'm not going to be able to review a whole subclass of a class I don't know. Emulating Kingdom Hearts is pretty difficult. Also, you cannot sneak attack with a Great Sword Dex mod. Man, the sneak attack is the least of the issues there, and I cut myself off halfway through that sentence because I realized I was wrong. I think the biggest issue there is the fact that it is cherry picking quite good features from a handful of different classes and putting them together. I don't feel like that is the best way to balance a new class. If it's for your home game and you like it, there's nothing wrong with that. But if it was for my home game, my first thought would be, is this going to be stronger than any of the normal classes? And in what I was reading so far, at least by level 2, the answer is yeah, it would. It would be quite a bit stronger than any of the classes that it took inspiration from. This is Pauline. My attempt at a wild shape rework might need to give moon druids a bit more at higher levels, but I'm unsure of how to give it to them. Okay. Interesting. Now, wild shape is a feature that we've all talked about as being a struggle in here in the past.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what this is going to be. Now, the one D&D wild shape solution was to make 3 different stat blocks that you transform between. It looks like your goal. Okay. I'm not gonna read this whole document. I love you, but we're definitely not gonna read this whole document. But we are gonna read a little bit of the core mechanics here. So basically, it looks like okay. Let's see. Starting at 2nd level, you can use your action to magically assume the shape of a beast. You can use this feature twice. You gain them when you finish a short or long rest. You stay in the. This all seems sort of the same so far.
Yep.
Is any of this different? This all looks the same as normal wild shape. Okay, so we have this basic feature. You have an AC equals to 10 plus your wisdom modifier. This strength uses your wisdom modifier. And everything else still uses your scores? I would not do that if I were you. I would not make it so... I feel like one of the most important parts of wild shape is being able to change your strength, dex, con to deal with things. So I would not do this. I disagree with this. I would change that. Bestial Strike, melee attack, your spell attack modifier to hit, 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier, bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. I mean, it's kind of straightforward. Okay, let's see. We get some adaptations. So at 2nd level, you can pick 2 adaptations. At 4th level, you have 3. At 8th level, you have 4. And then the Moon Druid gets more adaptations.
Makes sense.
There is a way to change your dex. That sounds like I feel like you're making it overcomplicated at that point. Then I think
it's probably from an adaptation.
No, I hear that. I'm vocalizing that I feel like you're not solving a problem. I feel like you're making a new problem because what's the problem with wild shape having you have 3 different bestial forms? It's that you can't turn into a spider, and you can't turn into a kangaroo, and you can't turn into a beetle, and you can't turn into a whale. There's just they're very limited. And as soon as you're limiting it in this way, I don't know, it feels similar. Okay. Because I don't want to have to be maybe this is the problem. I don't want wild shape to be let me pick and choose between different features to make a custom animal that I can turn into. I want to be I want to turn into animals. And I don't know if this is going to solve that problem. You can be swift, you can get climb speed, you can get better wisdom, you can be little, you can be big, you can have dexterity using your wisdom score. I mean, okay, here's my thought. My thought is if you want to make a wild shape that essentially allows you to make custom animals that you can turn into, where it's less like you turning into animals and more like you taking on a shape that can have different animal features all at the same time, I think this could totally work. I do not think that is what I imagine wild shape to be, but if that is what you're going for, then I think this could work. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with making it so your wild shape is more amorphous, but I do think it does not make you feel like you're turning into animals. If anything, I think it makes you feel more like you're turning into monsters, because you're going to be able to do some weird combinations here. I also just want to point out one thing. This feature this burrow speed is way stronger than you are thinking it is, and I would pull it out. A burrow speed is a fly speed on steroids. Burrow speed is so strong. It's why very few beasts actually have a burrow speed, and when they do, it's incredibly slow.
Mm-hmm. I want to pull up to a meta conversation here, because
Sure.
I do think that, like, this is a valiant effort to try.
I think it's really cool. Like, I think it's really cool. I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just saying I don't think it answers the question.
It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. And I think we can also agree that, like, the stat block solution from the Unearthed Arcana that I'm seeing in the chat may have gotten dropped, also probably doesn't solve that problem. And I feel really strongly that CR is a very difficult way to actually manage the way that you're handling wild shape. Now, I will say it's better in wild shape than it is in summons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, summoning things with CR is a nightmare. For wild shape, I've never really seen it be a huge problem, but it's also not crazy consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious as to, like, do you have a thought on what a better approach could be?
I have a couple ideas, but I don't think any of them are simple. Here's the core problem is that what makes wild shape actually cool is how open-ended it is. It is almost the problem with wild shape is it works much better as a narrative and creative ability than it does a crunchy one. And I kind of feel like if you want it to be crunchy, you have to limit that narrative a little bit if you want to be dealing with the CR stuff. D&D 5e is very intentionally designed for beasts to be different than every other creature because of wild shape, and even that doesn't do the best job, but that is why beasts are affected differently by some things. That's why like there's a lot of things that sort of could be beasts but are monstrosities.
Right.
So there is some element of mechanic there. I genuinely think the way to probably do it, I mean, this is not a bad way to do it at all. Like, if your goal is to make it, I want it to be open-ended, I think this is not a bad idea. But I also think that this is a little bit too open-ended in some ways to capture the feeling of, like, true animals, but also still kind of limited in that it's like you're not really becoming animals. Like, animals have so many, like a spider has like 7 different features. Like, you can't be a spider with this because a spider would need a climbing speed, and it would need diminutive, and it would need dark vision. And immediately you are over your limit at level 2. You need 3 things to be a spider. So, like, I don't know how I feel about it. I think that probably the issue in my mind of the way that one D&D did it is they did not go hard enough with a diversity of options for stat blocks. And, like, maybe that is not the move, but I feel like if you want to do stat blocks, then you can, but they have to be, it's almost like they're like I almost want it to be, I almost imagine it would be something like you pick a general body shape and then you build it out under that body shape. Like, you're like, I pick the insect type, and then you get one of these 4 or some combination of these features. Or I picked the small land animal or the large land animal. You know, like, and even still, there's that issue. It's a hard problem to solve. I don't think this is bad by any stretch of the imagination. And as I'm skimming the features, like, I like all of them. The only one that I'm looking at that I'm like, oh, that will not work is the burrow speed. I would just drop that.
Sure.
But a lot of these other ones I think are kind of fine. I just think that it's answering a different question than the wild shape is shooting for. It essentially is making it so your wild shape is more of a glob that gets different shaped arms and legs, you know?
Which, again, is cool, but it's very different.
I like it, though.
It's interesting. I feel like to circle back around, my point of asking that question was really just to sort of demonstrate that, like, there's not a clean and obvious solution that everybody should be taking to resolve this problem. And so I think it's cool that this is a thing that's been put out into the world, right? Like, this is an interesting take. I think it misses the narrative mark for what most people want their wild shape to feel like. But it opens the door on a new thing that wild shape could be that I think is very cool.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Pauline. It's an interesting attempt to solve the problem. Oh, the other thing is after looking at the features, I still really disagree with the way you did I don't think that the solution, I still think this is the wrong solution here for the stat blocks.
Yeah. I think that's accurate.
Even if you do want to keep this sort of amorphous wild shape change version, no, I would just drop burrow speed. I would just drop it. Or you got to make it real small. You got to make it like 10 feet. But honestly, I would just drop it. I would just cut it out. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say about it. The reason why I just feel like you're making monsters is I could very easily see you like, all right, I'm going to be giant and have webbing and wings, and it's like, all right, what the fuck is that? You know?
That's probably Australian, is what it is.
Australian. All right, cool. Thank you, Pauline.
Somebody in the chat just said, "What if the stats were point buy?" And that,
that's too much work.
On that note, I am gonna peace out, my friends.
All right.
Have a good night. Everyone, chat. Don't forget to tip your streamers. I love you all. Goodbye.
Alrighty. See ya. Click. What are you saying? People are asking about when they can submit stuff. I'm gonna make the music a little louder now. You can submit if I review a piece, if I see a piece of yours and I review it, I do not want to see it again for at least 2 weeks. And I will also say that if I see it again and it looks too similar to the first one, I really don't want to see it again. It needs to be completely repolished and amped up. And if it's not that different from the first one, then I don't need to see it again. And if it's not that different from the first one because you worked on it a lot and you didn't think it needed that much more work, great. Then you don't need to show it to me again because it doesn't need that much more work. So don't worry about it. And if it did need a lot more work and you changed it a lot, then I might not even notice. I might not even remember that I looked at it before. Which is not bad necessarily. That's okay. That Master Roxas. That wasn't me criticizing in any way. I was just clarifying because I wasn't sure how much it was being clarified in the chat. Nope. That's not. I need rhyme. Sorry, Tredocio. You got surprised there for a second. Rhyme says, this is not my first homebrew. However, this is my first Barbarian homebrew. It's about summoning a spirit protector similar to the Drake Warden or Wildfire Druid. Interesting. I hope it's tied to rage, and I hope that it's a creature that you get when you rage. That is my hope. If it is not tied to rage, I'm very curious how it is balanced. There it is in the chat if anyone wants to read it. So I can't right now. I can't try to OCU. I gotta follow the rules. The rules are the only thing that makes any of this seem fair. As soon as I break them, it all comes to pieces. You haven't come up with flavor text. If anyone wants to take a crack at writing one before or after reading the features, go for it. Man, I'm gonna tell you some honest, hard truth. No one wants to do free work for you. Not a single person in the whole world wants to do free work for you. As cool as you think your idea might be, and it might be very cool, it is not cool enough to make people want to do free work for you. That's just the truth of the universe. No, don't ask people to do that. They're not going to do it. It'll make you sad. Okay. Let's keep going. It is tied to rage. Okay, cool. Yeah, you guys are reading ahead. Spiritual companion. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you learn to commune with your inner spiritual rage. When you rage, you can magically summon a spirit companion that is bound to you. It appears in an unoccupied space of your choice within 30 feet of you. I mean, hey, if I cared enough, I'd do it. That's the whole thing, though. That's how every single person in the universe feels. Except that all of the internet depends on people doing free work. Open source is the glue that binds all technology. Jay, I disagree with you in this circumstance. Free work needs a little bit of something to get you goofing on it. You might get some outlier that's like, yeah, sure, I want to spend a bunch of time to write that thing. But guess what? Usually that person's not that good at it. Usually it's because people that understand how much work things are to do don't like doing them for free or without being convinced. And usually if somebody's quite good at something, they have a sense of how much work it is to do. But that's the point, Jay. You said free work can be fun, but do you want somebody writing your homebrew for you if they're just going like, yeah, it could be fun to take a crack at it for a little bit? Like, that's not going to... I don't know, man. I have zero interest in someone half-ass helping me for free on a project. It's just... That's not the type of energy I need. Okay. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you learn to communicate with your inner spirit. You get a little spirit companion. It appears in an unoccupied space of your choice within 30 feet of you. The spirit companion is friendly to you and your allies and obeys your commands. See the game stats. Bop, bop, bop. It uses your proficiency bonus. You can determine its appearance. In combat, it shares your initiative. You have to use your bonus action on your turn to command it. Can you command it as a part of the bonus action to rage to summon it? Something to think about. The companion manifests until it is reduced to 0. Until you use this, you summon it again. It should disappear when your rage ends. It should not be out when you're. It shouldn't stick around. It should only be around while you have a rage. As soon as your rage ends, it should go away. Also. Armor class 12 plus proficiency, 8 plus 6 times your barb level. Okay, so it's medium beefy. It can fly, it can hover. It's got some saving throws. It's strong. What does it do? When it takes the help action, that creature also gains temporary hit points. That's really strong. Action rend. +4 plus This should be based off of like this is what I would do. I would make its melee attack equal to your constitution modifier plus your proficiency bonus. And then it does a little bit of damage. And that's all you get? Okay, so basically, when you rage, you get this little buddy that can take the help action to give temporary hit points and can attack. I think we should get something else at 3rd level. I would also limit it to only being around while you're raging. But I like it. I like the idea of it so far. I want it to do something else a little bit. And I want it to only be around while you're raging. And, yeah. Give it something else. Give it some other feature. It doesn't need to even be an active, maybe it doesn't need another feature. I think the Barbarian needs another feature. Like a flavor feature, not something too hectic. Like, like the equivalent of you gain some extra form of sight or something. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Maybe when you summon it, you pick a damage type, and it deals that type of damage, and you have resistance to that type of damage. That would make sense. 6th level. Beginning at 6th level, your spiritual bond grows. You and your spirit companion gain the following benefits. The mental bond you share is strengthened. you and your companion gain a bonus to Wisdom, Intelligence, and Charisma saves equal to your Rage damage modifier while within 30 feet of one another. That's pretty strong. I probably would not make it all 3 of those. I probably would make it 1 of those, or maybe 2, but not all 3. I probably would just make it Wisdom saving throws. I probably would not make it Intelligence or Charisma saving throws. Spirit Bond. As an action, you or your spirit companion can choose a target within 5 feet to create a mystical connection that lasts so long as you are raging. While the target is within 30 feet of your spirit companion, they have resistance to all damage types except Radiant, Necrotic, and Force. Also, each time the target takes damage, your spirit companion takes the same amount of damage. This effect ends early if the target or your spirit companion is incapacitated. Once either you or your spirit companion once either of you's ability can't be used again until you finish a long rest. I feel like you should not be able to do this. Only your spirit companion should be able to do this. And I don't know how I feel about it. So basically, you're giving somebody else damage resistance, but now the spirit is taking some damage too, and when the spirit dies, that goes away. I feel like this is almost strong enough at this level. I feel like if I was going to do this, I probably would not make it as strong. I might limit it to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Or I might limit it to a single damage type based on what the elemental does, and I probably wouldn't make it all damage types. It's a little strong to do both of these, I think, for 6th level, especially considering like the Zealot Barbarian. Like if you look at what, like, the Zealot Barbarian is one of the stronger barbarians in D&D, and their 6th level is this. I gotta move my screen so you guys can see it a little bit better. Right? Like, once per rage, you can re-roll a saving throw. That's it. So I feel like, it does feel like warding bond, yeah. But I don't know. I might just drop this whole part and just keep this part. 10th level. At 10th level, you learn to harness your spiritual mastery. It's a weird phrase. I would probably say you harness your spiritual mastery. I feel like you gain spiritual mastery, but you harness spiritual power. I don't know. Language there feels weird. As an action, you can take control of your spirit companion for up to 1 hour. During this time, you can... Okay, so I'm going to say that maybe this is the level that you can summon it specially and it lasts for an hour, because I genuinely do not think that this thing should be around when you aren't raging. I think when it's not raging, you shouldn't be around. And then I also think that this should be like a meditative state you have to take. The other thing that I'll say is this is really similar to the Echo Knight in a way that just kind of doesn't feel that unique. So, like, I don't know. I don't think it's unique enough, if I'm being honest. Like, it just sort of feels like it's what the Echo Knight does. And I understand the Echo Knight is a totally different class, and I would probably come up with something different for this. I do think being able to summon your companion for a longer period of time at 10th levels while you're in like a meditative state and it doing something unique or interacting in a new way is kind of fun. I don't know if this is the move. Doesn't feel unique enough. I guess what I'm wondering is, like, what is this spirit supposed to be? I sort of was imagining it as an elemental based on like the way that you describe. I mean, it is literally an elemental. So maybe think about that. Maybe tie in some more elemental stuff here to make it feel a little bit more flavorfully in that direction. Might be neat if a later ability made you immune to your elemental's damage type if you added the resistance with the pet. Yeah, something like that could work too. I wouldn't put that at 10. But I think the idea, like in your headspace is not wrong here at all. Like, 10th level is usually where barbarians get the sort of weird utility feature, which is exactly what this is. I just feel like it would be worth pushing yourself to make it a little bit more unique and a little bit more distinct. Let's look at 14th level. Spiritual Rancor. At 14th level, you learn to channel your spiritual animosity in the form of binding tendrils. While raging the first time each turn, either you or your spirit hits a target with an attack, they must make a strength save or be restrained. A creature restrained by tendrils can use its action to make a strength check to free itself. I think this is fine. Honestly, I feel like this feature could be the 10th level feature. I think the 14th level feature should be an upgrade to your pet. It should become bigger, or it should get extra attack, or like usually 14th level for Barbarian is something that ties back to the key 3rd level feature. Also, if you want this to sort of work in the same way that the Drake Warden and those other pet classes work, is their subclass features are lean into the creature. Like the pet that they have gets new powers. This feels like it gets those a little bit, but they're sort of splitting them between you and the pet. I don't know how I feel about that, but I feel like you have some space here to build out some more unique features. I think this one is fine, but again, it's not super evocative. And like, I'm still not sure what the vibe of this spirit protector is supposed to be, other than whatever you want the spirit to be in that moment. They want to give them find familiar, but allow the familiar to fight. I think that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. I just don't think in this moment it feels like it's guiding us towards a unique goal. Like, I want to know, I don't want this to just be random spirit. Even ancestral guardians, right? There's not like a, what type of spirit are they? But they are protective spirits. So everything is very protective. I'm not sure what this spiritual spirit is supposed to be. Knock them prone instead of restraining. That's a different, that's the same issue in a different way. That's just another sort of, doesn't feel like it's that evocative or tied to anything. And I don't know. It's not a general improvement upon the pet. It's just like it does this one new random thing. I feel like you got some space. Maybe, I mean, honestly, this is probably an issue of you not having an idea what flavor text you want. I think you need to decide what type of spirit you're summoning here. Are you summoning an elemental spirit? In which case, you probably need some elemental powers. 3 of the same pet, that's not a good idea. That's just the way that the pet exists is that it grows with you. So suddenly doubling or tripling the amount of pets you have is gonna not be balanced well. I think it's a really neat idea, and I hope that you keep working on it. I think that what's going to help you more than anything else here is to come up with more of a vivid idea of what sort of spirit summoner you are, and to lean into that direction to allow you to find some more very specific evocative abilities that you can give that don't feel like in its current state, the pet feels kind of bland. It gets a basic attack, and then it can use the help action to give temporary hit points. And that's cool, but that's not enough uniqueness. And it doesn't get anything else other than like things that are tied to you and it and sort of go in other directions. So I think that I would encourage you to pick a lane and try to see how much you can build within that lane. I think it'll help. Yeah, it's a part of the rage. Shouldn't it be a serious part of the identity? It's a fun start. I look forward to seeing the revisions with this. Yeah, I think it's a great start. Cool. Thank you very much, Rhyme. Rhyme or reason, am I right? Who's next? Oh, it's Sabaxo. First homebrew ever. Okay, I'm ready. Let me prepare myself. Gotta get my... Okay. You guys want to see something funny? Jump scare! Okay. First homebrew ever. I like the concept, so I want to make this work. All feedback is welcomed. Okay, let's see what it is. I hope it's not a class. It might be a class. Usually when people don't say what it is, it's a class. It's not a class, it's a subclass. Oh, perfect. We can work with a subclass. We can get you going on a subclass. We can make you feel like a thing in a subclass. Faux show. All right, there we go. I posted in the chat a couple times. What happened? Did stream cut off? Why did you say ah? Can't work with a class? Oh, I can work with a class. Here's the problem, is that reviewing a class well requires you to read the whole class, because you need to know everything about it to kind of understand how the pieces fit together. So to review a class well would take a lot of time, and usually I can find one or two things that really need some work in the first or second level features of a class that may basically mean that I don't think I should review the whole class because they are missing some fundamental things at a base level that I think they need. That happens 90% of the time. The other thing is that when you're making a class, you need to make sure it's balanced against every other class, and you also need to make sure it merits existing. There needs to be enough, it needs to be different, it needs to be unique enough by level 2. I'll argue by level 1, but I give you 2 levels because I'm nice. But it needs to be unique enough by level 2. It needs to be unique enough and balanced enough by level 2 to make sense along any other class composition. And that is really hard for people to do. Really hard for people to do. I feel like 10% good full classes is actually a bit of a generous estimate. I think that in all of the classes that I've reviewed, there was only maybe 2 where I felt like I wanted to read onto the 3rd level feature because I felt like they accomplished the goal of making it feel unique, and they proved its worth as existing by the first 2 levels in the current state that I read it. I think it was just 2. If I pick your class, I'm gonna read the first couple features. Okay, let's look at who's this one by. This is by Sabaxo. All right, Sabaxo. There you go. Circle of Shamanism. Druids of the Circle of Shamanism commune with nature through the summoning of ancient spirits and elementals to share their wisdom. The shamans are able to command the spirits to enhance their physical abilities and knowledge. Now, this sounds already quite a lot like the Circle of the Shepherd Druid, which, if you are unfamiliar with, summons a spirit totem that does very much that. So I'm curious to see how this is going to be different than that. They get some spells. They get Dancing Lights, Spiritual Weapon, Borrowed Knowledge, Spirit Shroud, Spirit Guardians, Faithful Hound. Why did the music just get way louder? I don't like that. Calm down, music. This is supposed to be a chill album. I think I just want to skip this song. Okay. Oops. Okay. Okay. These are very strong spells that we're getting here. It can be okay to give very, very strong spells, but if you're going to do very strong spells across the board, that means that you need to make the subclass features that you get a little bit less strong to balance that out. When is this stream going to end? I usually end when I get tired to the point where I feel like I am grumpy or I'm not able to give good feedback anymore. So I don't know exactly what time that will be, but that is usually when I end stream. It'll be going for at least a little while longer, though. So that's just something to keep in mind, is that basically everything on this list other than Faithful Hound is really strong. Let's look at what we get for Spirit Possession. Also, call me crazy, but I feel like picking every spell that has the word spirit in it is maybe not the right move, even though they have the word spirit in them. Maybe. Let's see what else we get. Spiritual Possession. Second level. As an action, you can summon a spirit from an ancient hero and have it take over your body. You become possessed by this should be a wild shape. You should make this in place of using a wild shape. You become possessed by the spirit for up to 1 minute, granting you benefits depending on what type of hero you summon. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. No, don't do that. We have wild shape. Tie it to your wild shape. Tie it to your wild shape. Okay, you can choose from the following. You become a researcher. Your wisdom and intelligence increase by 2, and you gain proficiency in arcana and investigation. Your strength and con increase by 2. You gain proficiency in athletics. Your dex and charisma increase by 2. You gain proficiency in stealth and dex. Your strength and dex increase by 2. You gain proficiency in acrobatics and sleight of hand. Your scores can't become higher than 20. At 14th level, this restriction is removed. You can only have these effects active 1 at a time. So, first of all, this definitely should be tied to your wild shape, so you don't need to worry about the more than a 1 at a time thing. I don't like having to... This is a lot of work to do. Because so many of these features, like, change... Like, that means that anytime I use Berserker, I have to recalculate my hit points. I don't want to have to do that. I don't feel like stats increasing is the move here. I feel like there are ways you can represent these changes without increasing the stats. For example, I think here's what I would do. Here's what I would do. Here's what I would do. For something like researcher, you could say you add your intelligence modifier to intelligence and you add your proficiency bonus to intelligence and wisdom checks. If you are already proficient in these checks, you add your proficiency bonus twice. This gives you expertise in those features. It doesn't increase your spell casting modifier, but that is something you could do. You could also do similar things to basically all of these features. I think that if you do that, if you base it off of skill checks, then that gives room for you to add something else on top of that. So you could do one that gives you basically expertise in some amount of mental skills, and then maybe something else on top of that. You know, you some other bonus feature. And then you could do one that gives you a bonus to your physical skills, and then something that does something on top of that. You could even split it into 3, where you do one that's like mental skills, one that's like strength, and then one that's like quickness. But I strongly disagree with having them increase your stats, giving you extra calculations. I would have them affect your skills, and then whatever extra bonuses you want them to do, just plug those in on top of that. The other thing that I want to point out is that the more options you give anything in D&D, the less powerful you can make them. So, for example, if you look at like the Spore Druid, here, let me just show you. So if you look at the Spore Druid has this unique way to change, right? And it has the symbiotic entity. And this is a lot of things. You get a bunch of temporary hit points, you deal some extra damage, and your melee weapons deal extra damage. It lasts for 10 minutes. Okay, that's pretty strong. Now let's look at the Star Druid. Star Druid gets something similar. You use your wild shape. Again, it only lasts for 10 minutes. But instead of you getting a bunch of extra hit points, the only real passive is that you glow, which is like meaningless. And then you get a bunch of features, depending on which one you pick, that change you a little bit or let you use your bonus action to do something different. But they're all pretty simple, and they all kind of just do one thing. And that's because you're getting options. As soon as you're getting options, you got to tone stuff down a little bit. Yeah, changing stats in the middle of a game over and over, I think, would be a headache. It's the kind of thing that, like, if you had a pre-programmed character sheet, and you could just change them in like the virtual tabletop you use, maybe it would work, but I don't know. It would be a headache for me. And then also at 2nd level, you gain proficiency in martial weapons. I think that's fine. Okay, let's look at 6th level. Weapon possession. The spirits you call upon now possess your weapon. As an action, you can spend a use of spirit possession to have the spirit possess your weapon for 1 minute. While your weapon is possessed, it gains a +1 bonus to hit and damage. And all attacks made with it count as magical. Also, as a bonus action, you can move your weapon around. So basically, it lets you turn your weapon into a spiritual weapon. I don't know if this is the good idea, because it takes our bonus action to use this. So that basically means that we can't use it at the same time as spiritual weapon, and we literally get spiritual weapon. So I'm not sure why our 6th level feature is doing the same thing as spiritual weapon. I also feel like, why is this the shamanism druid? It should be like the druid of like it should be like shamanism is like nature and the elements. This is the opposite of that. You are summoning the spirit of like industry. You're summoning the spirit of people, because you're changing weapons. You're changing your skills and stuff. I don't know. This feels way less. I feel like Shaman is the wrong move here. I think by calling it the Circle of Shaman, you are sending the reader in a direction that is going to put them in a different headspace than you want them to be in to explore this subclass. I would change that. While this effect is active, you can attack twice instead of once. When you take the attack action on your turn with the possessed weapon only, you can only wield one possessed weapon at a time. Okay, so I guess, so it's a bonus action to activate, but then you get extra attack. I don't know, man. I disagree. I don't think this is the move. I don't think this is the move. I would come up with something different here. I feel like honestly, if you want to give this druid extra attack at 6th level, I think you give them extra attack at 6th level, and that's what they get at 6th level. I don't think you need to give them a lot more than that. I certainly wouldn't give them essentially a 3rd extra attack with a flying around spirit weapon, or an extra attack that's significantly stronger than just making 2 attacks. Yeah, I just don't think it's the move. Most of the time when spellcasters get the ability to make an extra attack as a part of their subclass feature, it is literally just an extra attack, or it's a cantrip tied to an attack. So I would keep it in that realm if I were you. Circle of Ancestors. Yeah, that might be a better name for it. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. I feel like it might be a little bit too much for 6th level. Subbing a cantrip for an attack on the attack action on a Bladesinger is so good. It is very good. Like, I almost wanted to, like, that, I mean, I don't know. It could be something like that. Like, you know, like, what I almost want to suggest is, like, a total rework, where at 2nd level, you use a wild shape to make one of your weapons come to life and float around you, and you can attack with it at range, sort of like a spiritual weapon. And then at 6th level, it gains an extra attack, and then maybe it can cast a cantrip, something like that. But it feels like it's... I feel like it sits weirdly on top of Spirit Possession. Okay, let me look at Elemental Spirits. Your mastery of the spirit world has allowed you to reach deeper into it. You are no longer restricted to the mere mortal spirits, but can now contact the ancient elementals. As an action, you can spend 2 uses of your spirit. Okay, so again, this should be tied to Wild Shape. Make it tied to Wild Shape. You can call upon elementals. This is too similar to the Moon Druid, man. Come up with something new here. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Do something different. If you're giving us, if you're going to be giving us these very human ancestor spirits, let that be what grows. I don't want to just be a different version of a Moon Druid and be getting elemental powers. I don't know. I feel like that's not the right move here. Now, getting some amount of damage resistances and dealing extra damage, that can work. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think you need to pick your lane. I think you need to decide, am I a shaman that is summoning the elements for power, or am I shaman that is summoning the spirits of my people for power? Because I don't think this transition here, like, this flavor text is not selling this transition in the way that I think you need it to in order for it to work well. Yeah. If you do want to go in the you become somewhat elemental, I feel like these are not a bad place to start. I think all of these could actually work kind of fine. I would probably drop Thunder Spirit and just keep it as air, keep it as the 4 elements. All extra damage dealt with this feature counts as magical. Blah, 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 okay, we're gonna ignore. Yeah. Again, this should all just be tied to your wild shape. One with the elements. You have gained the respect and trust of the ancient elemental spirits, and they will answer your call without hesitation. The spell Conjure Elemental is always prepared, and you can cast it without expending a spell slot once per long rest. Your concentration on the spell cannot be broken unless you drop it and you choose to end it. The elemental will vanish instead of having you lose control over it. If you want to do something like this, I think having you summon an elemental at the end is kind of fine. I would probably just not write it this way. I don't think I would treat it as the conjure elemental spell. I would probably make a unique elemental stat block that I put and included in this that you could summon. And then when you summoned it, you would pick which sort of elemental it was, and it would have minorly different features depending on how you summoned it. Sort of similar to like the summon undead or summon fae or summon beast spells. There might even be a summon elemental spell. In fact, let's just check if there is. I think there is now. Yeah, just use the summon elemental spell, my dude. Boom. Easy. Way better. Should have started with the elementals to begin with then. Yeah, I kind of agree. If your main spells are all these elemental, I feel like you got to figure out how to shift these to make these more elemental. Although, I don't know. As much as I don't like the 6th level feature, the way that it's sitting here, I do really think the idea of a different type of druid that summons the power of people is interesting. And I think it's kind of different in a way that I would be curious to see explored, because I really like it. I think there's not a lot of that. And all of the druids that I've seen that sort of take on the urban druid vibe, very few of them do it cleanly. It's a hard thing to do. I've almost never seen it done well. But man, I do think it's really interesting. The ideas are neat, but their cohesion with each other, I think, is a bit too spread out. More balanced options and less generalization on thematic would be solid AF. Yeah, that is often the case with Homebrew, which is that you are trying to account for a lot of different things, but it sort of limits the spark in the brain of the reader. And oftentimes focusing in on something, even if it feels almost too specific, can make it a lot more interesting. One of the most interesting rogue subclasses I ever read was called like the Bloodvine Dagger. And it was all about you have a magic dagger that it is like it was so weirdly specific, but it was such a fun idea. You getting bad resolution? Sorry, buddy. It's like for a first homebrew, it's pretty solid, Sabaxo. I feel like you should be pretty proud of where it's at for a first draft, and I think that you have a lot to work with here. Specifically, you basically have 2 really interesting ideas, and I think that you just need to pick one and build it out the rest of the way which is like the shaman of the elementals or the shaman of the ancestors. That's not a bad place to be. A lot of the times when you're done looking at a first piece, you're kind of like, all right, I don't know what to do with this. This one, I feel like you have 2 really clear directions to go in. Thank you for sharing. The reason I didn't tie the last features to wild trait was I felt 2 uses would be too little for it. Yeah, but then you're just making it too powerful, man. That's the problem. Like, if you want to, here's the thing, is if you want to, that's a perfect example of like, one of the things that I talk about a lot on stream is you need to be really conscientious of what's happening in the other homebrew and in other D&D design and think about the intention behind that and why it's there. And every other druid subclass that has some resource-based power move or summon or shifting feature is tied to wild shape. So if you're not going to tie yours to wild shape, you need a dang good reason not to do it. And it needs to be a good enough reason that I, as the reader, understand why it's there. I understand that reason. And I don't think I understand the reason for this piece. So it's definitely like a tricky thing. You can always break the rules. You do never need to follow conventions. But as soon as you choose to go against conventions, you are essentially putting yourself in a position where every step of the way, you need to prove why you did that to the reader. And that's not a bad thing either. Like, that can be a really good challenge to try to meet. It just is something that you need to think about, because anyone that's reading it is going to be like, I don't know, man, why, like, every other one does it like this? Why is it not doing it like this? Like, you know? And if you don't want people thinking that, you got to really show. You don't need to literally say, this is why it does it. But the game design needs to show that you have knowledge of the fact that you're going against the norm and that you are doing it with intention. Intention that has value beyond, I want it to be stronger. I want it to be stronger is not a good reason, unfortunately. It would be great if it was. Thanks for the help. You're welcome. I also think that at later levels it might feel weak compared to transforming into a beast. I think you need to rebuild that initial feature in general. And I also don't wholly agree with you there, because if you can make your skills go over 20 and you can increase your wisdom, you can have a higher spellcasting power than any other druid in the game without any magic items. Pretty quickly. Because if you can increase your wisdom to 22 at level 14, you are now stronger than any druid can be without magic items. Important question. Is it CinderBlocksally or CinderBlocksally? Don't worry about it. You know, it's a choose your own adventure. Doing transformations not attached to wild shape makes wild shape suck. Hey, Data, what's up, man? Just spent 20 minutes formatting and editing my doc to be much easier to read. Table of contents and all. Good on you. Don't rush. Don't rush. You don't need to rush. Any work that is rushed is not going to be that good. Time to get wet? The fuck are you going to show me? Elinette. You guys ever watch Training Day? I didn't know you like to get wet. I used to say that to my friends sometimes. And if they got the reference, it was funny. If they didn't get it, I thought I was being a weirdo. What did Hydra say? Important question. Oh yeah. Ignore. I'm not answering you. You think I'm gonna answer that question, man? You gotta earn that answer. To get that answer, you gotta listen. I'm not saying that I hide little guys. Let's talk for it. Let's just talk for a second. Just give me 1 second. Okay? Give me 1 friggin' second. I'm not saying that I hide little bits of lore scattered throughout my shorts, community posts, and videos. Lore that might give you some insight into the force behind this flesh suit before you. That would be crazy. Why would I do so much extra work that no one would notice? What kind of madman would do that? What kind of madman would do that? What kind of madman would do that? Anyway. Good luck. Good luck on finding any of that. What are we doing? Circle of Humidity by Elinette. Why so scary? What was scary? Man, you don't even know scary if you thought that was scary. I don't even use my real voice on this channel that much. Man, we can talk about that if we need to at another point. I don't know if y'all are ready. I'll tell you what. If you guys, if stream goes well, I use a voice. This is a voice. What do you call it? Like voice modulator. This is a voice modulator. I think it is. I don't even know anymore. Okay, let's not worry about it. Circle of Murkiness. Sometimes I also turn parts of my brain off that I don't want to have to think about, because the flesh suit can only carry so much at a time, you know? It's not a foolproof suit. Circle of Murkiness. Oh god, I don't like new conditions. Let's read them. As soon as a creature is in a space of rain, fog, or at least I read this already, so I'm hoping that you made some big changes because I've seen this subclass before. It can gain the wet condition from being in rain or fog. Their movement speed is reduced by 5, and they are resistant to fire damage, and they can spend half their movements to become dry. I'm gonna say what I said the last time that I think I looked at this, which is that I do not know if this is doing enough unique things to merit it being its own condition. Maybe it does, but I'm not 100% positive here. Okay. Why is this not... Oh, there we go. There we go. You guys want to taste? I know you want to taste. Give you a taste. Just a little one. Just a tiny little one. No, shut the fuck up.
So, this is a little bit closer. If you're curious, if you want to know, but I think it would be distracting, honestly, if I used my normal voice most of the time. So I try not to. Because I don't know if you'll like it. You know? I just don't know.
I didn't know I didn't have a voice. Why didn't you tell me that? How long did I not have a voice? That's so funny. Okay, so here's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, did you guys hear any of that? Did you hear any of this? Did you hear me read any of this? All right, sorry about that. So basically here's the feature. You can spend a use of your wild shape. Okay, well, I apologize. Yeah, everything froze. This is why it's not good for me to pull out my full voice. It fucks with the machine. I can't help it. Guys, listen. This is one of the reasons why it's not good to just like unload. Okay. Anyway, at second level, you can use the use of your wild shape to make a sphere of fog in a 10-foot times your proficiency bonus radius. So that's a 20-foot radius at level 2, and then a 30-foot, 40-foot, 50-foot, 60-foot. A 60-foot radius is really big. I don't know. Even a 30-foot radius is pretty big for it to just be out for a minute of difficult terrain. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I feel like it would be more reasonable for it to just be your proficiency bonus times 5. I don't know, though. I'm not sure. I feel like this was an issue that I told you last time also, that it felt too big. Scourging Mist. The hide is a bonus action while in the fog, I think, is fine. I would even go as far as to say maybe you could even extend that to your allies, or there could be another element to it, but I think the radius of it needs to be a little smaller. Or when enemy creatures are in it, they have to make a saving throw, and if they fail on that saving throw, they have to treat it as difficult terrain until the beginning of their next turn. Something like that. It doesn't. It lightly obscures the area. Scourging Mist. Did I not post this in the chat? I thought I did. Did I not go through? My voice really fucked everything up, didn't it? I apologize about that. As long as you are in a source of the fog, it wraps around your hands into misty tendrils. You in action. You can make... I think you mean as an action. You can make a melee spell attack with the tendrils against a creature within 10 feet of you. On a hit, the target takes 1d6 cold damage. If the target was wet, you can grapple the creature. When you reach 10th level in this class, the cold damage dealt by your tendrils increases to 2d6. Is this only on when you have the fog active, or is this on... What does the source of fog need to be? Can the fog cloud be this, or can it be... Does it have to be Stalker's Mist? If it has to be Stalker's Mist, you got to use that language. I think it's interesting. I want this to not be... I want this to be a little different. I don't know. I feel like we don't want everything to be tied directly to your wild shape. I think we want at least one thing that is separate from wild shape. Like, what about this? Like, what if this is just always a thing you can do, but when you're in your fog, it has a reach of 10 feet and can grapple them. But when you don't, not within your fog, it's just a 5-foot reach. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I feel weird about this one. I feel like this feature is decent, but I don't think it's going to scale well. And I don't know how much it helps sell the idea that you're trying to put forth with the way you describe the Circle of Murkiness. And I also feel like I don't know, man. I just disagree with the wet condition. I just don't think it's the move. At 6th level, the air around you becomes deathly cold. At the start of your turn, hostile wet creatures within 15 feet of you take cold damage equal to your proficiency bonus. If the creature is grappled by your Scourging Mist tentacles, it takes cold damage equal to twice your proficiency bonus. This feels more like it should be a 10th level feature than a 6th level feature. It sort of just feels like I don't know. I feel like when we get a wild shape feature that's really distinct, we want that feature to heighten at 10th. This part sort of feels like it's tied to it, and this part feels hugely like it's tied to it. It could be okay. I just don't know if this feels like I don't know what this is supposed to feel like. Because it's not really misty. It's like you make an area cold. Honestly, it's cold more than it's wet, right? In fact, if you look at the feature here, everything here could just be cold and it would be exactly the same. Cold, make you resistant to fire. Cold would movement reduce you. Yeah, maybe that's the problem that I'm having. Maybe the problem that I'm having is if I took out murkiness and put the word cold in, it would kind of be the same subclass. Chat, am I being crazy? Am I being too picky here? I don't know. It's not selling me on the flavor yet. At 10th level, the line between you and your mist becomes murky. While standing in a source of fog, as an action, you can expend 2 uses of your wild shape at the same time to become a invisible stalker. If you are outside of the fog if you are outside of the fog at the start of your turn, you revert back to your normal form. This needs to be really limited. To give you a sense of things, the Moon Druid, which is the other one that gets a big transformation, can turn into elementals. They're CR5, and none of them are invisible. 2 uses of wild shape. The invisible stalker, CR6. So right off the bat, it's like this. The invisible stalker is basically a better air elemental. Invisible stalker is not CR1. Data, come on, man. Man, Data, you speak with such confidence, and often you're right, but sometimes you pull some crazy poop out of your butt. And I'm like, God damn, I can't trust that confidence as much as I want to. But I'm going to keep trusting it. No, invisible stalkers are really fucking intense. They have damage output on par with elementals, and they're invisible, and like they're resistant to a bunch of like it's just a little too strong. Oops, it's just a little too strong, I think, in its current form. I think you got to lower the time, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. The biggest thing that I'm thinking here is I feel like Stalker's Mist and Scourging Mist and Inevitable Cold don't feel like they're building something cohesive at the current moment. Like, I feel like Stalker's Mist and Mistborn fit really well together. They make sense to me. This one's a little bit stronger. You found me on Reddit under a yeah, I used to post on Reddit all the time. Y'all can find me on Reddit. I don't hide my stuff. I have a bunch of homebrew on Reddit. I haven't looked at any of it in like a year plus, and I can't promise that any of it's any good, but I got a bunch of stuff on Reddit. I got like subclasses and monsters and stuff. Again, I can't promise any of it's good, but I do have it there. But I do feel like Scourging Mist and Inevitable Cold, they feel out of place. I don't know. I think you need to... I need to be sold on how they are, like the tendrils of mist that attack and grapple people. I'm not buying it yet. I'm just not buying it yet. In the Inevitable Cold, again, it's like the same thing. It's like, I don't know. There's just something about it. Like the mechanics and the flavor aren't meshing in a way that I'm into it. You kind of buy it. You can totally kind of buy it. I just feel like it's more like you are the cold than you are the mist. And I don't know if a melee spell attack that grapples people is a good way to represent the power of the mist. And I don't know if passive cold damage when creatures are, when creatures are in mist is going to be the move. I don't know. That's just me. Where's the wetness at? Well, the wetness is this condition. That's why they made the new condition. Hey, Cinder, I have some homebrew I'd like to get reviewed. Is it too late for me to get it added to today's stream? It is, but if you join the Discord or are a part of my YouTube channel, keep an eye out for when I post when my next stream review will be. I will also say that I have another homebrew review stream on Thursday night, but the only people that can submit to my Thursday night review are people that are either members of the channel or people that are on my Patreon. So if you don't want to wait till the next open review, you can beg someone to give you a membership, or you can get a membership, or you can follow me on Patreon. The page is animated. It's very cool. It's very cool. And I like it. I want more of this. I want to get rid of Scourging Mist and something. I want you to replace Scourging Mist and Inevitable Cold with something. I don't know what, but that's what I want. Fear of the Unknown. At 14th level, your mist becomes so thick that anything could be hiding in it. When you Stalker's Mist, creatures within the area must make a wisdom saving throw against your Druid spell save DC or be frightened by your fog. A creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of its turn as long as it's not wet. So I feel like you need to drop the wetness feature here. I'm going to be honest. I think relying on the wetness feature is messing with you a little bit. I think it's hindering you more than it's helping you. I think that because of how wide the radius of your mist is, creatures need to just be able to keep making that saving throw. If you can if you can perma-fear creature with because they're automatically getting this by just being in the mist anyway, right? So all creatures within it, for all intents and purposes, are under this effect. And if they take fire damage inside it, they're still going to be inside it later. So they're just immediately going to get that condition again. And getting so this is just too strong if they can deal with if they can be immune, if they can not remake the save. Excuse me. Oh yeah, you're missing a U in the word unknown, or you're missing you're not a U, an N. No, a U. You're missing something. Flavor-wise, feels very piratey. You think it feels piratey? I'm not getting that, but I hear you. I accept that. That's what you feel. Off to work. All right, get out of here. Be safe. Cinder reviewed his own homebrew in a review back in April. If you want, if you guys really want me to look at my old homebrew, I'm happy to look at it again on stream. I just don't care. I don't need to. I don't feel a great need to. But if people really want that, I'm happy to do that as a stream. I just don't. I don't know if that will be entertaining. I don't feel strong feelings about it. I think that I like aspects of this idea quite a lot. I think I really disagree with the wet condition and using it as a core mechanic, though. And I think that is extending into a lot of the pieces here. And I disagree with Scourging Mist and Inevitable Cold as ways of feeling like the mist. It feels like it's like the cold more than the mist. Here's what I'm going to say. You should go in whatever direction you want to go in this with, and I encourage you to keep working on it if you want to, but this is the second time I've seen this, so here's what we're going to say. We're at an impasse. You either remove the wetness condition and completely rework the 6th level feature and the 2nd level feature, and somewhat the 14th level feature, and then I'll happily look at it again. But if you decide you don't want to do that, or you disagree with me not doing the wetness condition, then I think we are now at a point where it's like you should just take it in whatever direction you want to go in, and hopefully this feedback is helpful, but we are going in different directions. So I think that seeing any future versions of it, I'm just going to be repeating myself, probably, unless you are like dramatically changing it. But I do appreciate it, and I hope you keep working on it. Thank you very much, Elinette. You like my Blood Sphinx Sorcerer? Cool, thank you. Yeah, most of my homebrew, a lot of my homebrew is not on Reddit anymore. A lot of it's on my Patreon. But I made a bunch of monster subclasses. Monster subclasses were my favorite thing to make. Oh, this is the Rat King. The link to the Discord is in the video. In the video, man. Just look in the description of the video. I probably won't make it to stream because I'm going to be playing D&D. No, it's not ironic, man. The table always comes first. The table always comes first. I don't want you missing your D&D game to watch my stream. That's friggin' crazy. That would be crazy person move. Making monsters are a lot of fun. For a while, that was the only homebrew that I did was make monsters. Warlock, Pact of the Conspiracy Theory. Oh, I see someone's been watching my shorts. Did I look at this last week? I feel like I looked at this last week. Let me just double check. Because if I looked at this last week, we got to skip it. Because you can't post the same thing 2 weeks in a row. Let's just double check. No, I didn't. Let me double check. I'm double checking. I don't think maybe I didn't. Oh, yeah, true. We were talking. Oh, that's right. We were talking about it while you were making it. All right. The Pact of the Conspiracy Theory taps into the chaotic web of secret knowledge and hidden truths that permeate the world. Warlocks who forge this pact are drawn to the mysterious nature of conspiracy theories, seeking power from the realm beyond through their understanding of hidden agendas, clandestine organizations, and elusive cosmic forces. D&D is for now, stream is for later. Amen. Okay. Conspiracy artifacts. At first level, you gain the ability to wield powerful conspiracy artifacts that aid you in your search for hidden truths instead of an expanded spell list. I'm not sure how I feel about that. We're going to see what they do. Because the thing is, Warlock's expanded spell list doesn't actually give them extra powers. It lets them pick a different spell instead of one that they would already learn. So their expanded spell list is not really a bonus. So if these do anything at all that is in addition, then this is not balanced, if that's how you're balancing it, just so you know. Does that make sense? Because like a Paladin, a Druid, their expanded spell lists are like, you get these spells for free. That is not how Warlock expanded spell lists work. So if you want to treat this like that, then you are getting these options instead of learning spells. Okay, so let's see what we get here. Unless this is the only thing we're getting? Okay, weird. As a bonus action, you can activate one of your conspiracy artifacts, gaining a special benefit until the start of your next turn. You have 2 artifacts to choose from. So you either get the misinformation documents or a board of revelations. Board of revelations. You have advantage on charisma deception checks, and you can cast disguise self once without expending a spell slot. You regain the ability to do so when you finish a short or long rest. Dude, this is not the move, man. There is an invocation that lets you cast Disguise Self at will. I would not give you 1 free use of Disguise Self. This is like a worse version of that invocation. These sound like better invocations. This is a fucking worse invocation. You think having advantage on deception checks and 1 free Disguise Self is better than infinite Disguise Self? No way. Infinite Disguise Self is so much better. Okay, let's look at the other one. Misinformation document. You gain proficiency in investigation skill, and you have advantage on intelligence investigation checks made to uncover secrets or unravel mysterious occurrences. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. What does that mean, once you use this feature? What does that mean? Is this separate from misinformation documents, or is this tied to it? Okay, I think that you need to. I think that you need to make this clearly not a part of this. So you probably need to put like an indent here and like an indent here, and not an indent here. This is a very weak first level feature. Very weak first level feature. Yeah, man, I don't know. Can I say scrap it and start over? Because that's what I want to say. Like, I'm not a big fan of advantage on charisma checks. I'm not really sure how, or advantage on deception checks. Not sure how that ties to Book of Revelations. Not a fan of Disguise Self. It's like, that's just an invocation, but weaker. And then advantage on investigation checks that are like I feel like you took my advice and then didn't like take my advice actually. So like, here's what I think you should do. I think what I said is you could give them like an alternative version of stone cunning, but for conspiracies. And that's sort of what you did here. But like, that was like a ribbon feature. Like, that's not a strong feature. So this could be one feature, and then they can have a whole other feature. And then they should have an expanded spell list, because this is not strong. So give them an expanded spell list. Not sure why you took that out. And I don't know what else off the top of my head. I'm going to keep reading this because I'm not sure what the vibe of this is supposed to be play-wise, but I think you need to go back to the drawing board with both of these, in my opinion. I think misinformation documents, I think this could stay as a ribbon feature, but I think genuinely that's a ribbon feature. That's not something you're picking between multiple things. And I think you just need to come up with a brand new thing. These do not... Also, like, why are they artifacts? I'm not sure how that ties into the flavor here. Like, why are there conspiracy artifacts? I don't know. It's confusing to me. I'm not picking up what you're putting down yet. Let's look at hidden insight at 6th level. At 6th level, your connection to conspiracy theories grants you a special insight into hidden truth. You have advantage on intelligence checks made to uncover secrets and... How is that different than this? You have advantage on intelligence checks made to uncover secrets and unravel mysterious occurrences. You have advantage on intelligence checks to uncover secrets, expose deceptions, discovery. This is the same feature. How is this? Chad, am I missing something? Am I being crazy? Is this feature different, or are these are just the same feature twice? This is just a non-feature. This is a non-feature. This does nothing. It's not flavor text. They say you have advantage on intelligence checks. That's literally mechanics. What are you talking about, you crazy silly goose? Come on, data. Double advantage is not a thing. I'm not sure what this is. Yeah, this is a non-feature. Okay, let's look at the 10th level feature. I think the idea is that it's a stronger version. Well, it doesn't. I would change it. If that's the goal, I would still make it something different. At 6th level, the Warlock gains... Yeah, Warlocks usually get a defensive feature at 6th level. And you still have the other artifacts. What other artifacts? There's 2. There's these 2. That's it. Yeah, I feel like this is missing a lot. Am I misreading it? Are there like redacted files, conspiracy board, secret? Like, what is this? Is this another subclass? Is this like the subclass written twice? I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna assume that that's not the case, and we're just gonna keep reading it. Conspiratorial manipulation. At 10th level, your Master of Conspiracy Artifacts allows you to manipulate the flow of magical energy around you. As a reaction, when you are hit with a spell or targeted by a magical effect, you can use your reaction to activate a conspiracy artifact of your choice. The chosen artifact grants you one of the following features. Does this mean that you have both of these and you can use both of these features? Does this mean at 10th level you choose one and that's the feature you have? You gain advantage on saving throws against spells and magical effects. The spell or magical effect becomes visible to you, allowing you to better understand its origins or intentions. I'm going to be honest. This is so much stronger than this. Why would you ever pick this? Why would you ever pick this feature? Also, this feature could just be an Arcana. Like, this is just an Arcana check in most games, right? I think the dark bold are all artifacts, and the underlined ones are the class features. No, this is a class feature. It says at 10th level. This is an artifact. This is an artifact. Or if they're not artifacts, I don't know what they're supposed to be. When you use this feature, can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. So if you... Okay, so here's what I was going to say. If you want to rewrite... If you want to do this, then here's how you write it. So this one... I would say, as a reaction, when you are hit by a spell or targeted by a magical effect, you can use your reaction to gain one of the following features. Either you can give yourself advantage against the spell or magical effect, or B, you can like learn what spell was cast or whatever. But even still, I mean, that's kind of what you wrote anyway. I don't know, man. Giving yourself advantage on one spell, this feels very similar to a Warlock that already exists. Like, how is this that different than the Fiend lock, you know? Like, how is this? This is basically Dark One's Blessing. You just get to, when you fail when you make a saving throw, you can add a D10. It's a little different than yours, but it's not that different. I don't know if it's different enough, to be honest, Rat King. I think you got some work here to cut out for you. 14th level. At 14th level, you have reached the pinnacle of your understanding of conspiracy theories and their arcane power. You gain additional conspiracy artifact option below. Redacted files. You gain proficiency in the persuasion skill. Man, if you're level 14, you're not proficient in that yet? Come on now. And another advantage on charisma checks. Again, I'm not a big fan of that as a feature. The advantage on the checks, Conspiracy board. You have advantage on wisdom. Stop doing advantage on stuff. Advantage on simple checks to fill out the flavor. I don't think it's working. You can activate one conspiracy artifact as a bonus action, and you can choose this feature twice before requiring a short or long rest. If you're going to be doing something like this, we need to really understand what these conspiracy objects are more. Like, you need to really rework your, you majorly need to rework your formatting. Because, like, this is a first level. This is a class feature. this is a artifact. So why is this class feature use the same font as the artifacts? Why does not use the same font as the class feature? It creates this thing where it's like I barely know what I'm looking at half the time. And like if you want to list artifacts, you gotta really make it obvious what they are. They need to have their own specific thing that they're just doing. I'm confused. I'm pouring it out of it. Go down. Go down where? These are just more. What am I going down to? This new subclass? That's not the one that I just read? What am I supposed to be doing here? These are the actual features? Well, then why the fuck weren't they at the front? Listen, if you failed to format your piece well enough to make it so I could read it, you get what you pay for, man. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. These You think these were the artifacts? Well, then why are they written like fucking class features? All right, the lesson here is don't format your thing weirdly. Like, you know, like what the fuck am I supposed to be? How am I supposed to know that I'm not looking at a 14th level feature if it says it 14th level? All right, reformat your piece, son. Reformat your piece. It is gobbledygook right now. The formatting of this is a perfect example of formatting utterly shooting you in the foot, if that is the case. And I have nothing else to say about it. Rat King, good luck making that more clear. I strongly encourage you to write it in the same structure as an ordinary subclass, where the features are listed in the order that they are given, and at each level you are given a description of what that feature does and any associated pieces. And if you are using a compendium at the side of it, you just say that. The formatting fits the theme and detracts from the usability too much. Yes, thank you for the submission. I do appreciate it, even though I was just ragging on your formatting at the end there. But I was kind of blown away. If it was true that was those last parts were actually the class features, that's confusing to me that you put them there. Rajin says, first time homebrew monster for a character of mine. Just looking to see if it's all right. Any advice? Let's take a look. First, did you say it was first time homebrew? I wonder if it's above or below CR10. Let's see. I bet it's above CR10, not because of judging you, but because of judging homebrew writers. And what I'm going to say is if it's your first homebrew, don't make it a high CR monster. High CR monsters are harder to write. So CR12. All right. We'll see. Did you do all the math right? Somebody do math here. What's 5 times 17 right now? I'll do it. 85. Okay. D10. Okay, so 85. We got to do how many? Is it 17 D10? So 17 times 5.5. $93 plus 87. Does this equal 93 plus 87? Does this equal 93 plus 85? Looks like it might. Cool. Did the math right. Good on you. CR12, I think, has a higher proficiency bonus than +4, but I might be wrong. No, I think I might be wrong. Ignore me. Okay. Vulnerable to Radiant. It's got some saving throws. What is this thing doing? It's the Ghost of the Venolith Library. A harrowing creature made of black shadows with many eyes, some small, some larger. The eyes are red in color with no pupil. Many mouths cover its large body in varying size, lined with pointed teeth that grind in anticipation. That's nice flavor text. 2 large tentacles, roughly on either side of the creature, extend 15 feet. The creature... All right, we're now in too much flavor text. You need to figure out how to make half of this description and half of this, like, vibe / like, what they're like. Don't spend the whole thing just describing what it looks like, because we still have no idea of, like, what it's supposed to feel like. Data, I love you. Get out of here. Thank you for popping by. Disturbing Horror. A creature that starts its turn within 16 feet has to make a Wisdom save or become frightened, so it has it has a fear aura. Shadow Stealth while in dim light or darkness. The Beast. It's not a beast, is it? No, don't call it a beast if it's not a beast. Can take the hide action as a bonus action. Let me guess. You copy-pasted this from a beast. You copy-pasted this from a beast. You copy-pasted this from a beast. Did you copy-paste all of these features from a beast, or did you just write beast? You didn't? Then why did you call it beast every time? A beast is a creature type. This is undead. Don't call it that. Call it by its name. Call it the ghost or whatever. You changed the wording? Well, you didn't. Don't do this. This is confusing because I'm like, what beast are you talking about? It has 2 legendary resistances, sunlight sensitivity, shadow stealth. Okay, what's its speed? 30 feet. It's kind of slow, I think. That's okay, though. Multi-attack. It makes 3 attacks. Don't do this. You see how you have action down here and the things up here? You gotta get this so it's sitting on the top of it. It'll look nicer. 1 with its bite and 2 with its shadow tendrils. Its bite deals some solid damage plus a little necrotic. And then it's... How is it getting a plus 10 to hit? So if it has a 19 in strength and its proficiency bonus is plus 4, it should have a plus 8 to hit. Because it's this plus this. So I'm not sure where this plus 10 comes from. Same with this one. This should be tied to stats. Plus 10 to hit, 15-foot reach, similar damage, exact same damage? No, just similar damage, a little less damage. And they have to make a con saving throw. No, they have to make a strength saving throw or be grappled and pulled within 5 feet of it. Again, stop calling it the beast. It's not a beast. Slowing barrage. Figure out how to get this all in one line. The beast summons a shadowy spears from its body and releases them in a 30-foot cone. Each creature in the area must make a DC 18 dex save. Why is this why are your saving throws all over the place? Why is this a 13? And this a 16? And this an 18? If you don't have a good answer for that, you should make them more similar. And the good answer shouldn't be, I want that to be stronger. I want that to be stronger is not the good answer. Each creature in the area must make a DC 18 strength, a dex save, or take a bunch of necrotic damage and a bunch of piercing damage. Oof, magoof. Double fireball damage, or half as much on a successful one. That feels a little high for a CR 12 breath attack, which is basically what this is. It's essentially the equivalent of a dragon breath. Maybe it's not. Let me check. Let's just peek. Let's look at a dragon for a second. Let's look at an adult blue dragon. No, not a blue one. Let's look at an adult black dragon. One of the ones that has a cone attack. I think they have a cone attack. They are CR 14. It's a line. So this monster is 2 CR higher than yours, and its breath attack does less damage in a smaller area. So yeah, so this is too much damage. 6d6 and 6d6 could work, that's true. But yeah, you should lower this damage. Reactions. Absorb Shadow. When a creature who is reduced to 0 hit points from the Shadow Barrage... When a creature who is reduced... What? Your sentence is breaking grammar. When a creature who is reduced to 0 hit points from Shadow Barrage, the beast... Oh, you just need a comma here, or a period, a comma. The beast can use its reaction to restore hit points equal to half the necrotic damage dealt. The creature then loses its shadow and gains sunlight sensitivity until the beast is dead, unconscious, or willingly returns the shadow. I think this is a neat idea. The problem is this is only happening to creatures that are at 0 hit points. So sunlight sensitivity is kind of boring here. I feel like this is what I would do if I were you. I would completely drop this feature. I would keep this one, and I would say creatures that fail the saving throw by too much lose their shadow and gain sunlight sensitivity for some amount of time. And then additionally, if this drops any creatures to 0 hit points, the ghost regains some amount of hit points. All of this can just be tied into this, and I think it'll work better. And then it has legendary actions to teleport and make bite attacks. Overall, I think it's a pretty solid idea for a monster. It feels really similar to a dragon, and I think that's something that's worth paying attention to. It has essentially the same thing as the dragon's fear aura and the same thing as the dragon's breath attack. So I think you got to spend a little bit of time to figure out what else you can do and how else you can change it to feel dramatically different than a dragon. But I think it's a pretty solid idea for a monster. I like the sunlight sensitivity. Honestly, the best part of it is the creatures gaining sunlight sensitivity for some amount of time. I feel like that's pretty cool. The damage is a bit low for the CR, according to the DMG. That might be true for the base attacks, but it's definitely not true for the breath attack. Unless you are assuming this is only hitting one creature, but it's a 30-foot cone. So you have to multiply this 16d6 by potentially, 4 or 5 or 6. So I don't actually think it's probably... With that in mind, I actually don't think it's probably low for it, Yeah. It's a neat idea, though. I like it. Yeah, I think I would encourage you to make it more different than a dragon. If I could give you any feedback on where to go with it from here, I encourage you to push it to be more different than a dragon. Thank you for sharing, Rajin. I appreciate it. Oh, we got data. Data was just here, but they left. Do you love magic? No, of course you do. I do not. And you hate it as much as I do. I don't know how much you hate it. Here's a bunch of keywords. Convert into D&D. No guarantee you'll like them. All right. Is this like just a bunch of conditions? What's going on here? Man, if you send me a list of stuff, I'm just going to read the first one or two. You know that. I know that. We both know that. Let's read the first one or two. Feats. Vigilance. This requires 14 levels of Barbarian. You gain the following benefit. Your strength, dexterity, or constitution increase by 1. Others no longer gain advantage from your reckless attack. I think that's too good for a feat. I don't like it. I feel like it kind of defeats the fun of reckless attack also. Just a little too strong. If anything, I feel like there's other ways you could enhance reckless attack, right? Like maybe when you make an attack with reckless attack, you can choose one of the die and re-roll them, sort of like Elven Accuracy. Like Elven Accuracy basically does the same thing, where that's what Elven Accuracy does. When you have advantage on an attack with the bow, you can pick one of those d20 and roll them again. So it gives you essentially triple advantage. I think you could do something like that, but I wouldn't remove the other side. I always reckless attack anyway. A Menace. 6th level Barbarian or Fighter. At the beginning of a hostile creature's turn, it must make a Wisdom saving throw against 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your Constitution or Strength modifier. If it fails, it cannot target you with an attack unless the creature has an ally within 5 feet of you. Huh. What? At the beginning of a hostile creature's turn, it has to make a save. And if it fails, it can't target you with an attack unless the creature... This is a little... I feel like this is like Sanctuary... I don't know. This feels kind of antithetical to being a barbarian or a fighter a lot of the time. It also sort of feels like it's just Sanctuary all the time. Oh yeah, there is no range on the ability. That's a good point. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. This is giving me the vibes of like you're trying to make a system fit into another system, but you're not accounting for the balance of it. I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it. Yeah, it feels a little anti-synergy. I'm all for trying to get like Magic the Gathering stuff to, you know, using it for inspiration, but I feel like these two are missing the mark a little bit in the current state. I just don't like. What's the point of this one? It's like so you can't like you become the anti-tank? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. It's an interesting idea, but I'm not sure. I need to think about this one a little bit. Yeah. I don't know. Feels odd to me. I also feel like you could do weird stuff with this, with like the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian, where you could create situations where like just everybody's having a bad time, and I don't know if I like that or not. Yeah, I'm not sure. Unsure. Interesting ideas. But I don't really have anything else to say, and since you didn't tell me what to pick, those first two are the ones that I picked. I'm not sure why Intimidation has the beginning that is the same as Menace. Maybe that was a mistake. Unsure. Thank you, Data. In the future, if you want me to look at something specific, you know the drill. Just let me know which thing you want me to look at. Reaver, I hardly know her. That's such a dumb joke. Okay, Reaver. Hey, Cinder. Looks like my luck held out. This rogue subclass is my third submission, comparatively short and sweet. Let me know what you think. All right, I will. I love a good rogue. Let's take a peek, shall we? I don't know if Reaver's in the chat. I'm not sure if I saw them. Got a little lost in the sauce. Hey, Reaver, you are here. Nice. Fortune's Fraud. A roguish archetype. It is a dumb joke. I can't help but make dumb jokes. It's in my nature. It's easy to push your luck when you control it. Through subtle magic, supposed destiny, or even actual luck, a Fortune's Fraud has found within themselves the valuable ability to instinctively sense and subtly skew moments that hang in the balance, tipping the odds for both themselves and those around them. They utilize these abilities to shape their own destiny while sealing the fate of others. At third level, whenever rolling a percentage chance for an outcome or rolling to determine a random result on a random result table, you can roll twice to choose which to keep. Huh. How often does that come up? That's a strange one. I'm not sure how I feel about that. This ability also is applied to ability checks related to games of chance, drawing from a deck of cards, or even the in-character result of dice throwing, card draws, coin flips, etc. The ability is imperceptible to others. It is a ribbon feature. It feels like a one because it is. It's a neat idea. I'm just not sure how much this comes up. It's very strange. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's strange. I'm gonna read the other feature so we can look at the whole thing together at third level. But I like the idea. Part of me does kind of feel like it should be a little bit limited. Like I don't know if I like it being imperceptible. This is what I almost want to say. I almost want to be like, I like this feature and I like this feature, but I don't feel like they should necessarily be the same. I like this feature a lot more, personally. Cheat luck. At 3rd level, you begin to subtly alter the flow of fortune amongst those around you. You can use your reaction when you or a creature within 60 feet of you makes an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check to increase or decrease the roll by 1d4 after the die is rolled, but before the result is announced. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain expended uses when you finish a short or long rest. I'm going to be honest. I do not like these in combination. They feel too similar. I feel like this feature is interesting, but it doesn't feel like a 3rd level feature to me. Or at least not a 3rd level feature on its own, which it basically is. This, I would, if I were you, I would probably make this a 9th level feature. And I would probably try to come up with another 3rd level feature that could tie a little bit more into combat. More actively with you in combat, I mean. As opposed to as more of a utility feature. You don't need to listen if you don't want to, but that's what I would do if I were you. Let's look at 9th level. Fate's Foresight. At 9th level, be it flipping a coin, a finger to the air, or even just a moment's quiet contemplation, you can receive an intuition into the future. As a bonus action, you can concentrate as if on a spell. At the start of your next turn, you end your concentration and ask a simple yes or no question with consequences that you could reasonably discover up to 1 minute into the future. The DM answers your question with a yes or a no, and a yes. So this is just augury. If you use this feature 2 or more times before completing your, why not? Why write this out? My question is, why are you writing this out? It literally needs to be used as if it's concentrating on a spell. So why write it out? Why not just make it augury? This is just the augury feature. This is this augury spell, right? Yeah. I mean, it's a neat idea. Nothing is tied to sneak attack yet, and I actually think that that's a pretty big issue, which is why I think that I don't love this. I think that this is not the move. I would put cheat luck up here. I would drop this. I would cut this entirely. I would put cheat luck at 9th, and I would come up with a new thing for 3rd. That was a little bit more roguish feeling. At 13th level, your power of fate increases. The die used to cheat luck increases to a d6. Furthermore, when you or a creature you can see within 60 feet of you rolls a 1 or a 20 on an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check, you can use your action to use a use of your cheat luck ability to flip the result. How often can you do this? This is really strong. You shouldn't be able to do this more than once per long rest, I think, to be honest. So I would change this to once per long rest. Automatically turning a failure into a crit or vice versa. That is stronger than the Grave Domain Cleric's Channel Divinity, which is the Channel Divinity. It ends up being shorter to write the rules than the exceptions. Are there a lot of exceptions that this is different than augury? To me, it just read like augury. Turning a fail into a save is a rogue's capstone. That's a really good point, actually. Turning a fail into a 20 is the rogue's capstone. Yeah, that's a really good point. You probably don't want to do this here. I would actually then maybe say, just come up with something new, because that is a really good point. 18th level, cheat death. At 18th level, you can cheat death and exact payback on your trouble for your trouble. When you are reduced to 0 hit points or are killed, you can return to life at any point in the next minute, as if the Revivify spell, with hit points equal to half your hit point maximum. You can immediately make a weapon attack with advantage. If this attack is made against a creature that reduces your HP to 0 hit points or killed you, you roll 3 die and choose among the results. So you triple advantage, basically. And once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Honestly, this feels like this feels like it could be the 13th level feature. I would probably just drop this entirely, make this the 13th level feature, make this the 9th level feature, and come up with something new for 18 and for 3. Isn't the only change the casting time? Why would you pick this when Lucky Feet is a thing? I mean, it's a little different than Lucky, but I do think that is a good point, is that you do want to make sure it is hitting different vibes. And I think Cheat Luck kind of does. And I think this is probably my favorite feature, which is like the percentile roll change. But this kind of just feels like Augury. This, we already talked about, you just got to drop this. This is okay, but I don't feel like it's like a capstone feature. I feel like it's like, I would make this 13th level. It's a neat idea, but I think in its current state, it needs a little bit of... You know what it reminds me of? Honestly, it reminds me of the Thief Rogue. And the Thief Rogue is lackluster in a lot of ways. And the main reasons why and honestly, the Assassin Rogue is lackluster too. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that they don't have really solid ways that their sneak attack is tied into their subclass, which is like a pretty key element of just about every other rogue. Yeah. You got... If you're ever using, I mean, you can use the Thief as your inspiration, but you shouldn't base. The thing is, if you're using a subclass as your inspiration, you should never use one. You got to use a couple. And if you're using a couple, you need to make sure that you are using at least one that is one of the quote unquote strong subclasses. And you also kind of need to make sure that you're still aware of the, I don't know, the patterns that are out there. Notice you? Why? I'll tell you what, I'll notice you if you gift some subs to some lovely people. Other than that, I won't notice you. Unless you prove yourself by submitting Homebrew. Or giving feedback. Here's an idea, but I don't know if it's strong. When your attack roll misses, you can double the value rolled on the die, and you can do this I don't know, I disagree with that. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, Reaver. So whenever you're writing Homebrew, you're going to want to be basing it off of whatever thing. If you want it to vibe with something like the Thief, great. But then you also got to take a look at the Phantom Rogue. You got to take a look at the Psy Rogue, the Psychic, the Spirit, whatever they're called, the Soul Knife. You got to take a look at, you know, the Scout Rogue, the Swashbuckler. You want to make sure you're looking at some of the other ones that are quite strong, and you're making sure yours is balanced against them. I think the idea is a lot of fun. I encourage you to push it further. That's the thing that I would say. Right now, it feels a little lackluster in almost the exact same way that, to me, the Thief is a little lackluster. But I do think that it is worth working on if you want to keep working on it. Thank you, Reaver. Good night, Molly Mock. Noah? Hey, Cinder, this is my first time here. This is my Elementalist, the second class I had to go at homebrewing. It was inspired by Avatar: The Last Airbender, as I really wanted a magic user who focused heavily on elemental magic, but this could also control their surroundings, feels more blah, blah, blah. Third level feature is what you want most help with. Okay. I might not get to the third level. I might spend the whole time talking about formatting. It's a class. You know how I feel about classes. Okay. Oh, thank the Lord. Okay, so we have a little table here so we can look at. So at first level, we get innate magic and primordial. We have cantrips. We have spells. We have spell points. And we have... Okay, so we're like sort of a warlock. Okay, we get light armor. We get constitution and wisdom. These are both really strong. I might switch one out for a less strong one. I feel like charisma could fit an elementalist really well. What's their spellcasting modifier? Wisdom. Yeah, so if that's the case, then maybe... I guess this could be okay. I would maybe switch this out for charisma. Okay. We get 2 skills. We get a blowgun and some little weapons. We get multi-classing rules. We get innate spellcasting. We get cantrips. Based on the fact that he has 15 known spells at the end, it seems to follow sorcerer. Spell points is an optional rule in the DMG. Hey Pez, what's up? At first level, you know 3 cantrips of your choice from the Elementalist spell list. You learn additional cantrips of your choice at higher levels. If you want this to feel like an avatar, you probably should just give us... Why not just give us, like, the base ones? Why not give us, like, Control Flames, Gust, Magic Stone, and Shape Water? Why, you know, why not just give us access to the basic ones? I would probably, I'm going to be honest. I would strongly encourage you to do different spell progression than normal D&D stuff if you're doing it. Okay. We get spell points. We're not going to read all your spell points work. They're spell points. If there's anything in here that's important that I've missed, I'm sorry. I don't care. We're going to keep reading. So basically, how many spell slots do we get? We don't get spell slots. We get spell points. So at first level, we know 2 spells and we get 4 spell points. It looks like a first level spell costs 2 points. So you can cast 2 first level spells. So it's essentially the same as regular casting. The problem with spell points. Okay, so I'm just gonna give you a piece of thing. Part of the problem with having spell points be a direct translation is it makes you a much more powerful caster than other casters, because essentially you can decide to cast, 8 third level spells a day if you want to. It's much more flexible in a way that you need to account for in terms of what spells you give them access to. So, like, for example, if you're playing if you're playing a sorcerer and you use spell points instead of spell slots, I know this because this is exactly what I did, you are going to be really fucking strong because you can cast, like, Haste and Polymorph way more times a day than you should be able to. You get much more low level. You get a lot more of everything if you want. So it's just... I would not necessarily just do the spell point rule because, in my opinion, it can be pretty easily busted. So I would come up with something different for it. And yeah, I would also feel weird using... Yeah, I just wouldn't do that. But you only get 1, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th with each spell point. I don't think it matters. I don't think that makes a difference. I think being... I don't feel like that's huge. Again, guys, I don't think that's huge. I think being able to cast 5th level spells or lower in much more flexibility is a lot stronger. Angel says at 5th level, when you get access to 3rd level spells, you have 27 points, allowing you to cast 5 3rd level spells when normal casters can only cast 1. That's kind of my point. Do you get access to... Okay. Primordial. You can speak, read, and write all Primordial. You learn a bunch of languages. Whenever you make Charisma check interacting with elementals, you have advantage on that check. I think that's fine. 2nd level, you get elemental affinities. You choose an archetype that reflects your further development. Oh, man, I don't... Reading classes fucking burns me out. I don't want to have to hunt for... Like, this is why I don't like reading classes, because now I got to be like, okay, so now I have to go hunt for elemental affinities and, like, read one of them. I don't want to have to do that. Okay, let's do, like... we have Chaos... Prime, like, how are they split up? There's Prime, they're not based on elements? That's interesting. This is why you include a table of contents? Yeah, that's a good point. It's also, like, it's just not going to be realistic for me to... I'm not going to read 6 2nd level features. I'll take a look at the 3rd level feature, but then we're going to be done. Starting at 3rd level, as well as learning specific ways to spin the elements through your spells, you can also manipulate naturally occurring elements when you are near an area of non-magical natural occurring element that you can see. You can spend 2 points, take control of a 5-foot cube within 30 feet of you, and shape it to whatever way you want. Changes last 10 minutes, and you need to concentrate. If you have to concentrate on it, it sounds like. You can control larger areas by expanding additional points. Okay. Can we do anything we want with them? Can we, like, drop them on people's heads? What can we actually do with them? Just change its shape. When spinning natural elements is up to the DM to determine the effects it causes on a creature or the environment. Oh, that's such a bad move. Don't do that. Don't make it up to the DM. That's like half the feature. You cannot control different element sources at once. You can move the... Okay, here's what I'm going to say. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to stop reading this. Here's what I'm going to say. This is a neat idea. I like this idea. This should be what the class is doing. I would drop the spells. Don't make this thing a full caster. Because right now, this thing is as powerful as a full caster. And if you want to be as powerful as a full caster, guess what? Casting spells is 99% of what you get. Look at the core sorcerer class. Look at the core wizard class. Look at the core druid class. Look at the core anything classes. They get spell casting and one other thing. Sorry, but bored. I can now see why you don't review whole classes. Exactly. It's just not worth it. It's just not. I'm not gonna be able to give feedback. Okay, my main feedback is gonna be, you can't make this the main feature. Make this the main feature. Build it around this, and then have very specific ways that you can interact with things. Don't leave stuff up to the dungeon master. And then make those ways expand as you grow. That's my main feedback. And I'm sorry that I'm not giving more. And I think I'm at the point of the night where if I bump into a thing and it's a class, I'm just not going to read it because I'm now tired and I want to do a couple more and I don't want to spend 20 minutes sitting in the intro of one, which kind of feels like what I have to do when I read a class. Ed Boy is next. My first piece of homebrew, not too complicated, but I'm still fond of it. I submitted this before, but I don't know if it was seen or not. If it was seen before and I remember it, I will not review it. But if it hasn't been seen, I shall review it. That's you. Okay, well, there it is in the chat. Silver Scourge, a legendary flail. You get a +2. I did review this before, but I'll just tell you that same thing I thought about it before. I think it's pretty solid. It's a +2 attack. It's a +2 flail. And then half the damage dealt by Divine Smite is applied to 2 hostile creatures within the initial target. And then alternatively, you can give temporary hit points equal to half the damage to 2 friendly creatures, including yourself. I'll give you the same feedback I said last time. You should not be able to do this infinitely. I think that it should also be only 1 creature. I don't think it should be 2. And then write these out like full sentences. When you use your smite, you can activate a charge to deal half the smite damage to another creature within 5 feet of the initial target, 10 feet of it, etc. But yeah, these should require charges, and then maybe have it do one other passive thing. Maybe it always deals a little bit of extra damage or something. But I think it's pretty solid. I think for a legendary item, I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, I don't have more thoughts. But I also reviewed it before. All right, click. Maybe have it do a little bit of extra damage every time and then use charge to do like more. But in general, I think it shouldn't just always do half of its smite damage back. Yeah, I like a good non-holy Avenger. This is from Naga. First homebrew subclass. Cool. It's a monk. I can tell from a mile away. Told you. You think this is Oblivious Naga? I have no idea. Monastery of the Wandering River. Followers of the Wandering River spend their lives attuning themselves to the energies around them, channeling the flow of these energies to eventually become one with the flow of the world around them. Don't use around them twice. Many of the monks of this order are encouraged to venture out and experience the world to discover how the energies change and adapt them. The peaceful sect of monks are usually friendly travelers, as their teachings encourage maintaining inner peace, but tales of them turning the tide of battle are spread into legend. All right, yeah, I'd say I can use a little cleanup, but it's pretty solid flavor text. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. Way of the Wandering River Monk. Wait a minute. Did I read this already? Didn't I look at a Wandering River Monk? I just looked at another. This is the second monk with the Wandering River. That's funny. That was the Flowing River. This is the Wandering River. What would happen if these guys fought? Way of the Wandering River monk that follows the teachings of the Wandering River have attuned themselves to natural rhythms of the world, train their body extensively direct to those rhythms. This is flavor text. We don't need this flavor text again. Get rid of it. Or reformat it. Why is everything bold? Just make, gain the following features. You got to make it like, why is it just randomly flavor text in the middle? Lead it somewhere. Uncanny dodge. When an attacker you can see hits you with an attack, you can use a reaction to have the attack's damage. This should not just be an all the time feature. This should require some amount of key points or something. Battle flow. When a melee attack misses, you can spend a key point. If you do, you can make an unarmed strike against a creature within 5 feet of you, of your choice, while the attacker rolls damage. If you hit your target, the damage the attacker rolled is what you deal to the target. No, this doesn't really work. Monsters are not balanced to do the same sort of damage as characters. So to just spend 1 key point to do the amount of damage a creature deals to you back at it is a little too strong. A good example of this is like the Ancestral Guardian. Barbarian gets like a little version of this where like they can push some damage back, but even then it's not the damage that they dealt back, it is an amount of damage. So if you want to be able to do some sort of like extra, you do some damage back, you can, but you got to base it on something like Hellish Rebuke or the Ancestral Guardian Spirit Guardian thing. Making it just do the amount of damage the attack did is an easy way to make something a little too strong very quickly. Also, it says if it misses and also during. Oh, I guess that's true. If it misses, the creature wouldn't be rolling damage anyway, so it would just do 0. Because why are they rolling damage if it's the attack misses you? That's a really good point. Yeah, so I'm not sure. Just clean that up. Clean that up. I think that perhaps make a melee version of deflect arrows. I think that's sort of what they're going for, but that would probably be the move, right? Yeah, the Redemption Paladin has something like this as a channel divinity, which is like a way more expensive resource than a key point and a reaction. The way I would change this whole feature is to allow the monk to use deflect missiles on a melee attack, reducing the damage, and if it hits, get to punch them. That's a really good idea, Trad. That might be the move. Just giving you the ability to redirect missiles on melee attacks. I like that a lot, actually. That's really fun. When a ranged attack misses you can spend a key point to make an unarmed strike against a single creature. This is sort of just the same feature, but for ranged attacks. You don't need to write the feature twice. You can just say attack. And if you just say attack, it includes ranged and melee attacks. Also, if you're going to keep something like this, you need to put a range in there. Right now, if an attack misses, you can make an unarmed attack against creature anywhere, which is a little too much. 6th level, Ebb and Flow. Ebb. If you expend a reaction, you can use this feature to regain your reaction at the end of the enemy's next turn or turn that you used your reaction on. Use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain all uses on a short rest. Man, I'm not a fan of getting extra. I'm not trying to be harsh, but like, I'm really not a fan of getting extra reactions. Certainly not this early. There is a monk that gets something like that, but they get it at a way higher level. I think maybe it's the Drunken Master, maybe? I don't remember. The way that I would also reword this probably is... I don't actually know how I would word this. If you've used when you use a reaction, you can expend a key point to regain a use of that reaction. Something like that would be how you'd write that. But I'm okay with getting extra reactions, special reactions. I'm okay with getting special reactions, but this is a lot of special reactions. Monks don't have that many good I mean, they have the thing is, if you change this feature so that it's essentially Monks don't, but this monk has this. So this is the feature that they're trying to give you a lot of abilities with. Monks normally just have attack of opportunities to deflect missiles, but this one has battle flow. So I think right now, unfortunately, I think that because this one has battle flow, this becomes too strong. I would put it up at higher levels. Whoa, why is there a lot of stuff here at the end? Oh, these are notes? Okay. Flow. After a creature attacks you, you can spend a reaction to make one of the following attacks against that creature. Regular, you just make a regular attack. Don't write so informally. Special attack. They have to make a dex saving throw on a failure. They are pushed back 5 feet. Strength saving throw, or they're dismantled. Now you're just sort of pulling on other things, right? This is like big battle master moves, a little bit of like open hand monk moves. Battle flow and uncanny dodge with additional reactions seems kind of cracked. 100%. Yeah, you forgot, guys. This thing also has uncanny dodge. So, in hindsight, I don't think you can give this thing more than one reaction a turn. Maybe as a capstone, you can give it multiple reactions. Like, maybe, like, way, way down the road. But early, no. I don't mind having maneuvers as a monk. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't give a monk maneuvers. I think that's a cool idea. The question is that the right flavor for this subclass? And if it is, can you make those maneuvers unique in a way that they don't just feel like open hand monk features or battle master maneuvers? Because I think if they do, that you're losing something there. I would also say that the way that this is written, sort of the only vibe that this thing has is reactions are what it uses, and I don't like that. I want you to have something else other than just reactions to like build out what makes your monk, you know? Like, you need more flavor other than you can do cool things with reactions. I want something else that sells the evocativeness, the lore, etc. Let's look at 11th level. Arcane River. You can use battle flow feature against spell attacks. I think that's pretty cool. If you make it the way that I said to make it, that chat suggested to make it, I think that's cool. Arcane Strike. When you make an unarmed strike, you can choose to make it a magical ranged attack that does force damage. This is the entire point of the Sun Soul Monk, is to make unarmed ranged attacks. So I would not give you this feature. You kind of make the Sun Soul Monk lame by doing that. So I would not do that. It's another thing where it's like, you don't want to just be pulling features from other classes. You might not know that the Sun Soul Monk is like the main thing they get, but it really is. So I probably would not do this. Maybe you should get something special when you take the dodge action, since you're a pacifist monk. That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense, actually. And it doesn't have a range, yeah. Yeah, so you need it does. Yeah, exactly. There needs to be a range in here as well, obviously. And then 17th level, we have Flow Breaker. Right after initiative is rolled, you can choose a target creature that you can see and swap initiative values with that creature before combat begins. That is cool. I do think that it requires probably should require a saving throw, or it should require you to pick an ally and for them to be willing. I also don't know if this feels like a solid capstone for this subclass. Like, I feel like this is a feature that you could give earlier, honestly. Yeah, I don't know what the vibe of this thing is supposed to be. I think that we need more than reactions, and I want to know, I'm not sure what those are. I'm not sure what else it needs to be, but that's what I would say. I would say we need to feel more about how actively we are engaging in combat. I think maybe doing something unique with the disengage action or the dodge action is not a bad idea. Patient defense, you know, like maybe you can do something cool and use patient defense. Read the notes. Sauce Bomber, I'm going to tell you what I tell every single person. Your piece needs to stand for itself when I am looking at it. If you need notes to clarify how your piece works, then you don't necessarily need that. Then that means that your piece is not done, and you can work on that more. It has the feeling there. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter if the feeling is here. The feeling needs to be here. If the feeling's not here, that's all that matters. When somebody is deciding whether or not they're going to use your homebrew, they're not going to look for your notes to see your explanations on why you did things the way you did them. They're going to want to see why you did them in the mechanics. Does that make sense? You're more than welcome to keep your own notes. And I actually think for writing, for when you're doing peer review stuff, which is a little bit more grindy work, like if you're posting stuff in the Discord, then yes, notes are really, really helpful. But by the time you're sending it to me, it needs to stand on its own 2 feet. By the time you're submitting a piece for me, you need to be past the level of needing notes to explain your ideas. There's no glue to make them work together. Yeah. So here's something off the wall and goofy. What if you get an aura of non-lethality? You can activate an aura where all damage you and allies deal is non-lethal. That's kind of fun. Although I don't love doing more aura stuff on yeah, these are idiot notes. We're not idiots. I think we need more. I think that you accomplish the goal of being a very reaction-heavy class, but I don't think that's enough. I think we need more. I'm not going to read ahead, buddy. I just explained for like 2 minutes why I'm not going to. I'm not saying don't write notes, but I'm saying by the time you send it to me, I'm not looking to read your thoughts and notes. If you really want to do the thing where we have a conversation about where your homebrew is at, then submit to the member review night, because that's what that's for. That's when I pull you on and we can talk through your ideas. But for these ones, this is the chopping block, man. The open stream, this is where anything goes. Your piece has to stand on its own 2 feet. And if it's not ready, it's kind of on you if you decide to submit it. You know, you live or die by your brew. That's it. You don't need to be, listen, you should be afraid. I mean, listen, being scared is the right move. I'm more powerful than you will ever know. But you don't need to be scared of, you know, speaking your mind. I'm just explaining. Was he saying that in present tense or past tense? What does that mean? I live in all times and spaces. You give the creature the idea that you could cut off its head, but you choose not to. All right. Anyway, thank you, Naga. I do think your piece will exceedingly grow by you expanding your goal, the goal of your flavor a little bit beyond just being good at reactions, and think about like what else tangibly you want these kind of monks to feel like. No, gods are wussies. No, they're not wussies, but I peddle with gods sometimes. They're fine. But no, I'm not a god. Trash Panda Warlock. It's time for the old Trash Panda Warlock. Classic trashy P wow. Another fucking monk. Jesus Christ. Guys, y'all think I'm kidding when I say you send too many monks. It's like a conspiracy. I don't care if monks need help. I feel bad because if I just read 3 monks and I'm reading a 4th monk, I get bored. Like, it's gonna get boring for me. I'm gonna try not to get bored. But here's the thing, is the more monks I read, the better the more exciting your piece has to be. Because it's harder for me to keep interest. Well, monks are dumb, but that doesn't necessarily mean I want to read them. Also, Michael, you seem to be missing the boat because I made it. My most recent video was about why paladins are dumb. This monk this is a monk defined by taking a hit, sending 2 right back. Oh my god, it's the same fucking monk we just read. It's literally a reaction monk. Oh my god. It's a fucking, you guys, it's not a water one, but it's it's a reaction one. Oh, I hate monks so much. I don't even hate them. You are making me hate them. You. You guys. It is your fault. I blame you 100%. I used to like monks. I used to be excited to read monks. You're paying off karma at a vastly accelerated rate? I don't know about that. Listen, there were way too monks on my stream long before I made a video about why monks are kind of weak. I think my Paladin video was better anyway. You started working on a pirate-themed monk? All right, well, I'm excited to not have to read it this week. You can, Trad, you can send me monks, man. You can send me monks. I want you to send me what you want to work on. You don't need to send me what you, if this is what you want, if that's what you want to work on, then I'm happy to read it. I just have to be realistic about my life experience and where I'm at, and I'm not going to deny where I'm at in my universe. And if my universe, part of my universe is way too many monks, that's going to impact me as a critic, as a feedback giver. And if I deny that, I feel like I'm sort of bamboozling you. I want to be realistic about my capabilities and where my brain is at, you know? Anyway, let's dive into the Way of the Renegade Monk. Let me post it in chat. I think I posted it, but I'll post it again. I can't make a... Listen, everyone said make a Barbarian suck video. It's impossible. Barbarians are perfect. They have 0 flaws. You know, it's like make a chocolate cake sucks video. You just can't do it. No, Trad, I want to say whatever you... Man, I don't want you... Listen, I would love... If you feel like you want to post homebrew that you think I want to read, that's great. But if there's something that you want me to work on, then I am happy to look at it. All right. Well, I'm timing you out. Hey, Bildo, guess what? You're timed out, bitch. That's what you fucking get, son of a gun. Saying barbs are bad. Yo, that's how I get. You just get timed out, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. This is my house. I won't have people lying in my house. Even if they're people I like. That's not snapping. I didn't ban him. I just timed him out. He'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay. Some monks spend years honing their minds and bodies to perfection. Others choose to walk the path of their master to achieve the same greatness. You, however, have trained... Oh, don't fucking do this. Guys, this is a thing that people do all the time, and it's so... It irks me, and it comes from the fact that y'all have spent all your time learning to write essays, and you're not writing to write well, you're writing because you're writing what you think you need to write for your teacher. When does... Here's a question. Question for the class. Where should this start? Where should this start? Should this start here with some monks, or should it start somewhere else? What do you guys think it should start with? Tradosio says it should start with you. Why do you think Trad says that? Why do you think Trad says it should start here? Why is that? Does anyone know? There's a reason. What does this sentence tell you about the way of the renegade monk? What does this opening let you know about the way of the renegade monk? Yeah, nothing. Absolutely nothing. The opening of your flavor text, the way that we are entering into the homebrew has nothing to do with your homebrew. Cut it out, man. Start with this. The way of the renegade monk trained themselves on the streets. No master, no temple, just you. Period. That's a good opening sentence. Let that be your opening sentence. Way of the Renegade Monk, achieve their key through grit and determination. We kind of get that already here, so I feel like you don't need to say that again. Having taken so many beatings, still getting up, they have unlocked a way to channel their very soul through their bodies. What does that mean? Utilizing it in deadly combos and unwavering defense. Honestly, I feel like other monks can channel their soul through their body in deadly combos and unwavering defenses, so I feel like you need to be more specific here. Anyway, let's keep going. Street weapons. Note to chat, you matter. Don't compare yourself to others. Yeah, people, don't compare. Were people being shitty? Just because I'm giving your brew a hard time doesn't mean that you deserve a hard time. You're a human. You're a whole human. This is just some piece of shit you wrote. It has very little to do with what you are capable of. It's why it's okay that I can criticize these so harshly, because it's not criticizing you at all. It's just criticizing this thing that you made, that you can remake a million times, that you could, it's a tip of your iceberg, baby. You were just trying to be positive. Hey, I don't mind that. I'm not saying don't be positive. I was just curious if there was something I missed. Okay, street weapons. At 3rd level, you've become an expert at using whatever is at hand to fight. You have proficiency in improvised weapons, and they count as monk weapons for you. Cool, love that. Additionally, you can replace unarmed strikes in your flurry of blows with weapon attacks using monk weapons. At 6th level, your weapon attacks are imbued with ki and count as magical. I'm not sure how this is going to be relevant, because if they count as monk weapons, they're basically using your flurry of blow. You're using your monk's die anyway, but maybe we'll see later on that matters in some way. But basically, improvised weapon. This is the main thing, is that we get improvised weapons here, which I think is fine. Relentless blows. You learn how to never let your opponent get a second breath in battle. What does that mean? Also at 3rd level. Just say at 3rd level. At 3rd level, when using flurry of blows, you can spend 1 key point to make another attack. This can be stacked a maximum of 3 times for 3 points. No. This is not the way. Do not just give us extra attacks. Give us a unique way to use our attacks. Just giving us extra attacks is not gonna be the move here. I don't think that's gonna there's not really flavor to that other than just you being better at hitting more. This is what I would do if I were you. I would lean into the street weapons, and this is what I would do. I would basically make it like when you use flurry of blows, if you are using an improvised weapon, you can do some other thing. They have to make a wisdom save. They have to make a con saving throw, or they're blinded until the end of their next turn, or something like that. Like think about ways that you can enhance your attacks. I would not just give extra attacks. I think extra attacks is not the move. Dart. You've spent enough time having people hit from afar to learn how to get closer to find cover. When you start this feature with 6th level, we want to know what level we're getting it at immediately. Also, same thing here. We want to know at what level we're getting these things at immediately. Whenever you use your deflect missiles, you can immediately move up to half your movement speed as part of the same reaction. I think this is fine, but I don't know if it's enough. This feels so situational. What is the vibe here? You're just good at having stuff thrown at you? I don't think this is... I think this is too niche to feel like I understand what the feeling of this subclass is supposed to be. By level 6, we really should feel like our subclass. And what we have here is you can improvised weapon, you can punch forever with key points, or at least 3 extra times with key points, and then you can move with deflect missiles. There's a lack of cohesion. Maybe allow you to change your improvised weapon after a successful attack with this one, allowing you to Jackie Chan. I think you could do that anyway, though, right? You can't ignore your failures. Instead, use them to ignite the fires of rebellion. Stand upon the body. What the fuck are you talking about? Sauce Bomb's getting weird. Bildo, you do not learn your lesson, buddy. You do not learn your lesson. The thing is, people don't know this about me, but I love holding a grudge. I think it's incredibly entertaining. So I'm happy to hold a grudge. Anyway. So yeah, I mean, I feel like we need a little bit more vibe by level 6. Like, the street weapons is like halfway to vibe, but then Relentless Blows is kind of off in its own direction, and then Dart is kind of off in its own direction. What is this guy supposed to feel like? Fortress of Fists. At 11th level, you've learned how to take a hit and send one right back. When you are hit by a melee attack, you can use your reaction to spend a key point to roll your martial arts die and add the number rolled to your AC, potentially causing the attack to miss. You can then make a melee attack against the creature as part of the same reaction. I think this feature is fine if it is a lot more limited in use than key points. But 1 key point to shield plus reaction attack is a lot. It's a lot. I can't hold a grudge for longer than a day. Here's the thing, Ice Phoenix. I can hold a grudge forever if I dehumanize you in my eyes. So, like, if I was to talk to Bildo, we'll talk about Bildo for a second, like they're not here because they're timed out. If I was to talk to Bildo on stream and like I could hear their voice, I probably would be less inclined to be grudgy. But if I just see their text, I immediately turn it into the perfect tone that I need it to be for me to get pissed off by it. So I just decide that it's ruder than it is a lot of the time, which makes it very easy to dehumanize and to objectify in a way that you can just keep the grudge going. I would also argue that timing somebody out twice in a row is not the biggest deal in the world. Okay. Text has a marked lack of intonation. I think the vibe is that people treated this monk poorly, so they learned to do stuff. That's not a vibe. That's just that, like, you could make anything that. I'm more patient than many streamers. You think so? I don't know about that. Maybe I am. I don't know. Yeah, I still feel like we're not like, if you want this guy to be like a rough and tumble street fighter, lean into that. But right now it does not feel like that. It feels like the only part that's rough and tumble street fighter is street weapons. Everything else feels out of left field. You can ask a question if you have a question. Let me look at Street Rat. At 17th level, you've mastered the ability to take punches and respond with twice as many. Oh, thank you for becoming a very cool member, Glotticus author. You can now submit Homebrew to my special Thursday night stream, where not only do I review Homebrew, but I bring you on, where you can discuss it with me live on the channel. So make sure to check out my member tab on the YouTube channel and submit a piece for Thursday if you are interested. But if you're not interested, don't worry about it. If a druid has disguised self, can you wild shape but look normal? You can't. I don't know. I think that it depends on the animal you wild shaped into. Because I think you can't change your form that much. I needed that extra chance for a homebrew review. I'm so annoyed when my name is like 2 away. Yeah, man. We get like 80 to 100 submissions on our open night. So it really is a raffle. Like, I used to feel like I needed to get not a raffle, but it's random, right? Like, I used to feel like I needed to get through a lot. And I feel like I just need to get through as much as I can do a good job doing it and just not worry about the randomness. And then on the Thursday nights, I feel a little bit more obligated to try to get through all of them. But I still don't always do that. It's the nature of the game. Some parkour stuff would make sense. Okay, but let me look at this 17th level feature. As an action, you can spend 5 key points to focus all you have into your attacks. For 10 minutes, you gain the following benefits. It's another fucking monk with an avatar state. Everybody gives their monks fucking avatar states. When taking the attack action, you can take 1 additional attack. When using Flurry of Blows, you can use it at no cost to your key. the end of each of your turns, you regain a number of hit points equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die plus your wisdom. You can only do this once per long rest. It's just more of the same stuff, man. It's just more extra attacks. I don't know. There's no flavor. Why is this a street rat? This feature could be called Champion Boxer. This feature could be called Lightning Puncher. This feature could be called One Punch Man, but many. There's no street rat here. We need more flavor. We need more flavor. The idea of doing many attacks as a monk is very... I understand wanting to do that, but I don't agree with building a subclass around it. And I think that if you're going to build a subclass around it, then I think it's not a street rat. Then I don't think it's a renegade street warrior subclass, you know? I just don't think it is. I just don't think that's the case. You know what I mean? Anyway, I think it's a neat idea, but I feel like you got to lean into the renegade and lean away from the needing many punches. That's what I would say. Improvised weapon synergy would be cool. Yeah, I was going to say, like, we should get cool things we can do with improvised weapons. Or maybe even, like, depending on what we're using for an improvised weapon, we can do different things. Like, not only can you use improvised weapon, but if you use objects like this, they do this. Or if you use objects like this, they do this. I think that would be cool. That wasn't a Warlock. That was just their name. Their name was Trash Panda Warlock. Oh, magique. I posted in the Discord a couple months ago and completely forgot to submit it for review here. I know you're a big Barbarian fan, so hopefully you'll like it. I do like Barbarians. I wanted to make a subclass that captured the vibe of a Superman-esque character. Ooh, a hard thing to do. D&D is really not designed to make you into a superhero, but I'm happy to see you try. Let's take a look. This is the path of righteousness. Whether it be the overwhelming tyranny of evil men or the selfish greed of a local bandit, no threat is too big or too small for a path of righteousness, righteous barbarian to help. These barbarians tend toward the good alignment, but those who use their powers for evil have been known to be more flexible with their morality. Such barbarians might be the victim of a curse or descendant of a great hero. You can choose the origin of your Okay, I like this flavor text, but I feel like there's a missing element of, like, what do they feel like to play? We need to know a little bit about what they do, you know? You like the art? Yeah, the art's nice. Oh, it is. It looks like Wonder Woman and some other superhero that I don't recognize. All right, let's take a look at what this thing actually gets. We get Alter Ego and Iron Skin at 3rd level. Alter Ego. Many barbarians of the path of righteousness choose to live a double life, acting as a public known hero while maintaining an ordinary mundane life outside of crime fighting. Whether you choose to find the nearest telephone box, spin around in circles, and repeat your name, or you are simply wearing your costume underneath your regular, you have mastered the art of the quick change. This is a little bit too much flavor text, I think, for a class feature. I would cut like 80% of it out. At 3rd level, when you choose this path, you can don or doff disguises as part of the bonus action to enter your rage. You also gain proficiency in the disguise kit to mask your identity outside of rage. I like this a lot. I would also, can I make a suggestion? I would also include something like creatures have disadvantage on perception, investigation, or insight checks to determine your identity, to like determine tying your identity to your disguised identity. Like there could be something like that. But I like that a lot. I like this a lot. I think it's very fun. I love the idea of part of your rage is you like donning your costume. I think that's a lot of fun. Iron Skin. As a righteous barbarian, your skin becomes tougher than the weapons and armor of most warriors. You gain the unarmed fighting style. While raging, the damage of your unarmed strikes improves to D8s or D10s if you aren't wielding any weapons or a shield. Okay. You can also add your rage damage bonus to your AC, provided you are not wearing armor or a shield while raging. Okay, so here's my thoughts. Here's my thoughts. I'm gonna say, if I were you, make this a little mechanically stronger. I think this is fine as it is. I would drop the bonus AC based on your rage damage. I don't feel like that's the move, but I would put something else here. and I would either tie it to make it a feature of these unarmed strikes, like maybe you can knock creatures around, or some other minor damage mitigation if you really wanted to. But I feel like bonus AC equal to your rage, I just don't love that. It feels a little bit too much. It feels a little too much. You wouldn't tie it to the fighting style. Why not? Is there a reason? I mean, I guess you could just rewrite it. So you were like, your unarmed strikes now deal 1d8 damage if you are wielding a shield, or 1d10 damage if both of your hands are free. You could just say it like that, probably. I think that, yeah, I want one more piece here. I feel like you gotta, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the AC. I would put something else here. What about a lion in using this class? There are plenty of classes that get unarmed strikes, or features that are somewhat redundant based on classes. For example, what about the lion in being the beast barbarian, where they get little claws when they rage? Is it redundant? I don't fucking know, but I don't necessarily think it is. You should get the siege. Yes. Okay. Yes. You should deal double damage to objects and structures. Fuck yeah. That's the move. I agree. The siege feature. I agree. Okay. Superhuman physique. Through the harsh trials of combat. You wrote trails? I think you want trials. Switch the A and the I here. Your superhuman body has forged into that of a living weapon. Your unarmed strikes count as magical. Cool. You count as one size larger. That's fine. We need something else. Also, at this level, your body has become adept to soaring through the skies. While raging, you get a fly speed equal to your movement speed. I would probably not make it a fly speed here. I get why you did that. Because you want to be Superman. But I think that the fly speed is really strong on the Barbarian. Like, maybe too strong. At level 6, like, to give it some comparison, the Beast Barbarian at level 6 gets a jump, or climb speed, or swim speed. So I would probably, if you're a size larger, do you do double unarmed dice? No, that's not how it works. I would probably make it so you gain a fly speed. I would probably make it like when you rage. I would probably do it one of two things. I would either make it so, like, while raging, you have a fly speed during your turn, so you still have to end your turn on the ground and you can, like, fall. Or you could do it something like that, and then it could be like, while raging, you are under the effects of feather fall. You could, like, tie that in too, so you can sort of, like, float down. And then at higher levels, you could make it just so you have fly speed. But I feel like at 6th level, a fly speed while you're raging feels like a little bit too much. Just a little bit. But I like where your head is at. I think you just need to figure out how to temper it down. Yeah, I mean, part of me wanted to say jumping, but jumping is already what the Beast Barbarian gets. So then it's just copying a subclass that already exists, which I'm not a fan of. Heroic Shield. 10th level. The first priority of a righteous barbarian is always to protect the innocent. If you are raging and another creature you can see within 5 feet of you is targeted by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to intercept the attack and force it to target you instead. For the remainder of their turn, the attacker has disadvantage on attack rolls against the initial protected target. This first part is really strong. I would probably drop this part. I think this part is an honest. This part almost feels like it could be your 6th level feature, if I'm being honest. But I feel like I like this feature a lot. It feels pretty cool. I would probably drop this part. What I might do is I might make it so the creature. You know what you could also do? If you wanted to go in a very different direction. You could sort of keep the reaction thing, but you could also make it so creatures within a certain radius of you, like creatures within 5 feet of you, count as having half cover. So they get like a little bit more AC, and they're harder to hit because it's like you are like getting in the way. Isn't that just the Oath of Redemption aura? I don't know. Let me check. It's a great question. Oath of Redemption. It is. It is. Maybe don't do that then. Maybe come up with something unique. It is very much the same as the Oath of Redemption feature. So yeah, try something new, I would say. What about using your fall damage as an attack? That's a whole other direction to go in, but I think that that could be fun. I like the idea that you provide cover to creatures that you're standing near that you want to provide cover to. I feel like that would be cool. I think Barbarian getting fly at 10th level is fine if you're just getting magic fists and defensive feature. Yeah, that's true. You could also put the fly feature at 10th level if you wanted to. But I like the you being a hero of the feat. I like you being a protective hero. I mean, maybe the protective hero feature could be the one that comes in at 6 if you tone it down. And then you get fly while you're raging at 10th level. That could work well. Let's look at 14th level. Potential Unleashed. At 14th level, you have learned how to tap into the untapped. Don't say that. Don't say tap into the untapped. That's silly. If you don't want me to chuckle, you got to figure out another wording there, because I'm going to chuckle when I read that. You have learned how to tap into the untapped power that previously laid dormant inside of your body. When you enter a rage, you can choose to adopt a further transformation that grants one of the following features to your previous class features. You either deal more damage, you gain immunity to a bunch of damage types from non-magical sources. You already have resistant to magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, but as just being a barbarian, rage gives you resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, not specifically magical or non-magical. It's both. It's an avatar state. It's not an avatar state. It's changing your rage. It's different. You count as one size larger. The range of your heroic shield feature increases. Okay, I'm gonna be honest here. I feel like this is what I would do if I were you. I would drop this feature. I would probably figure out a way to mush it into this a little bit. I would basically make this the 10th level feature. I would drop this. I would maybe drop this. I would maybe drop this or change it. Make it so you can include some elemental damages or something. Keep the idea though. And then one of the included features of the thing that you could pick to have while raging would be a fly speed. And then what you do, so like if the 10th level is while raging, you can do this or this or this or this, then you could make it so the 14th level feature is you pick 2 of those things instead of 1. You could do something like that. The other thing that you could do is you could make the 14th level feature like a superhero move, where it's like you slam into the ground and create an earthquake, or you shoot lasers out of your eye. Like one of the more crazy extreme superhero things, and make it like a once a day feature. I think it's a neat idea. Cracked out monk stapled to barbarian. That's not untrue. Like right now, there are a couple places where I think you could lean into the more magical, like superpowers that are a little bit outside of the idea of just like being strong. But I like the idea quite a bit. I want there to be more with the alter ego. I feel like we're missing out on some fun that we could put in there at later levels. But overall, I think it's not bad. I think you just need to move some stuff around and rework a couple things. I like it. I like the idea. I think that considering your goal of making a superhero feeling barbarian, I think you do a pretty decent job of working towards that goal. And I do think that there's some elements here that need working, but overall, I think you're going in a good direction. The effects of the heroism spell could be fun. Yeah, that could work for sure. I'm always a big fan of trying to throw new things in, though. But if you wanted to try to make a version of heroism a part of it, I think you totally could. I don't think I hit yours, Crazy Moose, now. You'd love to play an updated version of this? I would like to also, too. I like it. I legit like it. I don't like all of the mechanics in its current state, but I like the flavor a lot, and I think that parts of it are really touching nicely on that. Okay. Thank you, Magic. All right, guys. Let's see. It's the Laughing Lich. You think it's going to be another monk? I'm new to Homebrew. Oh my god, it's another fucking monk. I was making a joke. Guys. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, I know you're bored of monks now. I'm bored of monks now too. Stop making fucking monks. All right, let's take a look at this monk. You want to make an Aura of Darkness monk. The goal is to have a monk weaken enemy by empowering themselves. Way of the Shadow Walker. Let's take a peek. And yeah, I'm bored of monks now too. That's what happens when you see 30 fucking monks. This is my first attempt at a proper homebrew subclass, the Way of the Shadow Walker monk. Let your enemies know despair as your darkened soul drags them into the dusk. Very edgelordy. Devouring their hopes, you weaken their resolve, taking away your enemy's sight and crushing them. Okay, let's see. We got. Oh, it's pretty succinct though. Pretty succinct though. Let's take a look. Third level. At third level, you gain the ability to drain the light around you. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 key point, and you gain dark vision, and create 30-foot sphere of darkness centered around you for 1 minute. This is not the way you want to build this. So I'm gonna just point something out to you right now. I'm gonna be real frank here. This is the Way of Shadow Monk. Look what it gets at second. Look what it gets at third level. You can spend key points to cast Darkness or Dark Vision, or Pass Without a Trace, or Silence. What is this doing? You are spending 1 key point to get Dark Vision and Darkness, but this Darkness is bigger than the Darkness spell. I also am assuming you want to be able to see through this magical darkness, so you got to say that. Overpowered. Doesn't work. Too similar to the Shadow Monk. You got to come up with something new. This is like a good example of like, why does this thing merit existing? You got to make this thing feel different than the Shadow Monk. You got to. All right, let's look at the 6th level feature. I don't really have other feedback other than that if you want to be able to see through the darkness, you need to explicitly say you can see through the magical darkness, and giving a feature where you can make a 30-foot sphere of darkness that you can see through at 3rd level for 1 key point as a bonus action is too strong. Just period. Okay. It's not even magical darkness, it's just darkness. Oh, I guess that's true. If it's not magical darkness, then anyone with dark vision could see through it. But either way, it's like, feels weird, right? Like, it's too similar to the Shadow Monk. It's just too similar to the Shadow Monk. Let's look at 6th level. The shadows empower you, giving the following benefits. If you make an attack while devouring light is active, you don't say may, say can. You can spend 2 key points to double the damage die. All extra die are considered psychic damage. Hostile creatures within the dark vision can't see in the darkness created by devour light. Your total amount of key points increases by your wisdom modifier. Okay, so no, you just can't do this, man. You just can't do this. This is too similar to the Shadow. It's just, yeah, somebody said Shadow Monk, but better. And it's kind of what it is. Here's what I would say. Using key points to deal extra damage within the shadows, I think is fine. Making it so other creatures can't see in the darkness, I disagree with. And then I would strongly disagree with the key point increase. So I would drop these 2 and try to come up with something new here. And honestly, this feels more like it could be the 3rd. I don't know. I'm not sure. This is going to need a lot of work. Is basically the long and the short of this. Because right now it just kind of feels OP in a couple directions. Devouring light steals their shadow and you gain a bonus. No, you're just saying what another class feature was that we read a couple minutes ago. You're just repeating what you already heard. Even if you don't know what you're doing that. You reminded me of Devil's Sight, and now I'm wondering if making a subclass based on visiting another plane of existence has a bad premise. No, I think it's a cool premise. Shadow Monk on roids, they gave them an avatar state. Oh my god, they literally did, and it's called the Avatar of Shadows. Y'all do the same fucking thing every time. This person, who is this person? I don't want to be mean to you. I want to call your name. Laughing Lich. This is no shade on you. But I've been joking about how I'm getting a lot of monks and they keep doing these things over and over again, and it is funny that this is doing these things too. But let's keep going. 11th level, Sundering Shadows. Hostile creatures envelop your darkness, make it more difficult to escape. Darkness created by Devouring Light acts as difficult terrain for hostile creatures. Allies within the radius gain dark vision if they don't already have it. When you reduce a creature to 0 hit points in the darkness, you regain 1 key point. So you keep doing things like giving us more key points and giving us more key points. You're going to need to drop all that. The other thing is, like, you're making every single feature tied to Devouring Light, and I don't think that's the move. If you want to do something with that, I think it's great, but you need some features that are not connected to it because it's creating this problem where Devouring Light is growing exponentially stronger, but it still is only ever costing 1 key point. So, like, it's making it it's making it overpowered, basically. It's making it too strong. So this is why it's good to, like, diversify where features go. If everything is tied to the same thing for the same cost, it's going to make that thing just get too big over time. Not always, but there's a strong potential for it. Strong potential for it. And then if you make it cost more key points at higher levels, then it kind of also goes against logic because it's like, wait a minute, why do I need to spend more to make it better? So a way to do that, though, is to just give you different features that are not all tied to the same exact thing. Let's look at 17th level. You can bend your shadows to your will, gaining the following benefits. Oh, this is not an avatar state. These are just always on. So never mind that. When using Devouring Light, don't say may, say can. You can instead center it on any target creature. If an enemy is reduced to 0 hit points in the darkness created by your Devouring Light, you regain some hit points. While in the darkness, gaining 1d4 plus wisdom modifier hit points kind of means nothing at 17th level. While in darkness created by dark light, melee attacks made by you and your allies deal an additional psychic damage equal to your wisdom modifier. Honestly, this is strong enough that it needs to be a not all the time. This is too strong to be on all the time. This would need to be an avatar state, but I don't think it should be. What's the range? That's a good question. What target, what range? I think that's true. Are these attacks made by whenever you attack a creature in the darkness, or are you in the darkness? That's a good point. I think you need to clarify. So if you are in magical darkness and you attack another creature in that darkness, you get to add extra damage, etc. Yeah, overall, listen. I'm not at all anti the idea of a monk that uses a shifting shadow to make it stronger, but again, the way of the shadow exists, and this is a little too... It's both too one-note and also too similar to that in some ways that I just disagree with. I think this subclass should interact with radiant or fire damage. Yeah, the flavor has been explored. That's kind of how I feel. It's like, this is well-trodden ground. I think that if you're keen on making a Shadow Monk style monk, but you want it to be radically different, you really need to push the envelope in making it feel unique in a way that isn't overpowered. I would strongly encourage you to take some time and look through the monk subclasses that already exist and sort of see where their power lies. Make sure you're looking at the Shadow Monk, because that is what this is in a certain light, but then you also want to look at, like, the Drunken Master and, like, the Way of Mercy Monk, because they're both a little bit stronger than the Shadow Monk, but they're not overpowered, and I think that that's going to be what you need to hit, because the Shadow Monk is underpowered, but in some ways, actually, it's not that underpowered once you get to level 6, but it does struggle sometimes, but it's going to help you with understanding the flavor, because you want to make sure you're doing not what it does, basically. Echo Knight does sort of feel like shadow manipulation too, but it's different. But yeah. Way of the Long Death gets much better scaling health benefit at 3rd level compared to the D4 at 17. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, this is negligible. This is a non-feature at 17. Shadow Monk is the average of what you want to be with a monk. I somewhat agree with that. I do think that they are not good enough. I feel like that's true when you get to level 6. I think before level 6, they still kind of struggle. I wish they had something unique that they could do that wasn't casting spells at 3rd level. Overall, though, yeah, look at the other monks. It's not a bad first attempt at all, but the main feedback that I'm going to give for you is to make sure what you're building is genuinely new and is not doing something that other subclasses are doing. And don't tie everything to one feature. Spread that shit out a little bit. Yeah, that's my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. That was the Laughing Lich. All right, boys, girls, creatures of the realm. The time has come. Oh, I know. We wish we could go on forever, don't we? We wish that the show could go on forever. But I need my brain to work in order to do a good job. Just as you need to, you need me to not be an asshole. So, with that in mind, if you are interested, if you're interested in being a part of my Thursday night stream, consider giving me a membership or a Patreonage. But truly no pressure. Your monk was next? No, it wasn't. It was random, dude. It was random. You didn't know. But listen, guys, you guys are great. I appreciate the time. Let's give a big round of applause for everyone who submitted pieces tonight. You are all brave champions. I appreciate you very much, and I want you to have a great night. Thank you so much. Love you. You're all heroes.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door, never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. just fall into each other's arms. And we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes. But we don't talk about it.